Those who survive know the one more time. quick fix, found in bliss when you feel the heartbeat inside. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a memorable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, and I'm getting high. Do you believe in magic? Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a memorable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
It used to be luck. You used to be funny. We used to have time. Time without money. We used to feel bad. We used to look sad. We used to have luck. Time without money. make love in every way. Baby, run away with me. You kill the lonely. You make my eyes not see all the crazy. You make my heart believe. Oh, baby, run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes not see all the crazy. You make my heart believe. You make my heart believe. Run away with me. You kill the lonely. You make my eyes not see all the crazy. You make my heart believe. Baby, run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes not see all the crazy. You make my heart
are doing the right thing. So trust your instinct, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, opinion how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, welcome everyone. We're back again. We've got backstage already. We have Confluence and Indian Jesus. We're going to have a great debate show tonight. I just want to get a couple of things out of the way. The way this is going to go is each of them are going to get an opening statement. We're going to have a back and forth. We're not going to do timed, as far as I know. And then we'll have closing. And then we may bring people up to depending on what kind of time we have. I have a long show tonight because we're going to do this debate. And then immediately after this, I'm going to go judge debates on the horseradish. I will be I'm not going to shut down my stream when I do that. So we will have a lot of debating tonight. You can't get enough, and you're going to get it here. And so that's what's up. Now, throughout the night, we're going to probably have some guys who come in who are maybe being a little bit, I don't know what the word is, but, they feel the need to pop off in chat about something and maybe call some names, maybe cast some aspersions, whatever. I don't really know. But here is something that you can do.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
That's right. Everyone does it, and you can do it too. So we got Confluence.
Shit. Oh, I'm on.
And we've got Indian Jesus. I should have warned you I was bringing you up. But, no,
Yeah.
Why would I do that? That's not funny.
What if I was naked? What the fuck?
I can see you.
Oh, I get
in the back room. I mean, it's not like I don't know what you're talking about there. Anyway, so good times for all tonight. We're going to kind of get right into this. There may be people who, have missed out the last couple of weeks and don't know who you guys are. Why don't we just get into that really quick, and then we'll go. We'll start this. We'll start this party.
Okay. Can I start?
Ladies first.
Oh, fuck! You're fucking kelpilled right now. Okay.
That's awesome.
Okay, so I am Confluence 358. You should definitely subscribe to me. Holy shit! Look at my videos. They're entertaining. They're funny. They're great. You should also go to my channel and throw me some donos to at least pay for my bottle of wine. Okay, look, at least reimburse me of the cost of this Italian Merlot. Okay, that's all I'm asking. Follow me on YouTube and help me out. Okay, yeah, that's me. I'm center right, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Indian Jesus.
What is going on, guys? Thank you for having me. This, of course, is the Overlord Morty, and I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. So come on over, the Indian Jesus Official, and you can find all my stuff on X and Rumble as well at Indian Jesus Off like official, at Indian Jesus Off. I'm the MAGA atheist.
All right. So one of the things, guys, out there in chat, as people come and go, as they will throughout this this debate, this set of arguments, take the time to go to these guys' channel, drop them a like, drop them a sub. Means a lot to everybody, and because I know we're gonna have people in and out all night. Just I know you're gonna go. I know how it works. I understand, but make sure you drop these guys some subs and likes so they can continue doing what they're doing. Although I'm going to be honest with you, the wine, man, come on. You're not French. What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's Italian wine, okay?
Don't let him shame you.
wine.
Don't let him shame
that
you.
makes it better.
Don't let him shame you. You drink whatever you like, Confluence.
Yeah, thank you, Jesus.
If y'all knew what I was drinking, you'd be making fun of me too. But nobody's sponsoring me yet. So
is it Perrier? Because that's
I'm mixing that with something else.
One worse than that. All right. So anyway, so the topic of tonight is, as I understand it, is all humans should worship God. We're speaking of the generic Christian God as it applies to the many hundreds, perhaps thousands of Christian religions. Is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about the Hindu God? Are we?
Wait. I don't want to get prompt cucked again like last night. Okay, the prompt is just God. Okay, so
God.
Yeah, they should worship God. I don't want to tie it down. I mean, I'm willing to go in that direction, but I'm not committing to tying it down.
Okay, all right. I
just want to set that before I lose. After an hour of
okay, all right. I'm just here to help, guys. I'm the moderator. Drop me a like and a sub as well. Why not? Everybody's doing it. You can do it too. And again, if you get all emotional and you feel like raging at these two gentlemen in the chat, just remember, shut the fuck up.
More engagement. Engagement's good.
Yeah, right.
Just come to my channel and rage against me.
Rage against them specifically.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so you guys work this out. So who is the affirmative? Who's going first? Okay,
this guy.
And did you guys decide on how long your opening and closing statements will be?
Yeah, we said 3 minutes is fine.
3 minutes opening. I didn't make a closing. I'm just gonna do it off the fly.
Yeah, me neither.
All right. Well, we'll give you some time. All right. And so now the next question is, no, it's not even a question. So just so you guys know, the way that I moderate debates like this is I'm not going to say a fucking word unless you start over talking each other or otherwise start misbehaving. I expect you two guys to act as reasonable adults. Not necessarily, excellent adults, but reasonable. And, a little over talking's okay. Ad hom, hyperbole, all of that, bombasticness, that's all good. But the only time I'm going to step in is if you start really over talking each other, and we'll just have to calm down and reset. Okay.
How long do we have grid, by the way, just so I know?
Well, so in general, the way that these tend to work is we actually normally the openings are a little longer because you have to explain your worldviews and all. You have to lay foundations and that sort of thing. But you guys said 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's not a super complicated.
It's not a complicated formula.
So I think a lot of what we're going to get into is going to be in the actual debate part.
We want to dive into it, but I mean, what's your heart out? Like, how long is the debate? Like,
we can go up to 3 hours. I don't expect us to. I expect about your openings about an hour of back and forth.
Yeah.
It sounds about right for this topic. It could go longer if you guys get stuck on a point, get bogged down, and then we'll do your closings, and then we'll see. We might bring some people up to bring in callers. We'll talk about that later. When we do, if we are going to take callers, what I'll do is I'll put it in the chat, and you'll need to DM me on Discord or talk to moderators to be able to do the call-ins, kind of like you do over at Andrews, but a little different. Anyway, so since Confluence, you are leading off. I'll set my time.
Whose DNA that was?
Let me have a quick swig, okay, to get fired.
You're okay, man. You're okay. You got time. I'm in no hurry. It seems like I'm in a big hurry, but it's just
wait.
This is
Wait a
such
minute, Confluence.
simple
I was saying, go drink what you want, but you have a bottle of wine without a cork. I mean, what? Spend
Bro.
the extra $3.
Spend
No.
the extra $3.
No,
Oh man,
more than that.
now
You
we're
don't-
wine shaming.
Yeah, you
We're
don't know
wine
the you don't know the tax. Okay, where I live, you don't understand that.
Well, he's in Canadian land. I'm not even sure. I'm sure they
Exactly.
like import wine from like New Jersey or
The
something.
amount of money that alcohol costs, same with cigarettes, is fucking unreal. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah.
So
All
don't
right.
don't cork shame me. Jesus, okay?
All right. Well, you just let me know when you're ready to start your opening statement, and we'll roll right into it.
Okay, well, I'm fucking ready. So start
Do it.
the timer. Okay. So my argument will be threefold: from a personal point of view, from a societal point of view, and from a theological point of view. I will now delineate it thusly. Point the first: from a personal point of view, we as humans are better off worshiping what we see as the highest note. I'm fine going down a Christian path, but I'm also applying this to any form of divinity, whether it's your highest self, an amorphous deistic creator, a primal mover, the highest good, pantheism. Pick your divine poison and fucking drink it, because ultimately when humans aspire towards the highest, when they give attention to the highest, when they revere the highest, celebrate the highest, give deference to the highest, in a word, worship the highest, as the prompt says, they themselves are doing what is ultimately the best for themselves. When people are insular and give into morbid acute introspection, their inner eye gazes inward, and that inner eye becomes clouded, cataracted, if you will, and you must, and they suffer personally as a consequence, because by definition they're no longer worshiping the highest good, but they're now worshiping themselves. Point the second: from a social point of view, when people worship God, however that culture defines it, we see cohesion, we see a shared moral framework, we see a coming together. It almost doesn't even matter how God is precisely defined, whether it's a sky daddy, as the degenerate neo-atheists falsely frame it, or whether it's the omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, omni-based, omni-goated, omni-red-pilled God that Christians believe in, or whether it's even polytheism like it often is in Jesus's country of origin. Just kidding. I'm not sure where Jesus was born, but I do know that he's Indian. And so whether it's Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, or Krishna, which I think is an incarnation of Vishnu, even these quasi-questionable pantheons bring people together, harmonize them, and allow them to build a coherent and cohesive society that has shared and moral and cultural values. Point the third: from a theological perspective, God is in almost every single religio-spiritual tradition I can think of, the one who created us, the one who granted us the breath of life, the one who has brought us all into existence and brought existence itself into existence, and we therefore ought to worship him. That part is an ought claim, yes. As the Apostle Paul says in the book of Romans, but who are you, O man, to answer back to God? Will what is molded say to its molder, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out the same lump, one vessel for honorable use and another for dishonorable use? God has made us. God is the reason we're sitting here tonight talking, discussing, having fun. Now, I will, of course, be happy to address theodicy in this discussion. That is the very present and real and tangible so-called problem of evil. But again, we are the creation. God is the creator, and we should be thankful for being given the gift of being brought into existence, however painful, however strife-driven. So in so much that Lutch will touch very much on such points and not clutch onto crutch fallacies and word games, I look forward to a great debate.
Beautiful.
They had 8 seconds left.
Damn.
Oh, that was good. That was well timed. Okay.
That was
Indeed.
exceedingly well done, sir.
I'm probably either going to be way too short or I'm going to be cooking and then the time's going to go
it'll
out.
be fun.
We will see.
All right. Just start talking, man.
So in order to say that all humans should worship God, that means that, of course, we have to have the correct God, because if we are saying we should worship this God versus that God, but I'm willing to put that to the side, at least temporarily, to discuss even within the framework of the Christian God. We don't need to worship him, it, whatever you want to call it, either. Luckily in this format, I think we're going to be able to dive into these topics a little bit more instead of the mini blood sport. So I'm looking forward to that. Don't worry, still bringing the passion. But the reason this matters is because belief is not a choice. You are not able to choose to believe in something that you do not believe in. You are either convinced of it or you are not convinced of it. And if I am not convinced of something, then how can I worship it? I don't know what it is that I'm worshiping. So I think it is a logical impossibility. I don't know. It's logically not a applicable ought claim saying that we should worship God if we don't know what God we're talking about. And if we're not saying worship a God, which is different than worship God, then we do have to narrow it down and pick a particular one. But again, we can go into the Christian God, and I'm fine with that as well. And then finally, I think my debate partner here has to say why it would be morally wrong to not worship God. To say that you should worship means that it is, as he said, an ought claim, and that means if you don't do it, that it is wrong. And I don't see how you can make the argument that worshiping something that you either don't know or don't understand could be wrong. I think that's about it.
You had a minute left.
That's all.
All right. Well,
let's do it.
You guys can start out. Again, I'm only going to involve myself. I will also, if you get like stuck and you start being too circular, I'll try and redirect you. But other than that, you guys just have at it.
Okay, if I can ask Jesus, the thing about belief, I think like the Greek word, I think is pistis, or it's been a long time since I've read the Greek. Okay, but like the word belief isn't just like knowing or believing that something is true in a way that we normally conceive of it. Like, I think if we're talking about worshiping the highest form of something, it doesn't matter if you fully are convinced of it or not. Someone could be like 60% convinced of something and still choose to worship in like in an agentic kind of way.
Sure,
where
but
you're
that's
making
not
a choice.
I'm not saying you can't worship if you don't know. I'm saying you can't say that we should worship that which you don't know. So that's fine if you believe in XYZ type of God and you worship that God. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not here to say that it is wrong to worship. I am definitely not saying that. It is good to have some type of higher power or higher thing to look up to, but I don't think we can say that it is a moral ought that you have to worship God. Even if we were going to say a God, we could that would be a little bit easier. But to say you must worship God, I don't see how you can make that claim.
Well, I guess I'm making the claim that like whatever like you're saying the highest thing that you know, I guess, right? Like your higher self, that's what I define my opening. Like whatever is the highest moral thing to you that is objectively good, and that would be something that you ought to worship. Again, for personal reasons, for societal reasons, and for theological reasons, you ought to worship that. Even if you're not convinced in the existence of something like a sky daddy, again, to use like the kind of like new atheist terms, right? Like if whatever you conceive as the highest part, I don't want to get too like Jordan Peterson on your ass, but like whatever you conceive as the highest good, you would at least agree that you should worship that. Whatever you think that is, even if you don't call it a God, even if you don't call it a creator, whatever you think is the highest, you should worship that. And anything else is definitionally almost degenerate, because it degenerates from the higher point of you and God into a lower section of yourself.
Okay, can we go? I know we came on the specific definition before we started. I don't know if you have it right there. Can you just give me the definition of worship that we were using?
I'd have to pull it up. I think I'm just going off memory because like I'll have to scroll up through our chats. But it was to revere, to celebrate, to admonish. No, not admonish. That's the opposite.
But the reason I ask is because again, I think there is a to say celebrating this is strong. It has to go beyond just the celebration. I think the celebration is part of it, but to revere and all those things have to be included as well, right?
Right, but you don't think we should revere like whatever God is defined as? Again, in any spiritual tradition that I personally know of, God is conceptualized as someone who has brought all of existence into existence. you don't think that deserves reverence, and you don't think it's better for us to revere it, and you don't think we ought to revere it, the thing that brought us into being. The reason we're having this talk right now, I guess that's the kind of ironic thing, right? Like, we are able to sit here right now because you said you think that like God probably exists. So the reason that I'm able to like talk right now, whether it's retarded or not, the reason I'm able to do it is because of God. I mean, that's a miraculous thing, right? Would you not agree? If
that's the case, then yes, it's miraculous. But that brings us back to whether that is or is not the case. So I'll let you pick which direction you want to go, because we got time. So we can either go assuming that the God of the Bible exists. Do we want to go down that road and say let's assume that Christianity is true, and then still why we don't need to worship that God? Or do you want to go down the road of I can't worship what I don't know?
I'd rather go down a general path, because again, I think all religions at least are in harmony. And there's been many books written in like the 19th century, early 20th century. They are though. There's like on the specifics, they disagree radically. But on the generalities, we could go down this path briefly if you want to. But I think on the generalities, I think religion does come to a cohesion of its kind of mythos in what it builds toward, right? It's always building up. It's always building higher. So yes, you can look at like Islam, and of course it has different like prescriptions than Christianity does. Obviously, you look at the specifics, you get to different stuff. But if you look on like the more like the baseline level, it's always like aspiring upward in theory, right? And I guess that's what I'm projecting toward. And it's always good to worship what you think is the highest. And you could be wrong. Like you could be you could be like some like Mayan person, like cutting someone's head off.
That's where I
think that's the highest.
That's where
highest is the best.
That's where the ought claim of it, I have an issue, because if you're saying everyone should worship God, but their God is saying to kill all children, then they definitely shouldn't worship that God. They shouldn't even listen to that God.
Right, but that's kind of using God in a more particular sense, right? Like again, I don't know if I would drag this into the weeds too much on what the definition of God is.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because it's either that, or we can stick within Christianity. Because
I actually don't, even though I'm a Christian, I don't think it's helpful to stick within Christianity, because I do think we see a harmony among human culture that is at least aiming upwards. And I would say even the people that are doing bad things in the name of God, I think what are we as humans to do besides aim to the highest that we in our cognition can grasp? And so that could end up in negative outcomes from like a utilitarian point of view, and it could even be morally bad, sure, right? But it's still best to aim high.
Well, hold on. Up. It can't be something that's potentially morally bad and also something we should do, right?
No, I would disagree. I would disagree. So that actually could be a fun thing. I actually disagree on that, because I guess, hear me out and then tell me if I'm cucked. But I think like all we have is like we have our mind, we have our subconscious, like we have like the different degrees of like who we are as a person, right? We have our spiritual faculties, our rational faculties, our emotional faculties, and like the best we can do is within our human body. And so, yes, it's like, so morally, if you were to give a random human a prescription, if you were to say, this is what you should do, it would be follow what you think is the highest. Now, that could end up being something that is negative. It could end up hurting people.
So then why should people do it, though? If it's something that could end up hurting people, why should people do it?
Because it's the highest thing that we know how. What's the?
But then it's not. But then if that's the case,
what's the alternative? I guess is what I would say.
A different thing to worship. Because if the highest thing that you worship leads you to bad outcomes, then you worship the wrong thing. And I think we've seen a lot of, there's definitely plenty of good that comes from the church, but we can't say that there hasn't been extreme violence in the name of God because of the worship of different belief.
That's the limitations of humans, I would say. And I guess I would want to press you on what is your alternative? Because I would tell people, follow what you think is the highest. and that could end up in a maladaptive thing. But what's the alternative? You want to say follow what you think is the lowest, follow hedonism,
No,
follow your
absolutely
base
not.
desire? Then what would you
So-
prescribe to like
so
some
in the
random
same
tribe?
So in the same way that Christianity wasn't just dropped on us in a fully formed set, it evolved over time and became what it was. I'm not sitting here saying I've got a better answer than Christianity. I'm here presenting the notion that in the same way before Christianity, everybody was religious and believed in God. It did this, that, and that. But then, according to believers, Jesus came and made things better. I'm proposing that it is not impossible that that happens again. And so for right now, if we are not able to leave that door open, then it is potentially closing the door on what would actually present the greatest good.
I feel like you're going back to like last night. Like in this debate, I'm not disagreeing with that. Again, I'm talking about the highest. If a new highest was to form, worship the highest. Whatever you think is the highest, that is what I'm defining as God. What you think is the creator, what you, in your best out of all, if you're radically honest with yourself, if you think this is who made you,
okay, so
worship that. And that's what you ought to do. And that's what's best, again, societally and personally. I want to bring it back to like my opening. That does best for you personally. I don't think you can disagree with that. Societally, I think just practically what we've seen,
right? But I feel like
you're best.
I feel like
theologically, it's an odd claim.
I feel like there's a huge gap in the it's kind of a cop out to say, oh, just whatever's the best, that's what you should like. Yeah, but if you can't define that, then I don't know what you're talking about. So I can't agree or disagree with you.
Well,
in the same way, if I were to say we should all worship blue blah, would you agree or disagree with that?
No,
would
that's
you agree
not.
or disagree with that?
No, that's absurd. That's absurd because
why is it absurd?
Because blue blah is by definitionally undefinable, right? You're picking a nonsense word. Whereas I am, well, I do know that whereas I'm saying pick the highest, which is a changing goal, but just because a goal changes, it doesn't mean it's not a goal. If you're trying to do the best, if you're running a marathon, you're trying to get the best time, that time can change, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to specify the exact milliseconds that you want to run the marathon.
So that
you're
time
trying to run
could be
the marathon in the best time.
So in the way that you're framing this, then your best running time could be God.
Well, it's a metaphor. What I'm saying is that I'm saying aspire to the best and worship that to the best of the human capability. And I'm using the metaphor as a marathon to say, well, I can't say like a 3-minute mile is maybe the peak of like human ability in some like far-fetched world.
I'm totally on board with that. But you're still missing the actual thing. What is it that we should be worshiping? You're saying we should worship this thing. But if it's different for everybody, then it's not this thing.
I feel like you're treating God. I feel like you're going. I feel like this may be like straw manning you. I'm not trying to do that, but that feels like you're kind of going into like the Skyman thing, because what I mean by God is like the creator, and there's a difference between empirically knowing what the creator is and on an epistemological level being able to discern that and what the creator is. So I think we all grasp toward what is God, but there is something, and you said this yourself, you think it's likely there is a God. So that's what I'm talking about. Our human knowledge is incomplete. I agree with that fully, right? But that doesn't really matter. I think we should be trying always to worship that God. Again, I want to bring it back to my opening. For personal reasons, societal reasons, theological reasons, we should always be trying to aim for what that creator is to the best of our ability. And yes, you can point to where it goes maladaptively, but again, that's a deficiency in humanity. But I don't think you can blame God for that. And God is still owed that reverence by creating us.
Well, I mean, that's a huge claim there. I don't think that God created us. I don't.
Well, challenge it.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. If you want to go down that road, how do we know God exists? I can't worship something that I don't know exists. And so if we are saying that the highest good, that is a different thing than talking about Christianity and religion. So you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. I'm not talking
about. I'm going with what you said.
Theology, though.
Yeah,
so
but
are we talking about theology, or are we talking about just whatever you feel is the best?
I feel like there's
or is that your theology?
No. I feel like there's some semantic overload here. When I say theology, I just mean the study of God. I'm not tying it into Christianity. I'm tying it into just general like, theological considerations.
But if you're not tying it to Christianity and you're just saying it's whatever, then the meaning of the word is irrelevant.
No, how is it irrelevant?
You may as well say we should all dislike bad things. Like, yeah, okay. But
well, yeah, I mean, I would agree. We should dislike. I mean, that's almost tautological. We should dislike that,
and that's what I'm saying about your claim. You're
saying my claim is tautological. You're agreeing with it. Then, if something's a tautology, then you're agreeing with what I'm saying, right?
No, I'm fallacy. Sorry, I thought you said fallacy. My bad. No, but I'm saying you're building in you're begging the question in the word.
How?
Because you're saying what we should worship is that what we should worship. That's your argument. We should worship the highest good, and the highest good is whatever the highest good is.
Well, I mean, okay.
What is the highest
agree.
good then? Because maybe you are saying, okay, the highest good is X, and I would disagree that we should worship X. But maybe you're saying the highest good is Y, and maybe I would agree that we should worship.
Let me.
So bringing it back to the prompt, if you are saying all humans should worship God, not only are you saying that everybody has to worship this thing, you are also then saying it is morally bad if we don't do it.
Yes, I mean, I think I laid that out, and I don't think I've heard any disagreements from you, either socially or personally, on why.
Because I still don't know what you're talking about, man. Like again, if we're,
I mean, okay, so let me ground this. Again. Like, if we're talking about God, like I'm saying there's two separations here. There's like our biological nature, again, our rational faculties, emotions, subconscious, everything, right? There's what we can aspire to from an epistemological level, what we can know about God. That's one side of the coin. The second side of the coin is that there is a God that created us, which you said you don't disagree with. You said there probably is a God. So if there's probably a God, he created us, he created all of existence. He is existence himself. So I guess those two things are separate because our knowability into that, not to get all postmodern on you, but like our knowability of what that God is, yeah, there's a kind of an uncrossable gulf between those two things. And, you know, that's why Christianity talks about Jesus coming, but not to get into that. But you get what I mean, right? There's what we can do as best as humans without divine intervention. And then there's like the God who created us, who's like all loving and omnipotent and all of that. And I guess like what part do you take issue with on what I'm saying? Because I want to differentiate those two things, because the knowability of something is different than the thing itself.
Because I feel the issue I'm having is I feel like we came into this having a more specific religious debate, and then when I tried to drill down on that, well, I'm just talking about the highest good, and then when I'm trying to drill down on that, then you're like, well, whatever you want. And
no,
so,
I feel like I was pretty clear in my opening.
We can end this here. We can end this here. And if you're just going to define God as whatever you think is the best thing, then sure. But I think if you want to take that position, then that extremely waters down the word
Jesus.
God.
No, I don't want to have to like re-say what I just said. But I feel like you don't understand it. With all due respect, I'm saying there's a difference between you understand like epistemology, right? Like what we can know and how we know it. You could imagine a tribe that, let's say, they're doing their best, they're aiming towards the highest, but let's say they don't have the truth. So from their perspective, they're aiming toward the highest good. But on the other side of the coin, you have a God who is a creator, who's omnibenevolent, potent, omni-red-pilled, omni-based, what I said in my opening, right? And it's like, and those two things are different, and there is an epistemological gulf between those. And I feel like I'm not sure if you get what I mean by that. Because,
maybe not. So maybe I don't. And so you just made two distinctions.
Yes.
If you are saying we should worship one of those, which one is it? Maybe that's the confusion. I don't know what you mean.
It's kind of like saying it's almost like what you said about like how like doing bad things is bad. It's almost like that. Like you might not know. You could imagine some early tribe who doesn't know what between good and bad, right? Like, but you would still say they should try to do what's good. Everybody would say that, right? They should at least try. I mean, that's the best we can. If we can't like jump into their society and like tell them what's the good thing to do, the best advice is like do what you think is the highest. But then on the other side of the coin, there's what actually is objectively morally good, morally right.
Right. Well,
would you agree in that distinction?
Yes, but that's why I'm confused, because you said before, even if it is the wrong idea and even if it leads to pain and harm, that we still should still do that. You know, like if we're talking about some madman who is telling him to go out in the streets and spray, why should that guy? You're telling that guy he should worship the being, entity, whatever that is telling him to do that.
It's a general. It's a
Well,
general.
wait, do you agree with the assessment?
I hear what you're saying, but I think I understand the disconnect. I think that what I'm saying is general advice given to everybody, a general prescription that you should worship the highest. There are going to be, of course, examples that you can find where someone is schizophrenic and they think the highest is not the highest. But I would ask you again, I asked you this before, you didn't answer. What's the alternative? If you don't want to tell people to worship the highest, to worship God, what is the alternative? What do you want to appeal to prevent that madman from doing some like heinous like mass casualty event? What would you appeal to? I'm appealing to God, and that works in 99.9% of cases.
So, but again, you're going back. You're
and
talking out of both sides of your mouth again. I can answer I started to, but I got off it. And so I was saying about how Christianity didn't just come to us fully formed, and that I'm not sitting here claiming to have all the answers. Again, I'm just claiming that if we as humanity are looking to take this undertaking of determining the truth about the universe, the best moral structure, all of the above, then I don't think that that a God, or I don't think anything that we need to call a God is necessary for that. So again, we can come back to, if you're just saying that which is the most good, like, okay, fine, then you win,
Jesus,
but that doesn't really mean anything.
No, Jesus, I again, with all due respect, I want you to answer my question. You said that me positing.
I don't know what the alternative is. Not yet. I would need it myself, as well as many other people over years and years, to sit down and to discuss these things, so that just like how the Bible was formed, that we how I don't know, but apologetics, not apologetic, but just the study of theology in general. It's an ongoing thing, and it's continually it's continually increasing. So I'm not saying I have a better thing right now. All I'm saying is that we don't need to worship this unless we know for a fact that it is in fact the highest good.
Then why would we ought not do it if you're saying you can't even come up with an alternative? So it's the best personally, to go back to my opening, it's the best societally, it's the best theologically, and you have no alternative on why we shouldn't. Because
it's not
what am I missing here?
Because it's not mutually exclusive. You don't have to either be a Christian or have no morality at all.
I'm not saying that. I've expressly said I'm not talking about Christianity.
You said you're confused.
I'm not talking about Christianity.
Okay, you're confused. I'm explaining to you. And so
you're confused because you keep bringing up Christianity. I'm not talking about. I've said this multiple times.
You just asked me a question, dude. I was answering the question that you asked me.
You're bringing up a specific religion that I am not. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Not talking about Christianity specifically.
Okay.
Be clear.
Okay.
So
now I don't remember what your question was.
My question was, what is the alternative? You're not giving any alternative to the three things I mentioned in my beginning. And so it seems like if it's better personally, societally, and theologically, and you have no alternative, then it's like, then should not we worship God if it's better in all three of those domains, and you can't think of an alternative that's better to tell somebody?
That's what I'm saying, dude. If that's what you mean by God, then okay, that's just a much weaker word than I thought it was. I thought God was, omnipowerful, omnigoated, I know you said that. So that
I feel like I don't want. This is the third time I've repeated this again, and correct me if you don't understand something here. Like I'm not trying to be condescending, but like there's a gap between what humans know, right, and what the truth is. So God is omnipotent and omnibenevolent. I will commit to that. You can hold me to that. But I'm saying that humans, the knowability of that is not perfect. So there could be people that don't know it. There could be that schizophrenic person. There could be someone from some tribal land that they don't know the correct orthodoxy, and therefore they don't know the correct orthopraxy, and so therefore they can't affect it correctly. But the best advice is still to head towards the highest good and worship God. That's what everybody should do. And again, I hear no alternative at all. And you kind of said there's no alternative.
Yeah, not yet, because everybody's stuck on God instead of figuring out the empirical reasons that we could actually develop what the best good actually is. And again, I'm not saying today we stop Christianity and we put that to the side, and then tomorrow we think, what is good and what is bad? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to, in the same way we move from Judaism to Christianity, then we need to move to Christianity to whatever's next. I'm here in the present. I don't know.
I agree, but if If we move from Christianity onward, we would then be worshiping God. If
Okay, so then you win. God just means the thing. God just means the good thing. Okay, fine. I thought God was omnipresent, omnipowerful, all of that stuff. You can't have both, dude.
I'm
You're
not
trying to have your cake and eat it too.
I'm not trying. I
Either
feel like
it
you're
is
not.
a God.
I don't want to.
Or you're talking about the greatest good.
Do you understand at least what I'm saying about man's ability to know something and the objective truth? You understand there's a gulf there.
Yes.
You get that.
Yes.
So I'm not speaking out of both sides of my mouth. I'm saying those two things agree in tension. You can have some tribe that has incomplete knowledge, and then you have the omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omni-based, omni-red-pilled God that I mentioned in my opening. Those two things are not in contradiction. Knowing something and a thing existing are not in contradiction. You can have unknowability, and that thing can still exist. There's a lot of stuff about science that we don't know. Those scientific principles still exist. Quantum physics existed in 2000 BC,
Right.
even if we didn't know about it. And I feel like if I said that, you'd be saying I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. No, it's just that human
let's use that
knowledge
example
comes in
then.
degrees.
Let's just we can even zoom out and just we'll talk about medical germ theory. Before germ theory, they were thinking the right thing to do is to go from one patient, dirty hands, to the next patient, and that was their highest good, the best way to do medicine.
Yes.
And so if they were saying we should worship the ritual of taking my bloody hands and going to the next patient, then how do we ever get to the place where we say, actually, maybe you should wash your hands in between? Because then that's blasphemy. But how dare you? No, of course not. You must worship God. The highest good is going from one person to the next. Otherwise, why would we be doing it? That's what I'm saying. Do you at least understand where I'm coming from and my confusion and what you're saying with that?
Kind of, but I feel like there's like a conflation going on that like first of all, with worship, obviously you're not worshiping something just because you're following, something like with your germ theory example. That's not, you're just doing it. But yes,
but I'm talking about
with germ, I would say the best practice. I mean, maybe this is getting into the weeds a bit. I don't know. But yes, back in the day in medicine, a doctor should do to the highest ability of their rationality and the medical knowledge at the time. They should do that. It might be wrong, but they ought to do that because, again, from like an epistemological point of view, that's the best they know. And so, as we know more about God, as we learn more about God,
I feel like we're going in circles. I feel like we're going in circles because I understand what you're saying, that the doctor should do whatever is the best thing that he knows to do.
Exactly, and we should worship whatever we think is the best that we know. Which is God.
If you are saying that some people might, I understand that you're saying only some people might get it wrong, but then we have to determine, or at least justify, why those people also. The claim is all humans should worship God. If their God is telling them to kill people, or we don't even need to say a God and telling them. Let's say their highest good is dead children. In their mind, the highest good that could be is taking the life from children. That person should worship that?
I mean, if that's
that person worship their highest good?
As a general prescription, absolutely yes.
Damn.
Because there's no alternative to it. There's no
let's make one. So let's make one to say, you know what? Life is important. Beings have feelings and don't want to die and the desire to live. So let's make that whatever we following. And it doesn't matter what you think about killing children. We, as Americans, humans, whatever, determine that no, the highest good, despite what you think, is not.
So wait,
your
theory is that this hypothetical schizophrenic person, they're going to listen to rational discourse about the value of a human being.
No.
Then what's
you
the prescription to people?
You are saying that person should worship their highest good, and I am saying, at least that one person should not. And the claim is that all humans should worship God. So if you are defining God as whatever you believe is the highest good, and Bob decides that the highest good is dead children, then he should not worship God.
But we're back.
And you think he should? You just said this man should go kill babies because God. This is the problem with dogma.
That's not
the only way to get people to do.
I didn't say that.
I asked you directly, and you said yes.
I didn't say he
let's
should
go back.
Go
should
and
that
do
man
it.
worship his highest good? His
he
highest
should
good.
worship his highest good. Yes.
Okay, so what does that
that's
actually
the
mean?
best. Again,
What does that actually mean? What does that mean for that man's
that's
thought
the
process?
best anyone. If the fact that you can't provide an alternative, and your alternative is like, oh, I'm gonna talk to this schizophrenic with rationality about human dignity, as if that's gonna work. That's so unbelievably just like r-slurred. It's like that's ridiculous. Like, again, like that,
So
you
again,
have to
why-
you at least agree that the general prescription for humanity is that everyone should worship what they think is the highest.
Yep, but the word all, just like the word men in the last time you got cook prompt, to use your words, matters. If you were to say, in general, people should worship the highest good, I'd be like, yup, sounds good. But that's not what you said.
Yes.
You said all humans, including the guy who, by worshiping his highest good, is going to murder babies. And you said, yes, that should still be the case.
What? You know what, Indian Jesus? If you want to cuck prompt me, I'm going to cuck prompt you back, okay? It doesn't say you should worship what is your version of God. It says you should worship God. So therefore,
then what is God?
I'll punt into theology and say, well, the schizophrenic isn't actually worshiping God. So how do you deal with that? You should worship God.
Okay, so then what is God? So then what is God?
How do you know? Created us?
Okay, how do you know that?
Well, so you want to go into epistemology?
Yeah, how do you know that we were created?
Well, do you?
I mean, outside of biological processes, meaning.
First of all, okay, this will be a whole discussion, but like
that's what we're here for.
I know, but do you agree that you said that you agree that there is a God?
No. That's what makes me an agnostic atheist, that I have no idea if there's a God. There might be a God. I don't even know what I'm not being facetious. I don't know what you mean when you say God, because you keep going back to this and that and that. So maybe I do. Maybe I do believe in God. I don't know what that is.
No, great. I love that. Thank you. I will define it. God is reality. God is logic. God is love. God is all-powerful. God is the being that created us. God is outside of space and time. God is non-temporal. Yes.
So then that goes back to, okay, fine. If you just want to say God is all the good stuff, then you win.
I didn't say
God
all.
means
That's not
nothing.
all the good. That's not.
You don't think logic, reality, love? You don't think those are good things?
They're good things, but that's not.
You're trying to get me to agree to a point, and then I agree to the point, and you get mad that I'm agreeing to your point. Like, fine, you won the whole debate, dude.
Define God. I'm saying God is the being that created all of existence.
But listen to me. Fine, then you win the debate. This was a stupid prompt because God, in the way that I and many other people think of it, has at least some connection to what's in the Bible, to theology, to religion, to any of these things. But if you're just going to say the highest good,
then I prompt cucked you because none of the prompt had anything to do with the Bible.
God is a meaningless, watered down term.
No, it's not meaningless.
Exactly why we need to move beyond Christianity.
No,
it's a bunch of meaningless bullshit.
You know what? As a Christian, stop fucking talking about Christianity. Holy fucking Christ.
Who the fuck are you to tell me who? I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want.
Because
you invited me to talk about Christianity and now you're crying that I'm doing it?
I didn't. Look at the prompt. The prompt is not about Christianity. You are going into Christianity.
Why is that the prompt? Why is that the prompt? What was the original prompt that you agreed to? What was the original prompt that you agreed to? Christianity.
Fucking Obsidian notes. The prompt we agreed to is, should God be? All humans should worship God. Does that talk about Jesus? Does that talk about Christianity?
Bro, don't make me share the screen now. Come on. Like, go scroll back up. The reason we changed that is that's what you said last night. I was like, oh yeah, that sounds good.
And you didn't like it.
But I think
you didn't like it, and you wanted me to. I don't want to like meta talk this, but you didn't like the debate prompt, so you asked to change it, and so we talked in DM.
And we're talking about it, and we landed on all humans should worship God.
Exactly, not a Christian God.
I don't know what you mean by God.
Would you like me to define it again? The being that has created everything.
So then, not the
reality itself.
Is it the being or is it the highest good? Is it love or is it? And again,
all
if
of the above.
Okay, so then fine. It's a meaningless word that just means all
How
of
is
the
that
good
meaningless?
things.
How is all love and all existence and all reality? How is that? That's the opposite.
I didn't say that.
Of
No. I said the word is meaningless.
How is it?
Because it encompasses everything.
Yeah, welcome to God, brother.
What's the difference between good and God?
God encompasses everything. Holy shit!
What's the difference between good and God?
I hope you're having a theological breakthrough right now because, yeah, you're right. It does encompass everything because it's fucking God.
Okay.
That's how God works.
So
okay?
you have to prove that. That is not granted. That is not granted. You have to prove that. That is your claim, and I'm saying I don't think so. So prove it.
The claim isn't if God exists. The claim is should we worship God, right?
So this is what I mean. Every time you go down a road, no, I'm not talking about theology. I'm talking about the highest good. Then I drill down on that, and then you say, no, I'm talking about the highest good.
No.
Pick
I'm not going to
one.
let you pull these cuck tactics. I'll go down any road you want me to go down.
A lot, bro. It's a weird thing.
It's a fun word to say.
Okay, whatever. But again,
I'll go down any road.
The
Whatever
exact
road you want to go down, I'll do it.
Okay, what?
Because I don't want you to accuse me of dodging or running or whatever. I'll engage.
Is God a being, or is God a collection of concepts?
Both.
So is God a? So again, then why are you getting mad when I'm conceding the whole debate that okay, just all of the good things, we should worship the good things? Okay, yeah, I thought we were talking about theology, but that's not what you're talking about.
Because you're conceding it sarcastically and sardonically.
No, I'm really not. Because if you're just
that, yes, you are.
If you're just saying it encompasses all of the things that anyone should like, then yeah, obviously. But that's
what do you want me to do? That's what God is. Do you want me to lie to you and tell you that God is not love? That
no, I would like
God
you to prove.
Pleasure,
I would like you to prove
that God is not all
I would
knowledge.
like you to prove it. I would like you to prove it.
Well, okay. Well, then that's why I asked you if we should do a discussion on if God exists or not. But again, I mean, like, if you want to, we can go.
That's built into the prompt. So go ahead and prove that God is all things.
I'm willing to shift into like an atheism versus theism debate if you want.
All I'm asking you is to prove to me that God is all of the things that you're saying it is. You made that claim. I'm not even here saying you're wrong. I'm just asking you to prove it. You don't get points before you get the points. You have to make the argument first. It doesn't matter that your entire chat already believes what you believe. The fact is you haven't made the argument. Make the argument that God is what you say it is.
I think I already defined God, and
I know you defined God, but you didn't. I could define again. We'll go back to Blue Blah. Blue Blah is a big man that lives in the street. I define Blue Blah, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to prove that Blue Blah exists. So me defining a big blue man in the back of the room does not prove that it exists. So again, if I must worship God, then what is that which I should worship?
I don't think you've addressed either of my three openings. That personally is better to worship God societally and theologically.
Because I don't know what you mean. I'm not being facetious, dude.
How many times do I have to repeat it?
First, you're talking about an omnipotent being, and then you're talking about love, logic, and reality. I don't know what that means.
That's the same thing.
How so?
That's what God is. God is love. God is logic. God is the highest that we can aim toward. God is all of those things. God is ultimate reality.
According to who?
According to like every major religion and spiritual tradition on the fucking planet. I mean, like if we want to go down a definitional rabbit hole, what else do people mean by God? Like the only people who mean something else by God is people that are theologically.
That's why God is very, 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 very bad at being a word. I promise you. When you go to church and you think to yourself, what is God? You're going to have an idea in your head. Then you go inside and sit in the pew and turn to the person to your right and say, what is God? They're going to give you a different answer. Then you turn to the person to your left and you ask them, what is God? And you are going to get a third answer. I don't know what you mean. I understand in general that maybe it has something to do with good stuff and maybe it has something to do with Yahweh in the Bible. But you need to define it.
I've defined it. Stop playing.
Excuse me. Sorry, you need to prove it. Sorry, you did define it many times. You need to prove it.
Again, yes. Can I? The prompt is: should we worship God?
Just for clarification, are we trying to prove the existence of God? Or are we trying to prove that you should believe in a God of some description? I'm a little lost and a little confused. So you guys are in the weeds.
He's saying we need to worship something. I'm just trying to determine what that thing is. First, he was talking about a being and that's omnipotent, and now he was talking about.
I don't know how.
So then you're saying, okay, it's all those things. I'm saying, okay, I didn't know that. Can you prove that that's the case?
That's
not
the
your argument that God is all things. Okay, then
do you want to go into like the fucking cosmological and teleological and ontological argument? Like this is like that's so in the weeds though. We're talking about should you worship the God? I'm defining God as every major religion and even quasi-religious.
And I think they're all. I don't think any of them have proved it. Just because a bunch of people said a thing doesn't make it true.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. Do you want to pivot now into a conversation of does God exist? Because I asked you that before, and you said you didn't want to do that.
I don't think it's a pivot, but sure, yes.
But
I think that's central to the prompt. Defining the words in the prompt. I don't think it's a pivot.
Not central.
Fine,
it's not central to the prompt. To be
okay,
clear.
so then fine. I'm a big pivoter. Let's pivot to the exact words in the prompt.
Just again for clarification, are you guys saying that in order to believe something, you need to know it? Is that what I'm lost here, guys. You guys have like gone deep down a couple of different rabbit holes. And I think I think you're making a very circular argument. And I'm not trying to reframe your argument. I'm just asking some clarifying questions.
Well, I genuinely think that I already conceded the debate. I mean, if we're just going to water down the word, if we're going to water the word God down to just those things, then okay, yeah, I thought we were talking about something that had to do with a being that has a plan, that is omnipotent.
How is the creator of all things, reality,
and also love, and also logic, and also things that are pretty, and also the funny feelings, and
you said I'm talking out of both sides.
So if God means everything, then God means nothing. If it encompasses everything, then it is a meaningless word.
No, that's just absurd. That's on its face absurd.
How so? Again, you're just making claims. You're just
I'm not making claims. I'm not making claims. What you
that
just
is
said
absurd is a claim.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, you are making claims, and then
said I'm just brother. If you're gonna focus on my words, I'm focusing on fucking yours. You said I'm just making claims. I'm not just making claims. Okay, I'm making claims.
You
and
keep making claims and then not backing them up.
Again, if you want to go into the, I feel like maybe Grid was onto something with this because like I feel like we are getting a bit lost in the sauce here because like we could pivot into like does God exist or not, but that will be a whole different discussion. So my criteria is that we
hold on just one second. So I don't normally do this, but you guys are just like I think partially you're talking past each other, and then I think partially you're just butting heads. So I'm not trying to reframe your arguments. I just want to try and clarify just for my own personal sanity. So the prompt is, should all humans believe in God? And you guys clarified at the beginning that could be the God of flowers or whatever. It doesn't matter. You should believe in God. So why you guys continue to argue over the existence of God or what God is or isn't is I don't see where it ties into your prompt, and I'm trying to steer you back on course. The question before us is should or should not people believe in God? Well, and I don't think you guys are really. I think you guys are like shotgunning around it, but I don't think you're centering on it.
I agree. I agree fully with everything you said, Grid. I just want to clarify the prompt is should you worship God, not should you believe in God.
Okay, worship God. Okay, thank you. Appreciate
but everything else you said, absolutely, go ahead. I want to return to that. And Jesus, I guess I want you. I feel like I don't think, and maybe I'm cucked. Okay. I know you love when I say that.
Favorite word.
But like what on my 3 points, okay, which one do you disagree with? Because in my opening I said that from a personal point of view, it is beneficial to a human to worship God. Okay. From a societal level, it is beneficial because it builds cohesion and it creates good societies.
Yeah,
from a theological perspective, it builds an ought claim. So which of those 3 points
cohesion? The cohesion.
Okay, so you don't.
I think it's very clear that we are divided. At least if we can we just talk about America, or
that's because we don't have the same religion, though, right? That's because we don't.
I know, except you all use the same word, God, and that is why
we don't
need to drill down on that word.
No, what percent of Americans are agnostic atheists like yourself? We don't all worship
40%?
God. Do you? That's my point. Do you worship God, Indian Jesus?
No.
Do you
So-
worship God?
Well, I don't know because if you're saying love and being,
you don't know, which
Okay,
doesn't
but
build social cohesion. Worshiping God builds social cohesion. In every culture it's been practiced, even if it's maladaptive to other people, it builds social cohesion. So if that's the point you want to go on, I don't know how you're going to fucking win that one, because every culture that has a shared religiosity, a shared mythos, they build cohesion. America is a terrible example because we don't have a shared religiosity at all. We have a
Right, but that's-
completely divided one.
Okay, so let me talk about that. Then I think that is I think you're absolutely right. And so if we're talking about the social cohesion, and then we are talking about God, most people, even if you in this particular debate aren't talking about Yahweh, the God of the Bible, that's what most people think of when you say the word God. And so if we are saying you must be with God, and people don't believe in that, then we have a lot of division based on that that word, that belief, that ideology. I don't believe that if we could move to something that is actually provable, then I think that would lead to more social
Didn't
cohesion.
you just say that 40% of Americans, I mean, this is me quoting you. I don't know the current stats.
Something like that.
48% of Americans are agnostic atheists. So those people probably don't worship God. So to use
Well, it
America,
depends. Right, but Confluence, this is what I'm saying the whole time. Do you think that every agnostic atheist hates love, hates logic, hates reality? Is that what you think? No, they hate the man in the sky version. So again, you are
don't think they worship. I'm not jumping back and forth.
Semantic obfuscation again. You see it right here.
I am not.
When it's convenient,
No.
then it's a feeling, and it's about love, and it's about logic, and it's about reality. We go that way. When it's more convenient that it's a being that can do things that's in the sky, then we go down that road.
Jesus. I mean, let me ask you this. This is a simple question.
Because you said it was all of it. So I don't know why.
Let me ask you a simple question, okay? Of those like 40% of agnostic atheists, again, your quote, not mine, your stat, not mine. Do you think those 40% would say they worship God? If they were polled,
no.
Exactly, they would say no. So how on fucking earth are you using America as an example? America is divided precisely.
Would you like an answer to your question, or are you just ranting? Are you just ranting, or would you like an answer to your question?
Ranting.
Or are you just going to go long enough that I forget what your actual question was, so that it seems like I don't have an answer?
wasn't talking that long, brother. Okay,
you keep doing it. You keep doing it. You keep doing it. You keep asking me a question, then I start to answer, and then you keep going. Yet again, I forgot what your question was.
If you cut me off before I'm done my fucking point, then fucking
don't answer. Don't ask me a question if you don't want me to talk.
I'm asking.
Make your point and then ask the question.
I'm sorry. A question's not like 3 seconds long. A question can be like maybe like.
I'm waiting until
15 seconds.
Guys, just.
No, you are asking questions, and then when I start to answer, you are talking over me. This is the third time you've done this, and now again, I don't remember.
Bullshit. No, that's fuck. You talked over me. You talked over. I was mid-explaining.
I'm not saying I never talked over you. I'm not claiming to be perfect here. I'm just saying in the moment, I am trying to answer the question, and then you ramp up because I'm talking over your talking while I'm trying to answer the question. So if you ask me a question, please let me answer the question.
But okay, answer. If you think you know, if you think you can prophesize the future,
so
what I was going to say, answer my fucking question.
I'm just going to go down a different route because I don't remember.
Answer.
I don't remember, dude. You were talking too long. I don't remember.
Okay, guys. Let's try and reset here, okay?
That's why I want you to let me answer so that I can remember the question.
If I may ask one question of both of you, has there ever been in the history of the world that we know of an actual atheistic society?
Nope. No. Well, a successful one, no. But yeah, there have been.
There has?
Yeah, I mean, not like on a national scale, but there's groups of.
Yeah, I mean, like a society, Incas. Maybe not that. I'm asking you guys because you guys are hurting my brain, and
not that I know.
I'm trying to help you reframe this or not reframe it, but I'm trying to help you move past this. You guys are butting heads, and you won't let it go, and you keep coming back to it. So I'm trying to move you forward a little bit by throwing you a little bit of a bone and saying,
we can say the Nazis were atheistic.
That's not true. That's a lack of historical knowledge. Okay, I'm sorry.
So fine. Let's stick on that then. So,
on the Nazis,
let's take it to the extreme. Let's take it to the extreme so that we could see where the point is, and we'll drill down on it. So you're saying social cohesion is a good thing, and the whether you want to talk about Nazis, whether you want to talk about the USSR, whether you want to talk about any kind of North Korea, there's a lot of social cohesion there. I don't know that inherently social cohesion is a good thing. I think being cohesive around the right things is very good, but I don't think social cohesion in and of itself is necessarily a moral good.
If I use the term microcosm, do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So on a microcosmic level, yes, I would say social cohesion is always a good thing, even if we punt to bad things like the Nazis or to the Incas or to the Mayans or the Aztecs. I think social cohesion is still a good thing on a microcosmic scale. Now, on a macroscopic level, yes, it's not good, but that ties into what I said originally about the epistemological gap that goes from like the knowability of like what people think is the best versus what is actually the best.
Okay, so maybe I'm not fully understanding. Can you dive into that? Maybe I'm not fully understanding what you're saying there.
Okay, what
when
point,
you say that you're talking about the gap between the knowability and the actuality or the existence of it. But I think what you're saying is what I think you're saying is basically that just because we don't know that something is there doesn't mean it's not there.
No, not
so
really. If I'm understanding you correctly, I'm saying like me as a person. Okay, like I'll use me as a personal example. I try to punt into divinity to the best of my ability. But I acknowledge that there could be an epistemological gap, that maybe the all-knowing, the all-reality of God is like far beyond, is trans-rational, and I can't possibly access it, right? I know that, but I'm trying my best.
How do you know that?
Well, because how do I know what?
That you can't reach it.
Well, okay, well I feel like that's a kind of a wild question, but like I would say just
what you're saying, brother.
No, it's a fair question. It's a fair question. It's just it threw me off a bit because I guess to me it seems obvious that because we all disagree and everyone is trying to be rational, and none of us agree on the specifics, that therefore God is probably trans-rational and transcendent of my personal opinions on. I have certain predilections that's going to bias me, and I think everybody does, and so we all see God, through an unclear lens, right? Like we're all kind of like, seeing God unclearly, right? I mean, I think that's what everyone kind of would agree with, right? Like we're
brother, you're using this word a lot, and we have not. I'm not being facetious.
Which word?
God. Again, I'm trying to nail down.
First, I'm going to use the word.
Yeah, but that's why I'm trying to nail down on it. Are you talking about a being that is omnipotent and goated and red-pilled, like you said in your opening, or, which you did not say in your opening, God is all things, that is love and reality and logic. And
I
actually
it is both, did. If you wanna watch the VOD later, I actually did say that.
I'm definitely going to be reviewing this. And,
okay, good. Good.
So
because I said from a personal point of view, yes, you will attain to the highest. And I said specifically that could be your highest self. That could be the best that you can attain. It might not be the actual God that exists, but I'm saying you should do your best. And do you at least understand my personal analogy of me wanting to punt into divinity?
Yes, but my problem,
I don't know if I'm able to break that veil into what actual God is. I'm sure when I die, I'll meet God, and I'll be like, I was like wrong about so many things. Oh, maybe Trump was actually a reptilian. Oh shit. Oh, okay, Jesus, I'm so sorry. I'm sure that could happen, right? That like I admit there's like an epistemological lacking that happens.
I forgot the question again, man. You did it again. You asked me a question and then you kept talking, and now I don't remember what the hell you said.
Are you a fucking Zoomer brain?
Apparently, man. I don't know what. I'm sorry.
20 seconds.
Well, why don't you? I don't understand why you keep asking questions, and then when I go to answer, you're still talking. Just let me answer the question.
I literally didn't interrupt you. I was just talking.
You did though, but you asked a question. So you were like, "Why do you think this, that, because that is bad?" But I'm ready to answer the question. I already understand the question. You don't need to further explain the question. I understand the question, and then I start talking, and you keep explaining the question that I already understand. Right. By the time I get to talk, I don't remember what the fucking question was.
So you don't remember what my question was?
No. What was your original question on this specific thing?
Well, fuck. Now I don't remember.
Oh, yeah.
That's because of you. That's
So-
because of you.
So when you ask a question, you stop. If I don't talk and that's a sign that maybe I need more explanation. But if you'll notice, I do my best all of the time to immediately answer yes or no questions because it pisses me the fuck off when people don't answer my questions. So yes. No.
Sometimes I'm sorry, brother. Sometimes a question needs context, and if you can't listen to 20 seconds of context, I don't know what to tell you. You got to stop watching less kinetic sand videos, okay? Like fucking Christ. You it's not like I'm filibustering for 3 minutes. It's like it was like you can watch the VOD. I was probably talking like 20-30 seconds at
No,
most.
I'm not saying you're droning on.
That.
But then the point is I'm getting frustrated and now you're explaining things and I'm trying to remember what I'm saying and then you're saying something else and then I'm responding to that in my mind and now so now I'm responding to 5 different things at once because you're gish galloping. Either give me the context first and then ask me the question.
I was gonna give you that.
I will give you that. Maybe I'm stupid.
I was going to give you that until you said gish, because that is definitionally not a gish gallop. Okay, that is not that was me asking a question explaining.
That was my bad.
But I'll agree. Okay, I'll try to be more concise. Okay, look, I love you.
I love you too, brother. Well, let's try to get this back on the rail.
Yeah.
So we were at social cohesion, and I was saying social cohesion is not inherently a good, not necessarily inherently a good thing. You agree or disagree?
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. This is what I guess I would ask you. I'll try to make this concise. Okay. Microcosmically, you said you understood what I meant by that. That it is a good thing on a micro level. It is macrocosmically.
Wait, what's good on a micro level?
Well, like if you want to, like, I don't want to like break TOS, but like on a German level in like 1940s. Yes, they were like probably on a microcosmic level. They were probably on the same page, and that was probably good at the time for Germany. But that doesn't mean it was good objectively. It doesn't mean it was good on a macrocosmic level. But for their social cohesion, it was probably good. Same for the Inca.
Right. No. I'm not disagreeing. Right. I'm not disagreeing that it created the social cohesion. What I'm saying is, why is that necessarily a good thing?
I'm saying it's a good thing for societies to be cohesively aligned, and that can be in disalignment with a macrocosmic lens.
So again, you're saying the Yahtzees then are that was good that they all had the same beliefs because it helped them, but it helped them do a bad thing. So, like, that's where I'm getting confused. I think helping somebody do a bad thing is morally not good. We ought not help bad people do immoral things. Would you agree with that statement?
Well,
we ought not.
Say it again.
We ought not help people do immoral things.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So that is what you're appealing to in the cohesion of the of Yahtzee Germany.
I'm not. Let me throw an analogy at you if you'll let me. Please. Like, okay, so let's say you have like some random tribal group, okay? Let's say they're internally cohesive, and let's say they're in the wrong and they're fighting another tribal group. It's on a microcosmic level, it's good that they're banded together to fight against the other tribe. Okay,
Why?
That's a good thing. It creates social cohesion.
It's beneficial.
For
that
the
doesn't
society.
mean it's moral. Right. Beneficial and moral are not the same thing.
I separated clearly in my prompts 3 things: personal, societal,
I'm just sticking on the cohesion. You're saying cohesion is a moral good, and I'm saying that just because it is effective doesn't mean it's a moral good.
No, that's not what I said, and that's not what I said.
Okay, then I misunderstood. Please try again.
That's just not what I said. Yeah, I said it creates social cohesion, and it does. If you have a tribe, even if they're warring against another tribe, right? They have the social cohesion because they have a shared religiosity, they have a shared belief structure, whatever, and they're on the same page. That is a net good for that society.
For them, right? That isn't a them. So wait, do you believe that morality is subjective or objective?
Objective.
Okay, so then their subjective opinion doesn't really matter. It doesn't mean if it's good for them. That has nothing to do with morality.
I think that's
because it's bad for the other tribe, right?
I don't want to say
that, right?
But that kind of is cocked, okay?
So you would agree that if tribe A has more social cohesion, that's better for group A and worse for group B. That doesn't have as much social cohesion, correct?
Yeah, but we're talking.
So then it's not a moral good.
No, but you said we're talking on a microcosmic level. You said you understood that, right?
I understand what you're saying. I disagree that
do you disagree about what the microcosmic level is? Like if a
no,
tribe,
I'm saying it doesn't apply. I'm saying it doesn't apply even on because even on the microscopic microcosm level, it is not a moral good. It is a practical good.
None of my prompt was about the societal good being a moral good, though.
Is an ought claim. We ought to do this.
The third point was an odd claim. I tried to be so clear in my opening. The third point.
What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong here? I'm doing my best, and I am so lost, dude.
Okay, I will try to. Okay,
you brought up.
Let me talk. No, let me explain. The first 1 and 2, those are like more utilitarian arguments. The first one was a personal one. What's best for you? The second one is a society. What's best for your microcosm, your society? The third one is the ought claim. Okay. The third one is saying that because God exists, we should worship him because he has created us. He's created all reality. So that's what I'm talking about. So the first 1 and 2, those are more utilitarian. Okay. Just to be clear, just to like, I'm trying to like.
You're saying you gave 3 premises for a conclusion, correct?
Yes.
And so I'm attacking one of your premises. Why is that an issue?
It's not an issue. It's just you're saying the second one is a moral claim when it's not. I never made a moral claim about the second one. I never made a moral claim about the first one.
But you're saying you're saying we should worship God because, among other things, social cohesion.
Yes.
So why should we want social cohesion? That's what I'm asking.
You're adding morality to the second claim.
No, I'm not. Should is a moral claim. If you're saying you should do something, that is a moral claim. This entire thing is a moral thing.
No, that is just.
Give me an example of telling somebody that you should or should not do something that is not a moral claim.
That again, I will say this is semantic overload. You can talk about like engineering. You can say this. You should build the bridge this way. That's not a moral claim, you know. Someone could tell me. I play like Mario 64 Kaizo, and someone could tell me you should do this technique this way.
Okay,
it's
so
not
let's take
a
that
moral
example.
thing they're telling me.
Okay, so let's take that example. The engineer should put this bolt there. That's not a moral claim. Why not?
Well, I feel like you're gonna like fuck me on like some like, oh well, the bridge might collapse. That's why I immediately went to video game analogy. So let's.
You immediately went to the bridge, the engineer. That's why I stuck on the engineer so that I
know. Okay, no, but I want to clarify. Let's go to a video game analogy with something more trivial.
Okay, so give me the video game analogy.
Someone says you're playing, Elden Ring, and you should dodge this attack by Melania by using this, dodge technique, right? That's not a moral ought. Right. I think Jay Dyer made this mistake, I think against Erudite, where he said that all oughts are moral. That's philosophically retarded. All oughts are not moral. Jay Dyer, as much as like, I am predisposed to like Jay Dyer, but he was wrong there. All moral claims are not ought claims. All ought claims are not moral claims.
Okay, fair. So then would you say that the claim all humans should worship God is a moral claim?
It's both. It's both. Don't put your don't.
It's just all of the everything. It's just all of the things. I'm trying to drill down on something, and it's just all of the things.
I don't know how I can more clearly delineate this. The first and second are not moral ought claims. The third is the moral ought claim.
Yeah, but those are premises for the main prompt. You're breaking down things from a moral claim and then talking about non-moral aspects. And then when I bring it back to the moral aspect of the claim, the main claim, the reason we're here tonight, you can't be like, well, that part wasn't about morality, so you can't talk about it.
No, okay. Let's.
Can you agree that you're not addressing my questions because you don't believe that they are in line with what we're talking about?
I'm addressing all your questions.
You're not. You keep saying, well, that's this, and that's this, and well, this is that, and well, this is what you're not understanding.
Look, I want to move it forward, but tell me what question am I not addressing? I guess if you think I'm not.
Do you believe that the main prompt tonight, that all humans should worship God, that one claim, is that a moral claim or no? Yes, it is a moral claim. No, it's not a moral claim.
It's both.
How can it? Can you elaborate?
I mean, I feel like I just did with talking about like video games, right? You can have
We
a
didn't get that far.
should. You can have
You
a
didn't give me the
should.
analogy again. So go ahead and give me the video game analogy. You didn't do that again.
Wait,
We're
wait.
talking. Yeah, we were talking about that. We were drilling down on the engineer, and you were talking about the video game, and we didn't get there. So go ahead. Give me the video game analogy.
I feel like I already did, and maybe I'm like time warped right now. But like, I felt like someone again. Oh, so I'll say it again. Like in Elden Ring, they could be like, "Oh, to beat this boss."
Definitely have not brought up Elden Ring. But go ahead.
I maybe I'm
Just
crazy.
go, dude. Just go. Come on. Just say the thing.
No, I'll do it. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm saying, let's say you're playing Elden Ring. Someone says, "Oh, to dodge Melania's attack, you should roll backwards when she does her
This is a
water
bad
foul."
example. I don't know anything about this game.
Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I don't know what
no,
you're
it
saying.
doesn't
You're trying
matter.
to give me an analogy to better understand the prompt, and I don't
Okay.
understand. I understand the prompt, but I don't understand the
Tell me a
analogy.
game. Tell me any game you play. Tell me
I
any
don't
game.
play games.
Okay, you
That's
play-
why I thought the engineer thing
Oh my
that you
God.
brought up was a good example.
No, but I just.
But then you didn't like it because it didn't fit.
Okay, you can.
Semantic obfuscation. I'm going to give you an example of
No.
something that I want to prove.
No,
okay, I'm going to
look.
drill down on the example
No,
that you give.
no, I feel-
Actually, no, it's not a good example.
No, I feel like you're being slightly bad faith right now because you can at least imagine a video game. It doesn't matter
Dude,
if you know.
hold
it or
on, hold
not.
on. No.
No,
When you're talking about
don't
the
hold
Elden
on,
Ring
B.
and this name and the Narnia, and I don't know what any of those words mean.
I'm trying to be entertaining, but imagine any generic
but I-
video game. Someone tells you you should do this to win the game. Imagine you can imagine that even if you don't play games.
Yes.
You
Yes.
should do this. That's not a moral claim. It's not a moral ought. Not every ought claim is moral, and that's
Yeah,
what
we already
Erudite said
established that.
against Jay Dyer.
We already established that.
Wait, then why
Not
are
all
you
art
making me
claims.
go
Fine,
back?
not all art claims are moral. But
Then why'd you make me fucking repeat the video?
because I
game
thought you were going to
shit?
address my question. Do you believe that this is a moral claim? And you said it's both. And I asked you how it's both. And then you went back to the video game thing.
Okay, no, okay, that's fine.
How is it both?
Maybe we
It is
talk
both
past each
because
other.
it is both because
Yes, it is both because in my first example of personal, it's not an ought. In second, it's not. In third, it is. That's I don't know how more clear I can be. The third one's theological, the first one is personal, the second one is societal. So the first two are more utilitarian. And again, we haven't talked about the personal. So I don't know if you're down to go with that,
Sure.
but I think
let's try that because this
Okay.
shit ain't working.
Okay, so I would say that the best, no matter what religion you have, the best thing you can do, if it's meditation, if it's astral projection, if it's remote viewing, if it's praying, if it's going to catechism, whatever the fuck it is, that's better than not doing that spiritual thing that you think is the highest. I think personally, the thing that you think is the highest is probably the best thing to do for yourself, not an ought claim. Again, I just want to get that out of the way. Not an ought claim.
But I don't.
I
Okay,
just
so
think
but I
it's
don't
best
agree with that
for you.
part. Can we nail down on that part? I don't agree with that part
Okay, go ahead.
because as we brought up the crazy guy, his highest good is the dead babies, and so I know we're retreading, but I'm genuinely confused as to why
You have to go to that example to like.
yes,
to prove
because it's a
it.
good example of you saying all people should do this thing, and then the people do the thing, and it's a bad thing. So why should that? Why does it not?
But we're talking. Okay, but I guess
If it's
I
so
would
stupid,
say-
then just tell me. It should be
No,
very
I'll
easy.
tell
Oh,
you.
because of
No,
X, Y, Z. Just tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Worshiping doesn't mean that you necessarily do an action. Okay, I'm not saying worshiping means that you like
Fair.
necessarily do every single thing that comes to your mind.
Fair, but you're still saying that he should worship the notion of dead children.
Guys, give me just 1 second here. So, shockingly, you've been at this for an hour and a half now.
This might
Man,
be
I'm sorry.
3, 4,
Is it-
5 harder.
Are you not entertained though?
entertained?
No, actually, right now I'm like,
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
you guys are trying.
Can I make
There's a couple of things because I'd like to get you guys to have a half hour of really good back and forth and that sort of thing because you guys are basically, I don't know what this is really, but it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good entertainment for sure.
That's what I said.
But so I think you guys have been talking past each other a lot. and you keep throwing in atheism, some other things, kind of trying to pull at threads. I understand it. I understand the tactics to some degree, but it doesn't seem like, to me, you guys can disagree. Please do if you don't agree with me. It seems like Confluence, you have kind of a pretty good framework of an argument. You don't seem to think that, and tell me if I'm wrong, that IJ is directly appealing to your points or addressing your points. He feels like he is, but you guys just end up talking past each other. Some of this is that you guys, one of the things that's really important is you got to have clear definitions. You have to agree on what things mean. You guys don't agree on what things mean. And so it's hard for you. So you guys are trying to establish this on the fly while you're arguing. And I mean, come on, we've seen the train wrecks that's caused, right? I mean, in other debates.
Put us back on track. I think we both probably agree, but like, fucking set us straight, okay? I think Jesus would agree with that.
I mean, I agree with everything you just said, and that's why I don't think
Grid,
that
fix us.
I can't fix you. I can
Grid.
All I can do is just try and give you a framework with which to hopefully have a good 20 or so minutes, because now we'll be at 2 hours, which you guys
so
blown away that you would be that long. So let me give you guys a framework here, okay? So basically, what you're really arguing, you guys aren't arguing that all humans should believe in God. What you're really arguing is religion is good for society. That's what you guys are really arguing. You guys keep kind of dancing around it. The atheism, Nazism, all of these kinds of things, just kind of, you dance around it. But what you're really saying is religion, or what Confluence is saying is religion is good for society. What it sounds like IJ is saying is religion can be good for society, but society doesn't need it to be good.
But then
I'm not sure how you guys can argue that out, because you're basically saying the same thing.
Okay, that's fair. But the one thing IJ hasn't talked about is my first prompt,
what's your first
or my first thing, which IJ, the personal, because like the society thing, I feel like we have gone over that, and maybe I think we danced in circles. I think
so. I think it. So I don't know, specifically your personal beliefs. So I think that we could have an interesting, within that hour, we can have an interesting conversation about Christianity specifically. If we bring it down to Christianity specifically instead of God, that's a more well-defined thing. Sure. So, I mean, I do believe that. The point that I would say is, we should. So you wouldn't get behind we should worship the Christian God?
Well, as a Christian, I absolutely would get behind that. Yeah.
Okay. So do you want to just do that for the saving grace to the last 30 minutes?
Sure. Let's fucking do it.
I mean, all right. So the Old Testament God is the New Testament God, and knew it was going to happen, and still was an asshole for thousands and thousands of years. So even if he does exist, I'm not going to worship an asshole.
I don't want to like, I'm trying to think, because I don't want to like be like a heretic here. I don't know how much heresy this is, but I think tell me if I don't want to say the word cucked again, but tell me if this is cucked. Okay. So I think God in the scripture clearly, I mean, I went to seminary. Okay. Just like for background, I did a master in theology. Okay. So, and I don't know if this is like a degenerate talking point from like the ortho Christian point of view, but I think God has clearly evolved with humans, because I think God and humans are inextricably tied together. So I think if you look at like the Torah, and I don't want to filibuster, I'll try to say this quick. Okay. So the Torah, you have like some like stuff that seems crazy. You go to the prophets, it seems like it's better. You go to like the New Testament, or you go go to the intertestament period, it seems better. Then you go to the New Testament, it seems even better. You see God kind of working with humanity as you go. So that's why you see like bad things in like the Torah and like the beginning of the Old Testament. So that's what I would say. And then the New Testament is obviously like way more kind of what we would like cling to, right?
I genuinely apologize if I missed this, but I didn't hear you addressing the fact that I'm saying that God is an asshole. So even if he existed, you're talking about how it's different, but if he's omnipotent, then that shouldn't matter because
I think
maybe I missed it. I apologize.
Maybe I guess I'm saying God, to quote C.S. Lewis, God is a gentleman. Okay, so I think God.
Genocide, murder, instructions for slavery, allowing people to be paid.
That was my point. That was my point.
Maybe just quickly, I apologize. Genuinely.
That's fine. That's no shade. No, that's fine. That's fine. So I'm saying I think God is a gentleman. God is inextricably tied to humans. Okay, and this might be a heresy, but I think God and humans are completely linked, like totally. So I think in the Torah you have stuff with slavery and like stoning LGBTQ people, right? Like you have like a bunch of stuff that we don't follow. Then you get to the prophet period and it seems like there's more rights for people and it seems more better. And you get to the intertestamental period where it seems better, right? Like in Maccabees and stuff, in like the Deuterocanon, I can't say that word right now. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Not Deuteronomy, the Deuterocanonicon, the stuff that Catholics have in their books that Protestants don't.
So
and then you get to the New Testament, and then it's like, oh, we shouldn't stone this one for adultery, and then we can kind of project forward. So I would see.
So, but my question,
parabolic curve of going upward with Christianity.
But God already knew. God already knew what was going to happen.
But he chooses to enter into with you.
I think that's an asshole. If you know what's going to happen and you can make it not bad and you let it be bad, then that's bad.
No, okay. I think I'm gonna lose grid on this. I think I'm gonna lose maybe most of the audience.
Just say it, brother. Come on, spit it out.
Okay, I'll spit it out. I think God wanted them to eat the fruit. I think God wanted, because my view of like God being omniscient and stuff, I think the only explanation is God. There was some benefit. The innocence was worse than the purity that we will attain later. So yes, Adam and Eve had innocence.
Fair. So
you go forward in a parabola, and we are constantly evolving into a better form of Christianity.
Okay, so I'll give you two questions, and you can pick whichever one is easier for you to answer.
Okay, good. I'll pick the easier one.
That came out like I was trying to be. I just meant for the flow of the conversation. So you said God is tied to humans, and you said
yes.
God wanted them to eat the fruit.
Yes.
Can you give? I know that you think these things. Can you establish that there's any reason that I should believe them, or is it just what you think? And
I'll concede at this point. This is just me logicking it out. I think I guess my proof would be God is omniscient. He knows everything. He's all powerful.
So he knows what Adam, because he let bad things happen.
No, he's not an asshole.
Even though he could have made it just perfect.
Okay,
well, let's start there. Could God have just made a perfect utopia for humans?
You said
that was a question.
You're cutting me off. Okay, brother. I'm saying that the state that Adam and Eve was in was innocent, but it wasn't perfect. And I think by bringing sin into the world and having the redemption
what you think,
of Christ, you're interrupting me again. I thought that was
talking about what you think. I'm asking about evidence, and you keep telling me about what you think and what you believe. I know what you think and you believe. I wrote it down. That's why I'm asking you again, you are making claims and you think that you're granted. You have to prove these things. I know this is what you guys believe, but this is the entire problem.
I'm giving it to you.
This is the entire problem that nobody ever has to drill down. Oh yeah, God is everything.
Then shut up. I love you. I love you, Indian. I don't mean no disrespect, okay? But just let me.
Evidence. I know you think.
I know
that. What is the evidence?
I know. if by evidence you mean empiricism, then I have none. Of course not. But I'm talking about logic, right? I'm talking if we assume that God is all knowing and all powerful, then he knew that Adam and
Wait,
Eve
don't assume that. You're assuming that. That's my whole point. You're
Let
assuming a
me
bunch of
talk. Let me fucking you got
Okay.
mad at
Okay,
me
go
for
ahead. I
not.
apologize. Go ahead.
Okay.
Guys. Just
Okay.
take a
I'm-
breath. Take a breath. It's
I'll take a
okay.
breath. I'll take a breath. Okay. I'll calm down. But I'm just saying, Indian Jesus, hear me out. Okay. I'm saying, not empirically, not scientific method. Obviously, I can't prove that. Nobody fucking can. We're talking about religion, right? Like, I'm saying, if God is omniscient, he knows everything. He's omnipotent. He can do everything. He knew Adam and Eve would eat the fruit. Okay. So I'm saying that the state of innocence that Adam and Eve were in is a lesser state than the state that we would be in an eschatological sense in the future. That they were innocent, but they were not pure. And I would say Christ makes us pure. And I guess you're asking for evidence. And I guess what I would say, and I'm sorry, you're gonna say I'm talking too long, but like, try to hold on. Just like give me a sec, okay? Thank you, brother. Okay, I think that the state that we will be in the future is better, and I think that is justification for God allowing that. That doesn't make God an asshole. That means that our future state is better than our former state because purity is better than innocence. And Adam and Eve were just innocent, and then we go through the whole process of the Old Testament to Intertestament to New Testament to current day to future, and now we'll ultimately be better. I guess what do
So
you
again,
think
I
about
know
that?
Can I go now?
Yeah, go.
Okay, so I know you think those things. I wasn't confused that that's what you believe. What I'm asking is for evidence that that is the truth. No, you just gave me. I think this because of that, because of that, because of that. If you're
No,
if you're using the Bible to prove the Bible, that is
no, I
is
didn't. No, Jesus, holy fucking
what.
fucking fuck. I didn't. I appealed to the logic. I specifically said I can't empirically prove this.
Okay, that's what I'm asking for. So glad we agree.
I can't empirically, but I can
okay,
logically
great.
prove it.
So fine. So if that's the case, then you can't use that. That is your fate.
No,
as,
empiricism is not the only form of knowing. Holy, that's cucked again. That word, but that is cucked to think that empiricism is the only form of knowing. Rationality and
I don't think I said that. I don't think I said that.
Well,
Don't
then
put
why
words in
are
my
you
mouth.
saying?
I didn't use the word empiricism. I said, how do you know? What is the evidence? And
I gave the evidence. So
Okay,
I don't know. Do I have to say it again?
So then but that brings us back to the validity of what is in the Bible. If you're using the scripture to prove what's in the scripture, that's circular.
I'm not doing that. I never fucking did that, brother. I never did that once. I'm saying if we're accepting the Adam and Eve story about them being corrupted.
I'm not accepting it. That's
Okay,
my
well,
whole
now
point.
So if you want to go into a different discussion,
I'm not accepting it because I don't have evidence. I'm asking you for evidence, and then you told me what you think, and I'm asking for evidence. You said if we assume, you want to keep these points for yourself without proving them. You have to give the evidence. You have to make the argument. You don't just get to say it because you have faith.
Conceded God is an asshole because he knew that the fruit would be eaten. Okay, you said that. You said that makes him an asshole. So I'm playing onto that. So you can't punt back into like scriptural hermeneutic authority and be like, well, maybe we don't know if those stories even happened. That's a different fucking topic for a different fucking day.
Okay, fine. So let's try this again, and I will not try. I will do my best not to zoom out, and we will assume that God exists. We'll assume that Christianity is true. And you're saying God is, you said God is tied to humans. That was your first thing. Yes. Can you elaborate on that and give me some way that I can be on the same page as you and believe that God is tied to humans?
Well, okay, I will. I don't want to repeat myself, but I guess I will. I would say that if you look at the Torah, right, the first 5 books, the Genesis to Deuteronomy, you see God being kind of what Christopher Hitchens called like a vengeful God, right? And Richard Dawkins and the other like new atheists, right? And then you move into like the prophets and stuff, and you see God being more amicable toward people, and it like kind of like gets better. And then you go into the intertestamental period, and it's with First and Second Maccabees, and it's not in the Protestant Bible, but again, it seems like it's better, and you get into the New Testament, and you have Jesus being like, don't stone that whore that committed adultery. Like, we should like not do that, right? And so we kind of there's a progression.
Gentlemen, we are now in at an hour and 40 minutes. I would like to give each of you a 10-minute closing. If you could just make your final points, and then we'll move into the closing, that would be great. That would be a 2-hour debate.
Seems like this one needs 6.
Huh?
I said it seems like this one needs 6.
I know.
It really seems like so. I'm gonna offer some suggestions before we go back. Next time, really narrow the prompt down. If you have to agree on definitions beforehand, I think the problem is that you guys talked about it last night, decided to do it today. We probably should have done this next week or even the week after to give you guys time to go back and forth and sort out, because this is a first of all, it's really broad prompt, but then it's very nuanced with a lot of definitions, a lot of things you guys have to grant each other to even have the conversation. You guys are getting bogged down because you can't have the conversation without, he says something, you go, well, what do you mean by that? And he says, well, this, and you go, well, no, I don't agree with that. This is what I think it should mean. He goes, no, I don't agree with that. Now you've got to come to an agreement, and you haven't even made progress towards your main topic. You're still fighting all the side battles. So while it's been entertaining to me, I think that it would be a much better debate if you guys and I do actually want to hear you guys have a debate like this, because I think if you guys really nail it down, it's gonna be epic, honestly.
This ain't the end of the con.
You guys. I think you guys
this is the beginning.
Out. Maybe in a week or two, you guys could come back to it and really hammer something out and really make a hell of a debate out of it. But in the meantime, if you can just make your final points and then go in, and we'll just roll into the closings. And so, Indian Jesus, you will go first. Confluence, you will go second. I'll give you guys I'd like it 10 minutes.
10 minutes is a long time. I'm ready to go to closing, but I'm happy to just concede.
It seemed like I didn't want to interrupt you guys. I did, but because we're just, like I said, 2 hours was 2 hours is more than enough, and I just didn't feel like you guys are going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, probably not. if Confluence, if you want to tie some stuff down before we go to closings, that's fine. But I can do this all in the closing.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I honestly agree with you, Indian Jesus. I think we need probably 6 hours. So I guess we can.
Well, you need 6 hours of prep, and then you can have a 1 hour debate.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
Okay. Well, again, if you're ready, Indian Jesus, go ahead. Like your final thoughts, your wrap up, if you felt where you felt like you made.
How long is closing? Sorry.
I mean, I would like you guys to kind of hold it to 10 minutes each.
Well, that's a long closing.
That is a long.
Okay.
Nobody ever said that I wasn't good at talking for a long time. So
you don't have to take 10 minutes. I'm just saying it would be nice if you could hang it under that.
Okay. Ready? So I think he, as the affirmative, he failed to actually prove any of these claims. He said a lot of things that he thinks, and a lot of things that I'm sure a lot of you also agree with, but it's not enough to it's not a popularity contest. You have to come to the table with not only the claims, but the justification for those claims, and those were not met. Every time I tried to drill down on something, we would move to a different thing. Maybe I was mistaken. I don't think I was, but it was very obfuscated when we would try to drill down on a definition that we had for God. He would go down into omnipotent, omnipilled, goated, red-pilled, all that stuff, and then when it was convenient for him, he would talk about, oh, God is everything. God is love, and God is this, and God is that. And, I conceded very early in the debate that if a big if we are just going to say God is everything, then that means God is nothing. And so then, people should worship the highest good. Sure. But that is something that needs to be defined and justified. And I don't believe it was. I think my questions were not out of pocket. I don't think, I had anything that was, like out of pocket. I think all my questions were very specific to the prompt, trying to drill down on the claims that were made. And I'm not going to say I didn't get any answers, but there was multiple times where I would try to drill down on something and go, well, no, that's not what I mean. We move over here. And then when I tried to drill on that, well, no, that's not what I mean. I move over here. And then there was also, like I said, a lot of claims that were put forth that I'm sure a lot of you agree with and believe wholeheartedly. But the point here is not to just put out and say things that you think other people agree with. You have to actually justify those things. And again, I don't believe that was done. He specifically stated that he doesn't have evidence for his claim, and I think that is it. Before I can see my time, let me look at any of these other things. He talked about the microcosm versus the macrocosm, and I think that was a non sequitur. It completely applies. We were talking about the tribes, and he was saying it was good for the tribe, and we were talking about morality. So if we're talking about subjective morality, I actually believe in that, but he said he didn't. So you can't say it's good for them and also say it's morally good. And then, I do think it is extremely relevant to understand that if we are saying that we must worship God, that we can actually define and prove that God does in fact exist, because I think we could all agree that if God does not exist, that we should not be worshiping God. And I understand that you guys have different definitions of that, but I think we can all agree if there's no God, then we don't need to worship that which does not exist. And I'm definitely not in favor of degeneracy. I just think that we have the ability as a human race to move forward and get beyond the great moral structure that is Christianity and the great idea of a God being a catch-all, and narrow that down so that people actually know what we're talking about and we can actually move humanity forward. That's it.
All right.
How much time was that?
Oh, about 8 minutes.
Oh,
7 or
okay.
8 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, all right. There we go.
Can I start?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the catch-all, I specifically defined God in non-catch-all terms. I specifically defined him as
Close to your mic. Nobody can hear you.
Wait, what? I'm so close to my mic.
When you back away.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Can you hear me now?
Like that's the perfect direction. If you go to the side.
Okay. Yeah, I fucking swivel too much. Okay, I'll try not to swivel.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Fucking hell.
I just want to point out, I did not interrupt. I only added. That was great.
It's my fault.
Okay.
Yeah, just take a minute. You got
Look, so I don't know what Jesus just said. I had a good rebuttal to his last point, but like I guess I'll skip that point. But like, okay, so I feel like I had 3 points. I had the personal, societal, and theological. I don't think Jesus refuted that. He didn't even try to contest the first point, which is that people, when they're worshiping God, are just doing better, whether meditatively, whether they're remote viewing, whatever the fuck, even if we don't agree with it, they're obviously doing better than people that are not doing that, right? So I feel like the first point was just given to me automatically because of that. I'm just going to say that. And I think the second point, societally, he fought with me on that, and that was fair. I think that, moral frameworks, I think, they differentiate between cultures, and I think obviously certain cultures are better than other cultures, but like I didn't see a good reason to side with him on that. I didn't see a good rebuttal to the point that it causes social cohesion. Again, I don't think he understood the microcosm versus macrocosm level. Maybe he thinks that he did. Maybe he did actually, but I don't see it. I didn't see it, and in his closing, I definitely don't think that I saw it. So yeah, and I guess on my third point, theologically, I don't think that was really kind of addressed at all. That we we ought to worship God because God is the creator and God is the one who made us. He didn't go into my Romans thing, which is fine because like I didn't want to tie it to specifically to Christianity, but I think the creator, if we are created and God is all existence and all knowing, then I think that we do owe something back to the being who is all existence and all reality. And I think Jesus says I didn't tie things down specifically. I think I did. I think I talked about omnibenevolence. I talked about logic. He can say that's everything. It's not everything. I gave specific things. I gave logic, love. I gave power. I gave all knowing. That's not everything. Literally, just definitionally, it's not everything. That's only certain things, and it's only the certain things that are good. And I feel like Jesus would say, "Oh, you're defining the good things as God," and yes, good is God. That is what I would say. So I guess, yeah, I feel like we have to have like a longer debate, maybe to flesh out these topics. I feel like the thing I'm most personally frustrated with is the personal thing, because I think I wish I got into that, and that's probably my fault for not pressing harder. But I feel like personally, again, every person who meditates, who does any spiritual practice, is probably more connected to the divine than someone who does not. Someone who's just living a hedonistic life, who doesn't have a purpose, who is just like going fucking, just living for tomorrow, right? Like that, and I think Jesus would probably agree. So I wish I would have pressed him on that. But like, again, we maybe should have narrowed things down, or it should have been a 6-hour debate, because like, I think we could have gone that direction, because I think Jesus would probably concede that, yeah, any personal spirituality is better than no personal spirituality. And so, yeah, so I think Jesus fought well, maybe on the second point to a degree. I think he didn't address the first point. I don't think he addressed the third point. The second point we got kind of caught in, and I guess, I guess that's the end.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I don't know if you guys want to take some callers, if you guys want to have
Fuck yes.
come up and
yes.
talk
Yeah,
to
we
you
can do
guys. Okay. All right.
Hour or so. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. All right. So I got to go take a piss. What mods the
Me too.
I'm off my porch. And in the meantime, mods, I posted the link in the mod chat. If anyone from anybody's channel wants to come up and harass these fine debaters, feel free. With the exception of Imperious, we can't trust you. You break TOS. And other than that, you go to my Discord. You go to the waiting room, and you say, "I want a link." And they'll give you the link to come back. You will have to either be known to someone or cam up, because TOS stuff happens. In the meantime, while all that's sorting out, I'm going to mute and go take a leak, and I will be right back.
I'm here by myself. What's going on, guys? Y'all know I won that. I mean, yeah, I think my biggest mistake there, I should have asked him, what is not God? Because if everything is God, then that doesn't mean anything. And so if we should have reverence for something, then it should be something special. If it's just all of the good things, then the word itself loses a lot of meaning. Yeah, 12-hour debate. That would be nice. Yeah, I meditate every day. I honestly ask, I talk to God. I talk to God, even though I don't believe that he's there, because I believe I am agnostic. And I think that if he's there and I can somehow reach him, then I want that. But, people ask me all the time, like, what would it take for you to convince you that God exists, Christianity is right, or any of those things? I mean, I don't know, but you know who would know? God. And so I'm here. Everybody said, well, maybe if you just try a little bit harder, if you just keep your heart open. And I want to point out that, and I'll give Confluence some time to rant because it's not really fair. But I do, think that it is what was highlighted here is the fact that he expected a lot of the claims to just be a priori. That is from I hate this phrase, but the atheist perspective, but from an atheist, that is the thing that gets so frustrating because it is in just in general conversation that gets glossed over. And then of course, when we try to drill down, even when we're in a debate like this, I still don't get any answers. And I have to
I'm glad I came back at this time, Indian Jesus.
Yeah, I said we got to give Confluence some time to rant because I was ranting. But the last thing I'll say before I give it over is just that shout out to Alex O'Connor, who has definitely
I love Alex O'Connor.
He's great. He's solidified that he is.
We both that's a common ground. That guy is fucking amazing. I fucking love that guy.
And Intrepid Crusader said, "What do you really fight for?" I fight for a lot of the same things you do: justice, capitalism, grace, humanity, ritual, tradition, love, reality, truth, all of those things. But
with no foundation to back it up.
That's not true at all. You should check out some guy. I know you don't really know much about him, but most people don't. His name is Aristotle, Immanuel Kant, Rene Descartes. There's a whole series.
You'd be surprised.
I should have brought that shit up too.
Shocking amount about them. Okay.
So I want to give you the fair time to rant if you have any things to say about the debate itself, but I do have some questions if Grid isn't back. So floor is yours.
No, I honestly I would just rather talk. I don't want to fucking spring out. I'd rather keep the debate going, while Grid's gone, Well, I'd rather keep talking to you.
Okay, go for it. What you got? Let's go.
I guess okay, so with the first point, I feel like you didn't address the personal point. Do you agree that meditation, whatever it is, astral projection, whatever the fuck you're doing, that's better than not doing it? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
But would you not say that's aspiring to the highest?
Yes, but I don't accept the definition. I don't accept that definition of God because if that is not how people use the word God. People are talking about a being, unless you're talking to a deist who is going to specifically say, I don't believe that God is conscious. I don't believe in an omnipotent God. I don't believe God can reach into the universe and answer prayers like Einstein, the God of Spinoza. That's a different thing. And going back to what I was going to say about Alex O'Connor, he was on Dwight Schrute, I forget it, Rainn Wilson, his podcast. And
I saw that. That was great.
Rainn was asking, so are you agnostic or are you an atheist? And he said something brilliant that, I have to say that I'm agnostic because I don't know what you're asking me if I believe in. Maybe I do believe in God, but when you say that word, I don't know what you mean. So I have to remain agnostic. In the same way, if I ask you, do you believe in blue blah? You have to remain agnostic. Because what if blue blah is just my pet name for Morty? You believe Morty is existing. You can see him right there. So you do believe in blue blah. Well, but it depends on what blue blah means.
I don't know if I can see him. Where is he?
He's in the chair. He's sleeping.
Oh, I see him.
He blends in.
Yeah,
guys, don't forget. Super chats.
Camoing.
Super chats get Morty a treat.
Okay, but Dwight, I watched that too. He's I fucking can't remember what it's called. It's not. Is it Baha'i? I
don't know what that word means, so probably not.
No, I think it might be. I think Dwight Schrute is Baha'i.
Oh,
no,
him. Yeah, I don't know.
No, it is. Yeah, he is Baha'i, which is like a quasi
Socrates
ultra religion kind of blending it all together.
But that's a common thing too. That Christians will be like, "Oh, atheists have no justification for anything." Some do, or rather, some don't. But some people, like myself, have spent a lot of time in moral philosophy, and there's a lot of Christian influence in what I believe because of the moral philosophy that I read, and of course because I grew up in the church. But if it has to be this, then I need a justification that there is no such thing as better than Christianity. If there's something that happens where I reach that point, then hands up. All right, I'm a Christian, even though I don't believe.
You have to. At least you conceded that there's no yesterday. You can see it. There in current time. There's nothing better than Christian.
Right.
Right. So like.
Right.
I feel
But
like we're going to
the point
futures.
behind that is that if everybody here was willing to say, okay, maybe Christianity is not the best. I still believe it, but maybe it's not the best. Let's have a conversation about that. Then in the next 200 years, there's no reason to think that this is the best that we can do.
I know, but
I'm
I'm willing to say that. I'm willing to say that, but that's still worshiping God.
Well, yeah, but and so again, I go back to if you could have taken the victory lap in your closing about me saying, okay, if you're just saying this, I concede. But that is, I don't want to do that. I think that's a real issue. If God is love and the man in the sky and justice and love and all these good things, then I'm not saying that it cannot be that the highest good and that which flows through all. I'm not saying that can't exist. I'm saying the discussion about that is fruitless because everybody uses the word God, but means a different thing. You all know the hippies that are like, God is love, man. And I don't actually think you said that, right?
I remember the hippies. We don't have a single caller. Can you believe that?
Loser! One? They're scared of me. The Christians are scared of me, just like Andrew Wilson. Oh man, you Christians are pathetic.
Scared is not
Holy
on that list.
Christ.
So did you are you gonna try and make Nashville? Oh, he's muted.
I'm working on it. I'm trying to find what to do with Morty. I don't think it's fair to bring him down there and just leave him somewhere where he doesn't know all day. So my parents are moving to South Carolina this week, so I'm going to see what their setup is. I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, some caller come up. I want to fight.
Yeah, y'all want to
fight?
So some caller come up, fight me, fight me. Come on. Yeah, exactly. I don't know who's playing that soundboard, but fucking fight me. Come on.
I love my soundboard. It's so hard to not when I'm on other channels not to go through. It's like it's literally like a reflex. If I say like my laugh, that's like it's a reflex. It's just a reflex at this point.
Emmett is in the back now.
Bring Emmett up. Bring fucking Emmett up.
We now have
Emmett.
Jesus.
Emmett. Fucking fight me. Wait,
he's not Jesus.
Maybe
he
you'd actually fight Indian Jesus.
Actually, Emmett kind of has got that Friar Tuck thing going on tonight.
Emmett hates me, but he probably agrees with my stance more. So I'm curious.
He doesn't hate you.
He does. Well,
guys, Emmett
he
and I
hates me in a fun way, I guess I would say.
Emmett and I are taking on the prostitution debate on my channel Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Come on through.
Nice. That's a much narrower target.
Emmett, sing karaoke right now. Do it.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Yeah, he's got to just get his mic set up there.
Who's in the chat? Liberty, come on up, bro. Adam, where you at?
Everybody, come on up. Everyone, I wanna. I'm like in a fighting mood. Okay, I wanna fucking fight somebody. Okay.
I have another. And I'll have to start here in just a couple of minutes. But Emmett, can we hear you? No, God, I don't have you.
Boo. You'll just have to check out the Indian Jesus live Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Confluence 358. Join the show. Come on. Check out my videos. Always be plugging.
All right. I mean, if everybody's scared, then I completely understand that. I'm even at 5'4", I'm a terrifying little dude.
Yeah, Grid, fuck us up.
No, I gotta wait for Emmett. What's up, Emmett?
Emmett's fucking muted.
So you're muted.
Fucking unmuted.
Oh, he's actually muted. Here, I got that.
Yeah,
figure it out, Emmett.
There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes, there we go. There we go.
Confluence, I don't hate you. You're just a lefty, okay?
Oh,
you just have to accept what you are. Sometimes you just have to accept.
After a religious debate against an atheist, he called you a lefty.
Well, he can be wrong about his theology. He can still believe in God, but he can be wrong about his theology in a way. I mean, you're more wrong because if you're agnostic, it's like, well, I don't know. But if we're gonna have a debate about something about a person whose answer is I don't know, I don't understand why I would have a debate with that person. So let's say that I come into a debate and I say my claim is this has water on it, and the other person says I don't know. My answer to that will be, well, yeah, I grant you your ignorance.
Huh?
Do you have anything else? I grant you your ignorance. You don't know if it's water or no. I grant you your ignorance. Thank you.
So if I understand you, are you kind of alluding to what I was saying, where like, oh, okay, I thought we were talking about, again, simple man in the sky theology, but if you're just saying it encompasses everything, and I was like, okay, well then, yeah, I agree that all of the good things we should give reverence to the best thing. But I felt that was a
define good, right? At that point, before we go into good and bad, we would have to have a definition of what good and bad is.
That's a good point.
Otherwise,
every time I ask for a definition, I
gave you so many fucking definitions.
Yeah, I didn't pull teeth to get them.
So many.
But you make the claim about everything that's good. I didn't make a claim about good. So you're using a word, and I need to know what you mean by the word. So I'm asking you about what good is, right?
That's a confluence, right?
No, I'm asking you. You said
me?
If you're gonna say
I'm in the defensive.
Everything that is good.
He's asking
if you're gonna say God is everything that is good, you're making
I'm not
a
saying
claim.
that. That was confluence. I was on the negative. I was saying no, all people should not worship God.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. We're just gonna start with you, Confluence. Then I guess I'm gonna make my question. If there's nobody else, let me know if it's anybody else.
Come on, I'm going.
Okay, I gotta focus.
I don't have anybody in the back. I'm waiting for the horseradish guy to let me know what. I think we're supposed to start it.
Everybody shame Guamtech into coming up. He just popped into my chat. Shout out to the purple belt. Come on
bring
up.
Guamtech up.
He is great. He is really great.
Great.
Oh, before I forget, real quick, Confluence. I've been wanting to do a stream on like what I actually do believe, because whenever it comes to this stuff, I'm talking about what I don't believe, and I wanted someone like Guamtech, who's not a Christian but thinks in that way, and a Christian. Would you be down to do that?
Oh, 100%, brother.
Word up.
100%.
We'll make it happen.
Always.
A bunch of lefties. ...
Hello,
Anson. How are you doing today?
Hey.
His Emmettness. How are you, sir?
That's fine. Emmettness.
Yeah, it's because I have my cult. It's a complicated story, but I do have a cult.
Yeah, it sucks. Whatever it is. Indian Jesus.
Yes, sir.
You appeared to obfuscate repeatedly during the debate, and I was wondering how you dealt with that appearance of obfuscation that Confluence was trying to hoist upon you with his bad faith tactics. Right? You managed to maintain cool composure, even though he was basically like trying to goad you into like not making your arguments, and he was kind of off the rails and emotional. Like, how did you
elaborate on what you mean by that? By not letting me elaborate on my arguments? Because I think I agree, but
so his entire argument hinged on the fact that God exists, right? Because it was part of his argument, is the existence of God, and therefore you addressing that, he made that into like it was a big deal, like you were trying to make it into something that he wasn't arguing about when it was one of the center points of his argument.
Okay, thank you.
And so it was super bad faith for him to pretend like it wasn't.
I'll be back in a minute. Anson, try not to get too out of bounds here. I think Anson's backwards, but that's okay. But I'll be right back.
Yeah. See you, Grid.
So who's making the bad faith tactic? The person that is making a presupposition, or the person?
Yeah, how am I making a bad faith tactic? Don't point at me, Jesus.
Yeah, because you made it plain and then got mad when I asked you to define the words in your claim.
Yeah,
I defined it. I fucking got mad though. So many times.
But your definition sucked, and when Indian Jesus
how does my definition?
Because it was overly
definition of God.
It
Anson,
Or
what's
is
the
it
better
everything?
definition of God? Holy
Calm
fucking Christ
down.
on a
You
bike.
could have at least made a definition that was consistent with something, right? But actually, I really
Omnipotent, omnibenevolent,
Yeah,
omniscient.
No, then you
How
went to
is that
logic and
all
love and
logic, all
rationality
love?
and all that.
Yeah,
is
Right,
how is that
right.
not? That is fucking
Right.
So let me
God,
no, no,
brothers.
hold
You
on. I
gotta
put this in the chat.
uncuck your lip cuck fucking minds and
I put this
and
in the chat. What I
Oh,
should have,
Whoa,
a big
whoa,
mistake.
love
whoa,
that
whoa,
theology.
whoa! I'm not a lib. Calm
A
down.
big mistake that I made. A Confluence. I would love for you to answer the question: what is not God?
what is not God is degeneracy and evil. That is not God.
Okay, so then you got mad when I said all of the good things.
I didn't
What
get
about- what
mad.
about that which
all
doesn't
the
have
good things
God?
are God. I agree. I didn't get mad.
Okay, so then I literally conceded the debate to you 10 minutes in, saying maybe not 10 minutes in, but saying, okay, if you're just gonna say God is all that is good everywhere, then yeah, sure. I thought we were specifically talking about
Yeah.
But that's true though.
So
Like,
hold on, wait. This is
and fine. That's why I
God
conceded
God
to you.
is
But I think that's a
calm
really
down,
bad thing for
calm
Christianity.
down, calm down. Let me ask a clarifying question. Confluence is knowledge good? Is that one of the good things?
That I'm getting Kabbalistic pilled right now. Knowledge is good, but there's like a trans-rational point of God that is better. Does that make
I have
sense?
no idea what that means. I was just asking a simple question, whether or not knowledge was good.
I can't give a
You don't know if knowledge is good or not?
true knowledge that is actually true is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when Satan gave Adam and Eve the knowledge of good and evil, like
Gave
that was being good, right? Satan was good.
Wait.
So
Anson,
Satan created something
Wait.
in your mythology that was good.
No.
Yes.
He didn't create anything. Okay, where did you get the idea of giving them?
Well, he did. He gave Adam and Eve
He
in
gave
your own
them?
in your mythology. Yeah, he gave them the apple and they got the knowledge of good and evil, right?
The
He
apple.
Knowledge,
didn't
and you just
create
said
it.
knowledge. I'm just trying to understand.
Anson.
Like you said that God was the
Anson,
origin of all things that are good.
Anson, calm down for a second.
Yeah,
At
I'm
what point did the serpent give them the apple?
I don't know all the intricacies of
Oh,
your
then don't make a
mythology.
fucking claim
Yeah,
about
what
it.
the fuck?
Are you
If you
saying-
don't know Genesis, then
fucking
shut the
Christ.
fuck up, Anson.
No, I can't quote
Fucking
your. I'm
hell.
sorry, I can't quote your mythology, but I am aware of the story that y'all made up, right?
No, you're not aware. You're not aware.
I am. The Satan gave an apple to
Yeah.
Eve, and she
I
ate
made
it,
it
and it gave her knowledge of good and evil. And
Never
I was
give
like,
an apple.
oh, you have to leave now because you know things, and I'm the superior, and that was
Never
good,
gave
right?
The apple.
That was
Never
something
gave
good
the
God
apple.
did, right? Yeah.
No, it incited
Yeah.
for them to take the apple.
Mhm.
He never give them the apple.
Yeah, eating the apple gave them knowledge.
But it wasn't given by Satan.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I
Jesus
didn't use
Christ,
the
you
right
understand that,
phrasing.
dude.
I'm
There's a difference
sorry.
there, right?
You're going to make an autistic argument that I used the wrong phrasing. He didn't give them. He tempted them to eat the apple. His actions led to them eating
Yeah.
it. Is that a better phrasing for you?
Do you understand that evil has no ontology, so he cannot create something to give?
Hey,
Look-
Anson, I'll give it to you. I do
How
think
can
that I do think that they were meant to eat the fruit that gave them the knowledge of good and evil. I 10 toes down. Accept.
Yeah,
that.
because you have bad theology, Confluence. That's why you're granting shit.
No,
that you
I
even
don't.
understand.
Well,
It's-
no.
I'm fucking goated.
Yes, it's because that's right.
I'm
That's the
fucking
reason why.
goated.
Wait, no.
I
Are
go
you saying
beyond
that,
the exoteric, unlike you, Emmett?
Emmett? Are you
We're-
saying
we're
that?
stuck?
Emmett, are you saying that God put Adam and Eve in the garden, not knowing what the future was? I thought God was all knowing.
That's my point.
Do you know the difference between first cause and second cause? And do you
No,
understand that you
I don't
free will?
understand. I don't understand your specific cope
You're
about
ju-
your
okay,
mythology.
okay.
Explain it to me.
Let's go ahead and ask. I'm gonna ask you this question then. Do you think there is free will?
Is there free will? Yeah, free will exists.
Emmett, you sound like an open theist right now.
But,
I'm just gonna say that.
you're saying that God knows everything. He knows.
Well, no, that's your mythology. I'm doing an internal.
Are you
I'm
doing
doing
it?
an-
most useless conversation ever that man has ever come up with.
I'm doing an internal critique of your mythology, right? It's your mythology. You're the one that
Oh,
believes it.
Lord.
Do I? Do I believe?
I'm
You
talking to
know
Emmett.
the mythology.
Oh.
You make a direct.
Yeah, I used one wrong
Blunder
word, but
on the
accurately described the
mythology.
story, and now you're not going to let me live it down because I used one wrong word to describe how an action occurred. I'm
Because-
sorry,
because the
Emmett. I'm
action-
sorry. Okay.
Listen,
Based
I
on
am
the
bullshit.
I apologize.
This
I'm
is
really
the
sorry
bullshit.
I am really sorry that that the mythology and the way you're doing the internal critique hinges on an actual action that is what you misrepresented.
Yeah, oh yeah,
I'm
but
sorry
it was
about your
irrelevant. Right?
misrepresentation.
It was an irrelevant point that you're making, though. My point still stands that I made.
What
Whether or
is the
not
point you
whether or
made?
not
Like,
whether or not he
do
gave
you-
them the apple or he tempted them to eat it is irrelevant to the point I was making.
there's a huge difference between those
No,
two
there's-
things. You don't get it because you don't understand the theology. So
No,
It doesn't
I don't-
matter. If you say that a
it
thing is
does
good,
matter.
and
Yeah.
then you say that same thing is
I
not
never-
good,
I
you're
will never say
contradicting
that
yourself.
knowledge is good. I will never say
Well,
knowledge
look,
is good.
in your mythology, Satan was a good guy. I mean, that was my point, right?
I'm
Satan
actually,
is a good guy.
I'm actually Anson coded on this one. I
I
hate to
Satan
say it.
is the good guy, but I'm the one who doesn't have the right
They-
ideology. Okay,
They
all right.
were meant.
I didn't realize
they were meant
Satanism.
to eat the apple. They were meant. God ordained that Eve
Oh.
would eat the apple.
Thank
That
you,
is-
Confluence, for
I-
denying free will. You're so good at doing this, dude.
No,
Can I
that's
read-
facts.
That's
I
why
read
I
out-
tell you, you're
That's
fucking
facts.
lefties.
You guys, can I read out
Emmett,
one of my
Emmett, fight me
chatters?
on that. Fight
One
me
of
on
my-
that. God's
I'll
omniscient.
fight you on whatever, okay? You don't
Yeah,
need
well,
you,
guys-
listen. You want to have an actual debate on this? I'm going to tell you where you
Absolutely.
can have it and have an actual conversation.
God.
I'll moderate.
That's going to be
Let's
I'll
do
great.
it.
moderate.
Every debate
Okay,
I do
it's
ends
called
up
the
leading to
Orthodox
another
fucking
debate. So
Look,
absolutely.
That's the game, baby. But hold on, I got a chat. Arrow said Eve ate the apple because the apple was sweet. What kind of God would keep a girl from getting what she needs? So I'm saying, God's an asshole.
Now, God's not an asshole. He has a future vision. Again, innocence.
And why did he let so
versus
much bad shit
purity.
happen?
Because innocence is fucking a cucked concept, and purity is what we aim toward. And
Can
Adam
can
and
I
Eve
come
were
in with a-
innocent, but
Yeah,
they weren't
I would
pure.
love to
hear
And
from
now,
question.
in the post,
I would love to
phase
hear
of
from
Christ,
Guamtech.
we're pure.
So I'm taking it that we're coming up against a couple of Christians who are very literal in the Bible. Is that kind of the case?
Who's talking right now?
Not
Because
really.
I'm
Why do you
like
say
I'm
that?
like an esoteric Christian, so
Is it
like
below-
not really.
Okay. Well, so my personal looking at the Bible is kind of more along the lines of just like moral philosophy, I guess, and kind of taking like kind of just the morals of the stories and not necessarily being so literal with them.
Bingo.
So, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that I know one way or the other, whether they're true, not true, any of that stuff. But would any of the more literal Christians here say that just going off of the moral parts of the stories would be good enough to be able to get you through? Not necessarily to get to heaven, but to live a good life.
Yeah, I think Emmett's the only literal Christian.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can ask Emmett then.
How do you get to the idea of what moral even is, and how can you go to the interpretation of the morality?
Well,
Because
I mean,
you need to be able to go to that place in order to have the proper interpretation, so that you're following the correct theology. So I
right,
would-
but
I would
somebody could
recommend
also
you to-
say, that debating on what kind of, religion that you're actually a part of within Christianity, how can you say that you have the exact understanding of what parts of the Bible are true, the way that they were meant to be?
So you mean ecumenism, right? You think that
I don't know. I don't know big words.
It means that you're deleting parts of the Bible and just sort of making it your own book instead of the canonized version that whatever version of his Christianity says it is.
Wait, how,
Yeah,
how
but
does
I mean, but that would
wait,
be
how does that
the
relate
case.
to ecumenicism? Man?
But wouldn't that just
Ecumenism
kind of
is
be
when
the
you
case? Like the
say-
Catholics would probably look at the Bible a different way than Protestants, a different way than, pretty much every sect of Christianity. So
Yeah.
how can any of them claim to say that they have the real interpretation of the Bible?
Because there is something called apostolic succession and church tradition, and the person that
All right,
actually
guys,
believes in
I am
full
like
interpretation of
super
it.
early, I guess, for this debate thing that we're supposed to do. They're like, I don't think they start until like 10 my time. I thought it was 9.
Oh, that's
that's cool. So we're gonna talk some shit over here, so that's fine.
Great.
So, and the only reason I bring this,
someone else, because like there's
Yeah,
so much discussion to be had, you know.
the only reason
what you are saying, Wontek, is that there's no way for us to know what Christianity is, but there is. That's the actual answer that I will tell you. There is a way, there is a church, and there is a tradition, and there is the people that compiled the Bible, okay, and they did it with authority. They still exist.
So, Grid, while you were gone, I wanted to tell you that I engaged Confluence and Indian Jesus in a very lively conversation in which Confluence admitted that Satan is good.
Yep.
I did not admit that. To be clear.
And then,
to be very clear, I did not admit that.
well, in
Fuck
the same vein, you
Ashton.
also said that a madman who thinks that the highest good is killing children should still follow that. So,
but I mean, who's even to say that like it has to be a good or a bad thing in the Bible? Like, yeah, there are obviously negative things.
but he wasn't talking
associated
about the
with
Bible. He was
Satan.
just talking about love and reality and truth.
Fucking
Okay, I mean,
straw man
sure.
me to death, brother. Holy
But,
fuck.
You
of
did that
course
like
he's-
6 times. I'm willing
you
to.
know.
I'm willing to have you on when I review this. I'm willing to have you on.
Everybody-
to review this.
Good.
Everybody like looks
Good.
at Satan as, you know, the bad guy.
Why
But
don't you do that?
there were obvious parts of the Bible that were talking about him actually looking more towards like enlightenment and stuff. The problem was he went against God to do it, right? But okay, so I'll just tell you guys my kind of background on this. I don't go to church. I don't know the fucking Bible like the back of my hand, but I sure like Jordan Peterson. You know, like I really like the way that he talks about being able to take lessons from the Bible, maybe putting a psychological spin on it, or even evolutionary, or even scientific,
Yeah,
or whatever it is that's actually going to help you move forward in your life from the Bible.
Yeah,
But
not-
it could
How
be
do
for
you
anything.
know it's helping you? How do you know it's helping you?
Probably by actually seeing the results in my real life.
Probably.
Kissy Cat,
don't
this
have
is
a-
not a series of gotchas rather than a conversation. This is Anson Knowles trolling as normal. This is Emmett trying to be very patient and explain what he has to say. Confluence is still a little bit confused and punch drunk from earlier. Indian Jesus is, I think, probably about high. I'm not sure.
No, I'm drunk.
And I'm not really sure about Guam Tech. He just got here and he likes Jordan Peterson. You're caught up.
I like Jordan Peterson too, okay? That guy-
The Church of Jordan Peterson is strong, I guess.
Yeah, Jordan's one of the greatest Gnostic thinkers of our time, isn't it?
Amen.
It is
Amen,
he's a
brother.
Yeah,
Goated, red pilled.
yeah. I mean, he's like just sort of making up stuff as he goes along. He's like any other like cult leader, right?
And to be completely honest, I'm
As a
more of
gold-
a fan of
as a gold leader, I
2017
can-
Jordan Peterson. You know,
I know
he has
he
kind
has
of gone off
balls.
the rails. I'll admit.
He's kind of lost the plot a bit. I'll admit that.
Why
As a,
not?
as a,
But it
as a
doesn't take
die,
away
I
from
saw
what he-
I saw JBP
Hey.
live in my city, okay, but he's lost the plot.
Why don't you like Jordan B. Peterson? Same guy.
He's too. He has. I don't know what happened to him because like he used to be
What a fucking
on
year.
fire, and now he doesn't. He barely knows how to speak English.
Yeah, so he changed after he went to Russia and got ketamine therapy for his benzo addiction, and when he came
Yeah.
back, he basically was a different person.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
what happens when you alter that brain chemistry.
Yep.
The conspiracy theory in me, a theorist in me, thinks of Russia. That's all I'll say.
No, it's just any psychoactive drugs like marijuana, alcohol, all of that. It's evil. So
When I
Well, in and of
This is what
itself,
I
it's
say
not
about-
evil, but the results can damage
Yeah.
you.
the results are bad. This is what I say about what you're going for, and this is where it's gonna end up with, because I know the whole line of reasoning. You're gonna be the authority on deciding what is good and what is evil at the end of the day. So you are the authority of the moral axioms. So everything that you say that is moral in your system is gonna be the moral thing. It doesn't matter what it is, and it can be anything. There's people in the world right now saying that deleting babies is moral. Okay, so when
Like
you say
Confluence.
that kind of that when you said like I don't know about that, okay? I'm not gonna go ahead and make any claims about that.
I was
because
just
think it's
And not at all.
because that really pisses me off in a sense. Okay,
So and wait, so when you're talking moral, like I think you're kind of conflating like Moral as in good and bad. I'm talking moral as in like, what is the moral of the story?
No,
What you should-
see,
okay, let
the
me put it this way.
morality
What you
is
should-
good
word
and
for that,
bad.
yeah.
Guamtech, you're missing the definition, bro. Guamtech.
Okay,
You know, a better
give me a
prompt
better
for-
one then. Give me a better word to use. That's what I mean.
A better prompt for Confluence and Indian Jesus might have been: have miracles existed? Do we believe in miracles?
Well, you could even
Oh
break it
yeah,
down.
bro. I woke up this morning. That's a miracle, man.
Could be.
I don't believe miracles exist.
You do not.
Do
Well,
not.
you're a dirty heathen, so shut up.
Yeah, I agree with you, Indian Jesus.
He can't be a heathen. His hair's too long.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Do miracles exist? As
Nope.
somebody who is a very magical thinker, yeah. I
What about
can't
you?
necessarily say I can prove it, but sure.
That's the thing. That's a
Well, that's-
tough one to prove. That's like that's
Is
I'm
it?
gonna drop down. I want to come up. Congratulations on your debate. Hope you do better next time, as always.
Oh wow!
Better.
Pat you on the back and smack you in the face at the same time. That's my
Uh,
man Emmett right there.
You guys. I'll see you on Monday. I said I don't want to have a debate. If you want to make it out of debate, we'll make it out of debate. But in reality, I just want to have a conversation, which I think it's way more interesting.
Who, me and you?
No, I have Indian Monday.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
We have. Well, he
Coming
has
in,
me.
coming
and
in
I
for a
have
fluff
him,
and fold or what?
What was that?
Is he? Are you going in for a fluff and fold? It's just being funny because
What is a fluff
entire
and fold?
night's been nothing but.
What is that?
I don't know what that is.
It's where you get a compliment and then have to fold your clothes after.
Yeah. Hey, Emmett, do me
You
a
get
favor.
folded.
Do me a favor when you're interviewing Indian Jesus. Contact Kel and ask her how to do interviews.
I will.
Oh yeah, that's a great strategy.
I'm gonna go.
do that.
I'm gonna go ahead and contact the Troon and ask her how to do my makeup at the same time.
Good.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, that
I'll be
actually
working
might
on it.
work. That actually has some promise to it.
Yeah. I mean, she also has no soul, so it doesn't really matter.
That's
The point is,
Maybe none of us have a soul.
respect Troon pronouns. I'll be gone. Have a good one.
all right. Let me do the walkout here. Oh, this
Folks,
is my
we're here to
walkout.
talk about Grid Motorsports. Tremendous streamer. Absolutely tremendous. People are saying, and these are very smart people, the best people, they're saying Grid folded EB3 in a debate, not once, but twice. Totally destroyed that son of a bitch. The man was broken, completely broken. Grid is very...
I did fold EB3 twice.
I know him from somewhere. I think he was in my Discord or in my chat
yeah,
or something.
he's-
Just wiling out.
Yeah, he wilds out. Yeah, he's the best debater that's never debated. And when he did debate me, I folded his ass like it was nothing. Like he was like in denial. Like it was funny because I'm like, it's still illegal. It's like, well, my country, I can get your information because you're a business. And I'm like, yeah, but if you disseminate that information, that's called doxing. And if you do that, then that's, it isn't technically an international crime now. He's like, yeah, but you won't come over here because you're in America. You won't prosecute me. And I'm like, how bored do you think I am? I obviously could. I like going to London. I'm like, I have no problem. I'll fucking come over there and press charges. The fuck's wrong
The
with
only
you?
time I went to London, and
It was a great debate overall. It was over on Glenn's channel. So
the only time I went to England, it was like a trip for my brother graduating college, and I was like 14, and I spent the whole time just like, I just want to text my girlfriend.
Oh
A
wow.
bunch of different countries, and just missed out.
Yeah.
To be young and dumb.
EB3 is a textbook example of someone with a grandiose sense of self-importance. He's like everything he
looked
does.
like Jack Sparrow.
Yeah.
He told he's very funny. But I folded his ass twice, 2 debates. Because he can't debate. He absolutely terrible at it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
He got his panties in a bunch because he was talking shit to Andrew about how Andrew's not a Christian or some shit like that. And he wanted to debate Christianity or something with Andrew, and Andrew was like, yeah, whatever. And he kept pushing, and Andrew's like, yeah, okay, give me $1,000 and I'll debate you, because it's a waste of my fucking time.
I'll pay $1,000 to debate Andrew.
I'm like,
I don't know. Let him know.
I'm like, and Andrew's like, I thought that was being very reasonable. And I'm like, so there's this one, and I don't know if I have the clip, but I was like, I would pay the $1,000 for somebody else to debate somebody rather than pay EB3. I was like, you suck so bad. It would be a waste of my money to pay them.
I would love to see Andrew and Alex O'Connor. I think that is the pinnacle of that space.
Oh my God.
Alex O'Connor, really?
Yeah, someone who's better on the atheist side?
No, I don't actually pay that much attention to the atheist side, but I don't know that his arguments are gonna hold water against Andrew O'Brien.
Oh, he is the best atheist.
I feel like
everybody said that about Craig FTFE too, and he got folded hardcore.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, everybody said the same thing about that. What was that guy's name? Mark Weber or something like that. Yeah. Matt Webb. Whatever the fuck his name was. And Andrew was asleep and didn't get up. So I debated this dude on Modern Day Debate. Last minute, I have done my show till 2:00 in the morning. I got up to get some coffee, and Sarah's blowing me up. Do you want to debate? I'm like, when? And she's like, right now. And I'm like, no. Fuck, I guess so. Why not? I'm already pissed off. So I came out here and I got in the studio and we had the debate, and it was is that guy's name Mark Weber? What the fuck is that guy's name? I don't know. Anyway,
you're absolutely right about that, and that's why I think it's imperative for atheists who want to talk about some type of structure besides Christianity.
He's a secular humanist.
Yeah, you need to, and I told him this, but I mean, I guess it was already the prompt that Christianity is better for society than secular humanism. And it's like, bro, they've learned not to, they, meaning y'all Christians, have learned not to try to take on the God's existence argument, because you can't win that.
Yeah.
But if we say what's better for society, then you can't argue that people...
Well, and that's where I went with him. I think he was really expecting like a long form debate, like Andrew will go like deep into his interior critique and all of that. He'll go into all of these things, and I was like, so Matt's or Mark, whatever the fuck his name was, starts me down this path of morality, right? And he believes that he can have morality in secular humanism. Like, no, you can't. I said we can go through the whole thing where I tell you that. I ask you, I do an internal critique of your entire morality system, and what it's going to come down to is your preferences, and anything you say is moral, I will say that it's not moral, and my morals are correct, and so you have no basis for morality.
How is that different than Christianity if you can't prove God?
Then he says, and that kind of dumbfounded him, shocked him a little bit, and he kind of conceded that, but it was a soft concede. And then we get down a little later, and he's talking about how he believes that all humans are just basically good. And I said, "You're insane." I told him, "This is if it weren't for Christianity and my wife, I would be a pirate slitting throats. I am not a good person. Like if without Christianity in my life, I am a horrible human being. And you can just call it a good planning book or a good resource or whatever you want to fucking call it. But without it, I'd be a pirate slitting throats. And I'd live in the woods in a fucking cabin or on a boat somewhere sailing the seas."
And I definitely understand that. And I think a lot of people, are that way. But the notion that, I would be a shitbag if I wasn't scared of
It's not that I'm scared of it. No. I think that's the problem. See, is like, just because people don't innately think of doing evil doesn't mean that they are good, right? Like that's conflation. That's an ultimate conflation, because just because nobody goes out and does it doesn't mean they think about it. Now, those are the people that live in fear, right? Because then now they live in fear of the law. They live in fear of because they're not very big, and they know if they go pick on this guy, but that they'll get their asses kicked, or an armed society is a peaceful society, and they don't want to get shot in the face trying to shoot somebody else in the face, right? Like that's what it will always boil down to that. It's very, you have to have some thing that guides you to being a good person. People just aren't. And so when people say when people like Matt or Mark, where if I was try and give this line of, well, people are innately good. That's horseshit.
I don't even necessarily agree with you, but the point is that like I said, I think multiple times on this platform, that like, yes, secular humanity does accurately, because I don't like Sam Harris anymore, but there was a time when he stayed in his lane and did his thing, and so his thing on morality, the moral landscape. If we aren't, and when you say morality, if we're not talking about the difference, if we're not talking about the difference. Or the spectrum, rather, that is the greatest flourishing for all humans versus the greatest suffering for all humans. Mm-hmm. If that's not what we're talking about, then I don't know what you mean by morality. And so if that is what you're talking about, then we can objectively determine what is good for human flourishing and bad for human flourishing. I don't believe that there's any innate morality to the universe, but I'll steal this from Sam Harris as well, that he uses the game of chess, that objectively there are moves in chess that are better than other moves.
Sure.
But we made that up. We could change that. And so even though those moves are objectively better or worse, that doesn't mean that can't change. And I view morality in the same way.
Yeah. So Indian Jesus, you had commented on something about what Grid was saying there about walking down the path of justifying morality, that he was using as his explanation of his debate. And one of the things that I've discovered is that when I'm debating with theists about the existence of God or arguing with them, that I like to just adopt the transcendental argument for God as my proof that atheism exists and that there is no God.
Well, wait, can you say the last part, the very last part again?
The transcendental argument for God is the argument that most Christians use to prove the existence of God. But if you actually look at the syllogism, the definition of God that's provided in the syllogism is vague enough that you could actually just replace it with the word the universe, and the entire syllogism would still work. And therefore, if you want to debate a Christian on morality, you just use the same proofs that they do for their existence of God, and use that as your proof as well, and then just explain to them that I don't believe in the same God you do. I believe in this other one. And then they would have to argue against the transcendental argument for God and defeat the existence of God in order to defeat you.
Agreed. Agreed.
But unfortunately, Mark didn't do that. He made an appeal to human nature, which doesn't exist. So, but at any rate, yeah. So what was it? There was another thing where I shocked Mark quite a lot in that debate, because he was really like, it's kind of out there, right? Like he was kind of like shocked. Well, I think he was a little shell shocked because he was expecting an Andrew Wilson debate, and he got me with like almost no coffee, and you know what I mean? Like it was a rough day for him, and so. He took his lumps, and there was a couple other things in there that kind of went wrong for him, and so I think I floored him completely. And then he actually went up against Andrew Wilson later and he had like a 30-minute slideshow and like all of this like stuff, and I'm like, holy shit, this is the most boring thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. And Andrew was like,
stand when people bring extra information like that to a debate. Like, You got to show us a slideshow to actually get your point across. Like, dude,
Craig
that's
did
not
that.
Einstein. That's
Craig.
not Einstein. Just know your shit well enough that a
Yeah.
6-year-old can understand it.
Yeah, Craig did that at Modern Day Debate in New Jersey.
I DM'd him after that because we talked for a while, and you know, I
like Craig. He's
he's a good dude. We were having lunch in the VIP section, and you know, we talked a little bit. And I was like, yeah, you know, the kind of thing I was saying about secular humanism, the secular humanism for society argument versus versus the existence of God argument. And it's like they, meaning you Christian debaters, they have figured out how to move off of the argument and put you in a corner. So you have to acknowledge that that you have to update your arguments. You can't be using the same Sky Daddy arguments from 2005. Like it's not that game anymore.
And the same thing can actually be said about conservatism now. I would definitely say that the whole reason that lefty crazy wokeness ended up getting as crazy as it was because Christians were too nice and didn't know how to argue. They didn't know how to call them on their shit. And so it just went so far that it just became normal, and so normal that any kind of pushback against any of what they were trying to push for would result in an argument, and they didn't know how to defend it.
Yep, that's about right. So can I a slight pivot, but while I have you guys, how to phrase this? What does when someone like Andrew or the Crucible verse uses the phrase the atheistic perspective or the secular perspective? What does that mean to you?
I'm sorry. What does it mean to me if someone says the atheist?
Yeah, just like a definition of the secular perspective or the atheistic perspective.
So secularist, I just feel like when somebody tells me that they're looking at it from a secular perspective, I just think that they either are trying to be very academic about it and don't want to involve any like religion in the conversation, and that's totally fine. That doesn't bother me. If someone says I'm making this from an atheistic point of view, that always seems weird to me. Like I don't really care. Yeah. Right. Like I don't. You can just say secularist, right? Like at that point, your personal belief about that is generically irrelevant to the argument. Right. Not always, but you asked me what my first thought was, right?
Yeah.
Just
I don't think insane person.
A good way of describing it may be like atheistic point of view is almost in spite of God, whereas secular is just without God.
That would be much more fair. But I think the reason I ask is because both, if you guys have been seeing the 5 versus 1 modern day debate things with both Wilsons, they both use this phrase, the secular perspective, and it was billed as Andrew Wilson versus 5 atheists. And so then he came in, for whatever reason, needed to hide the prompts until right when we sat down, and then they were all political prompts. I'm like, bro, I agree with you. That is a nonsensical. Well, I get why you would group atheism or secular people together, but when it comes to politics, it's literally like saying the dog owner's perspective on immigration.
I'm gonna put this out as I don't understand. I didn't understand a lot of the things that happened in New Jersey. As far as modern day debates side went, like I agree with you. A lot of the prompts were just like, why are these people arguing that? That's weird, but that's okay. So yeah, it's I don't know. I don't even know why they argued political topics unless Andrew just didn't, was like,
because he doesn't know the difference. He thinks that
unless Andrew didn't know anything about the topics beforehand. So that's and that's actually something I know that. So I was just in Indiana with Rob Knorr and Andrew where he did the 5-on-1 or whatever, and he one of the sticking points was him and Rob made the topics. They didn't let Modern Day Debate make the topics.
Yeah, and that was another.
Because when I think a lot of this stems from New Jersey, right? So I got a few minutes. I see my buddy over there is he's cammed up and starting to go, but we're gonna just have to really quickly wind down because I do have to be a judge on some other stuff here.
I'll drop the link if you guys want to.
Hey, I appreciate the time up on here, so I do
no
have
worries.
to pick up
and
as
I'm
well.
not leaving right now. I'm going to have to.
Yeah, and I'll keep going for a little bit because we're not doing an after party now. I need to go to sleep. But come on over. If I know you are welcome to come up.
Later, y'all.
All right, Adam, what's up, man?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I just came in to be judgmental with Lutch and stuff. I've been watching the debates probably for the last couple of weeks since Lutch joined, and so this is probably a little bit more of getting into the technical piece of it and making sure I've got everything working and stuff. You guys can hear me, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hear me, see me? Yeah.
Yep.
Stuff. I probably got a little late on the conversation. I know you said you were going to go and you want to get into the judging, so to speak, of it and everything, and I'll just let you do it.
Yeah, well,
debate.
I've got to hop on to another show. So I did my show, which was the debate between Indian Jesus and Confluence.
Yeah.
So if you have any comments on him or me or
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mirrored a lot of what, ironically, I was mirroring a lot of what Grid was saying in regards to the topic, with that topic, and this is where I think Lutch was right in this, is that yes, you can have that piece of the conversation, but at some point you got to hit bedrock in order to get a debate going. In other words, if you're going to talk about God, you got to get to some place where you're defining what God is, so that you can have a universal conversation about it, or debate in this case. And so, yeah, we spent 2 hours chasing our tails.
Do you think?
Hang on, I got to do a mic check over here on the other thing. Hey, stand by.
Go for it.
Oops,
Yep.
Wrong button.
Yeah, what were you saying, Lutch?
Oh, I'm gonna let him.
Oh, I can hear you now. I'm sorry. I'm muted down. I'm muted down because I'm still live over here. But I'll make it all work out when you're ready. How much longer do you need? Okay. All right. That sounds great. I'm gonna still be over on my channel because we just finished the debate. Now we're just kind of chatting, and then as soon as you need me, just let me know. All right, man. Thanks. All right. So,
yeah, I wanted to, especially since Adam knows me a little bit more from, our late night screaming matches in my Discord, which you guys should definitely join. Do you think that I was incorrect when I was bringing up the notion that he was obfuscating, because like I would drill down on the theology part, and then I felt like he would, when it was convenient, switch to talking about God is love and God is everything, and then it's a cop out, and at least in this context, to say, well, no, it's all God.
I felt that the conversation turned to vapors once you get to that point, because the thing about when you're talking about anything that gets into like God or whatever, religion and stuff like that, it's the mind's eye. So, you can get 1,000 people that say, oh, I'm Christian, but that means 1,000 different things. So you cannot have this ever-changing, ever-moving definition, which is what he was saying, because he kept saying, I gave it to you, but it's a very easily shifting piece, which is one of the reasons why he was able to admit in the conversation that if a group of people decided that it was okay to kill children, that's what they should do, right? Because it's so moving, and it's so you know, it's like a fog, right? When you're trying to have that conversation and stuff. And
so what kind of
what
kind of arguments would you have thrown at me?
Well, right. I mean, you know, if I was going to have a good faith argument, and I'm not saying he wasn't, but in order to have a good faith argument and debate, you know, and stuff, I would have to put to you what that definition is and how is it universal to all people, because at some point he would have to define God as being something that's universal regardless of religion, because he didn't want to go into specific religion or specific details about that. But he would have to give some definition that would be a universal concept of God, and he didn't. And so, therefore, I couldn't even give you good arguments because I never got to that place with him.
Thank
to
God.
have that. So, and I'm not trying to crap on him. I mean, there's some critiquing I could have done with you as well, because I felt, and to be fair, I felt that you know, you did the right thing by saying, hey, well, if that's your thing, then the debate's over. You won, right? But at that point, that should have been just like stop. And I felt that you kept engaging him, and it went on for 2 hours engaging him on a pointless debate, you know, and it got nowhere. So
just like the two of us, brother. It's because I care. I really do care about the understanding.
Guy, you know, as I know you, and so, but I thought you had it right there when you said, "Well, the debate's over." You're being so obtuse.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, we think alike, right? Because that was the word. Maybe it was God telling us, right? I don't know. Anyway, Grid, that was really my take on it. Really, I mean, I don't think I had anything, but it was funny because I was texting or messaging in Lutch's chat piece, and literally I would say something, and you would like step in, Grid, and I thought that was so funny when you were doing that, because like
guys, I'm going to have to really focus on this. I'm going to have to bring them onto the screen. So, Adam, I'm really glad you came up. We'll be back live again Monday afternoon for the day shift. Mostly I do news and stuff, but I do open the panel up in the last half hour to hour and a half. You're welcome to show up, be part of the show, or you know, just listen and figure out what we're doing. But right now, I've got to get into this other thing where I'm going to be a judge. My audience, don't go anywhere, because I'm about to change windows here and get into the next set of debates for the night. So we're going to do that right now. You guys have a great rest of your night. You're welcome to kind of hang out, but I've got to really pay attention to this. So
yeah, I'll keep my stream going for a little bit. If anybody wants to come over and chat,
awesome.
Come on through.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Very cool.
Take care. Yeah, thank you again, Grid. I really appreciate this platform. You got a good group of people here who are able to, you know, get into it without being too emotional, and definitely won't be a stranger.
Well, it got a little bit emotional, but that's okay, because it should get emotional to some degree. So, yeah, it should be fine.
All right.
So you guys have a great rest of your day and or evening, whatever, and it'll be cool. It's gonna be awesome. So, but yeah, I'm gonna put this up now.
Leader of white people at the time. He's a white leader, right? Because here's the thing I don't understand about
people who really didn't like Bill Clinton.
Yeah, that's the point I'm
you
trying
guys
to make
can
here.
drop
Here's
or
my question:
hang out.
Why
is it coming towards me though? What the fuck is happening?
No, I know. Like I said, you came in.
You'll hear in a second.
Over here, though.
Because earlier, when I mentioned that Bill Clinton had created the act that has put tons of people in jail for far longer periods now, you said that tons of black leaders supported it at the time, and I'm tired of hearing the word black leaders because it's ridiculous. To say that there's black leaders doesn't make any sense. We're not one congregation of you don't say Bill Clinton was the white leader. You don't say Duke David was the white leader. Well,
yeah, but in any other
context,
context, you'd probably rattle off a half a dozen names of prominent black leaders that you would look up to or respect to in the same breath. So
ZD Dan, I talked to Glenn yesterday. He's been okay, but he's very, very
like you completely
busy.
he's
trying to find. I mean, he's trying to find
That's
work.
absolutely
I mean,
not true.
I
People
can
I
get it.
politically agree with who do share
tomorrow on
similar
or Monday on
philosophy
the
to
day
me
shift.
or ideology to me does not equate to somebody who's
he's
the
still
same
in
skin tone
California.
as me
He's still
somehow
trying to
being
get
a
his
leader
life
of my
back
people.
together.
It's not the same thing. Somebody like Malcolm X having philosophical and ideological similarities to my opinions.
Hop into this.
Also, being a black man, large part why we share those similarities, does not equate to a political figure who is also the same skin tone as me somehow being a leader for me. It's different entirely.
Immediately arguing
keep
and
in mind,
throwing
guys, I'm a
hands
judge
at the
here
goddamn
tonight.
judge. What is
so
this?
you're saying Malcolm X's blackness didn't have to do with his advocacy,
cultural
or
acceptance?
Okay,
he didn't contribute to the overall well-being of black people with that philosophy you look up to and share.
Okay, I have a question. Is Trump a white leader because his whiteness definitely contributes to his advocacy right now towards white nationalists?
Even though I don't claim him,
Okay, so then that's. I didn't want you to.
I mean, what do whites not flock to Trump in large part? Not all of them, obviously, but sure, the white people aren't like when I say that white people aren't a monolith either. Like that's baked in. I get it.
Lonzo,
like Roddy might have a different conversation with you about this.
He has a different conversation. I don't even want to have that one.
No, yeah, and I don't recommend it. So real quick, I want to add a thought, or at least a word that I think would help. I said the word already accidentally because I'm so excited to say the word. But would it make more sense to you if he was to refer to it?
This is several debates. There are 3 debates. Let me. I got to open another Discord. Give me a sec. All right, so here's the topics for tonight. So we have debate number 1 is going to be: we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. That's going to be let the water Kai is against that. Admiral Rufus is for it, and I believe that's where we're at now.
And when he did this, and I was like, and
so what he meant by that is at the time there were a bunch of people who feel that they speak on behalf of the black culture. Can you also agree with that statement? Whether you get behind them or not, they definitely feel like, or they put themselves out there as though they represent that group.
Yeah, sometimes when we're referencing black community leaders, like there was a number of like prominent black mayors of large.
I'm a judge for tonight, by the way. I'm not debating. And so there we go.
It speaks for everyone, but it just like it was largely supported, and there was like a lot of people that came out and showed out for it. Now, in hindsight, we could say there was a lot of like really bad effects, and the money that was spent for prevention wasn't like enough compared to what was spent for punishment. And 3 strikes is bad, and but there were some minor good aspects, like starting the it like was kind of paired up with the Violence Against Women Act. So like all those things like together, like in hindsight, it's easier to have like a clear picture. It was heavily supported at the time because there was a huge crime and drug
Speaking
epidemic.
as somebody who was alive at the time, I can tell you everything he's saying is true, that there was significant support from the black community. But real quick, I have a really important kind of tangential question for you that's going to be a little controversial, a little spicy for you. But Lonzo, let me ask you, do you believe that if a Japanese man had come out saying exactly the same words that Malcolm X did, that person would have been accepted by the black community in the way that Malcolm X was? Be honest.
Definitely not.
Okay. So again, while there may not necessarily be a person who represents that culture, you can definitely agree that there are people that the culture is going to be willing to get behind in a representational way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Good.
Yeah. I do have to, I was going to say that.
Now try having that conversation with Roddy.
Oh, I tried. You know what? Matter of fact, let me speak on something else. I tried to speak to Roddy. I messaged him earlier. He messaged me, and I had to. I was responding to this. He sent me a very long thing about. Let me just give you the two names he gave me here, which was about Jose Illegal and Joe Legal, and it was about a illegal immigrant and a legal citizen. I'm assuming probably not birthright, but a citizen born here, like, parents, generation. I can't remember what that's called. But either way,
natural born.
Yeah, natural born, like I myself am. So when he gave this, I was like, because I made the statement that I don't see how immigrants, even illegal immigrants, harm me in any way, shape, or form. And then he gave this thing about how illegal
he went with the
immigrants.
jobs thing.
Yeah.
Jobs,
and then also,
jobs,
not the jobs
and freeloading.
The freeloading one was what he went with, which I have to say is completely incorrect. Like, I don't even have to, like, the whole thing here that I have to state about this is that illegal immigrants do not claim food stamps. They do not claim free healthcare. They do. And the reason I know they can't claim these things is because I myself would struggle to claim these things, and I actually fit the requirements for it. But the reality is that they don't even have social security numbers, so they can't claim this. And if you're going to say that they might have a social security number that they faked or whatever, which, okay, sure, I want to see you pull that off.
Sure.
Let's say that they do have that.
0.001%, but yes, it
That's
can happen.
the point. Do you think 10 million illegal immigrants in this country are capable of pulling that off? You think there's just tons of illegal immigrants going in there with fake social security numbers, barely speak English, into these offices, and then saying, hey, I would like, well, I don't know how you'd say it in Spanish, but I want some food stamps. And they're just saying, oh, okay, sure, you're illegal, so here you go. No,
it would have
that's
been
not
so much
happening.
more powerful if you'd have dropped that in Spanish, just so you know. For what it's worth, and I have said this to Roddy countless times, he lives in a Ben Shapiro fever dream. Like, he really does take everything from that side's rhetoric full cloth and just swallows it whole. And so no matter what, like, and Chief will tell you, this was a theme early on in the stream where I would dog walk him through all of the evidence, all of the facts, and I would show him that he was wrong. And then at the end, maybe I might get a shrug of the shoulders or a maybe or an I guess. And then by the next week, it was right back to it. So yeah, again, it's where I started saying you can lead a horse to water, but sometimes you just got to drown the motherfucker. That's, you know what I mean? Like there comes a point where you just have to throw in the towel and be like, okay, cool. So you're not the one. Best of luck.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I personally know I understand that, how easy it is for like conservative beliefs to be like just instilled in. Like I said before, I was decent bit conservative. I'm still a registered Republican for a reason. I mean, I started off at that point, and I was like,
you live in Florida.
Red state, just red states. You know what I'm saying? Reactionary thinking is just the fundamentals. And what's worse for them, honestly, is that being raised in a red state it's I think I heard to say this not long ago, but they said like Republicans or conservatives raised in blue states are way more like aggressive and like hostile and insane in their beliefs.
Never heard that, but I believe it.
Than conservatives and Republicans raised in red states,
probably because they're constantly under attack.
Yeah, and I'm the opposite of that.
Oppressed.
I think I'm the opposite in that because I was raised in red states. I moved to red state, lived entire life in red states, and it's I get like the reactionary thinking of it, but then it's like, I'm black, man. I can't, like I bought into it for a bit, but it's like at the same time, it's like, what is all this anger towards different groups for? Like even when I had slightly conservative views, I never was like, man, women need to listen to me and I needed to control them. It's like, even with my exes, I was always like, yeah, do your own thing. I don't want you to be like, what I'm saying? Waiting for my words.
We could get into some deep psychological, sociological explanations for that, but it would be the rest of the stream. So with that said, speaking of, is it possible to, hey, there's that beautiful face. Can I get some sort of a camera from the two of y'all? We just got one more person coming in, just so everybody knows. And hopefully it's going to level out there. Yes, Lethe, it's because you're on the negative prompt, dude. Anyways,
I was hearing all blonde white women look the same, so I just was trying to see exactly what level.
Okay, look, I did not say that. You showed me a picture of a lady who looked remarkably like the chick that stands at the fucking podium, and I even gave you an apples to apples comparison. And if you're gonna look me in the eyes and tell me that she does not look like the other one, man, I'm gonna call you a liar. No, I don't even.
No, you're gonna call me a troll. I wouldn't be a liar.
Okay, fair enough. No, it's some rapper named Wynne, Wynnne, and the first time I looked at her, I can't look her up. Wynnne. She's actually kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie. But she looks identical to, I can never remember the bikini chick's name. What's her name? The press secretary.
Iggy Azalea.
No, get the fuck out of here. But by the way,
just more racist.
Turning off that. No, what's her goddamn name? She's got 3 of them. I think it's hyphenated. Who's the lady that stands at the podium and lies? What's her fucking name?
AOC.
The Republican Party? Really? AOC?
You're talking about Trump's press secretary. Let me get her name.
Yeah, I can't. No, it's not Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem.
Kristi Noem is the director. Is director of national security. Caroline Leavitt. Yes.
Level it. Caroline Leavitt. By the way,
Caroline Leavitt.
And calm your hollering again, brother. All right. So one more. No, you're good. One more person coming in. So everybody out there in chat, just so you guys know, I'm going to drop the link to that first poll. This is for the first debate. If you guys want to go ahead and get those votes locked in. It looks like we don't have anybody else who's streaming tonight, except hopefully Gorps is going to show up. I don't know if he's going to be streaming.
I'm currently streaming.
Oh, are you? Would you like to touch tips and share chat?
Nobody's streaming.
Would you rather?
Got it.
All right,
got it.
Let me.
Gorps is already streaming.
Is he already live? Cool.
Yeah.
Well, then he will get the knock as well. Invite guests. We will.
I'll start streaming as soon as they stop threatening to lock me up.
Good luck with that.
I've been live for like 3 hours already.
On Twitch or just on YouTube?
Yeah, on Twitch.
Oh, I didn't know you streamed on Twitch, man. I would have given you I would have followed you.
That's all right.
What is it under the same name? Grid One?
It's an unreasonable man. Let me see.
Unreasonable man.
Where is my?
Love the background, by the way.
It'll be a great debate if that's the case.
By the way, I would like to introduce everybody out there. This is Grid One Motorsports. I guess we just call him Grid, or an unreasonable man up here in the top right corner. He's going to be standing in to judge for us tonight. He hosts his own debates over on YouTube and apparently on Twitch. I didn't know this. He does something a little different though. He does impromptu debates where basically it's like quick little 6-minute, 7-minute, he just grabs 2 people, throws a prompt at him and figures it out, which I can only imagine is so much less stressful than the bullshit I put myself through every 2 weeks. But that said,
for who?
Touche for him.
Well, Ancom's been there. He did my nerd.
Ancom and Lethe.
Yes,
so did Lethe. I know.
I've been on your nerd debates. I don't want the stress of your political debates. Yeah,
I'm not. I'm okay
coming up on
over
round 3 of
representing
Nerd
the server,
Wars.
so good. Let us know when it's going to happen. You'll have a whole bunch of us, I promise. But
excellent.
I will keep showing up every Friday that I'm not streaming to represent the server in politics. So, but as this continues, like I said, I would like to bring some of my teammates here and come over there and debate some of your teammates. Because
are any of you guys going to DebateCon?
I do not believe so. I thought about it, but Tennessee is literally the opposite side of the country.
I have a functioning nose. I can't be in an area like that.
What, in Nashville? Nashville's
Well,
awesome.
he's making a joke about debate nerds, I believe, implying that they smell like Fritos and cheese, kind of like comic book nerds.
I don't know if I'd say implying.
Okay,
Well,
fair enough.
We're down. So we need some lefties to debate in my. I'm putting on an event, an opener, if you will, the day before DebateCon starts, and we're going to have. I'm looking for debates for Rob Knorr and Fabian Liberty and a couple other guys.
Jesus Christ, those names. I can handle
Is
that.
there any chance you would be willing to accept remote debaters? Because I can't make it down there physically, but I could potentially do.
No, these are going to be live streamed IRL debates. I've rented a venue for it. It's a big party. It's free food. Free. Matter of fact, my part of the event is entirely free. You just show up. I'm paying for everything. We got food. We got soft drinks. I don't drink, and so I don't buy other people alcohol. But you're welcome to bring your own.
I would only go if I was allowed to debate Rob Knorr while staring directly down at him the entire time.
Are you that tall? He's pretty. He's not that short.
I'm 6'4".
Oh yeah, you're taller than he is. So,
real quick, Grid, if you would be so kind as to in any chat, give me in the well, I guess it would have to be in my chat because I'm having troubles finding you.
okay. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Absolutely.
I don't even have Twitch open right now. I mean, I have it open, but not.
I didn't get a knock. How do I get my knock?
Yeah, I sent you the knock. Did it not knock?
I don't know how to.
Oh, it should be under your in the top right corner. You should if you're on your Twitch dashboard, you should see your notifications box. And
Yo, where is the
notification box?
Where is the event?
Tennessee.
I'm in
Tennessee.
Nashville, I'm assuming.
Slightly south of Nashville.
There
two
you go.
But general Nashville area, I assume.
Yeah, close enough for sure.
Yeah,
Grew up
I'm
here.
not close enough for that to be a trivial thing, so I can't make it
exactly.
If I can stare straight down at Rob Knorr, I will leave California and go to whatever horrible southern place I'm forced to go to.
What's your million? Ain't nothing wrong with the South.
It's an unreasonable man with no spaces.
Yeah.
All right, cool. There you go then. I hopefully just invited you. And I don't know where Gorps is. I'm going to hit him up here in a second.
There you go.
Game Boy, what flavor?
What flavor?
Which flavor should I drink?
I got to mute this down. Stand by.
White.
Yeah.
White gummy bear.
Gorp is currently doing news right now.
Does it taste like White Monster?
No, it tastes like white gummy bear.
No, that's just as good.
By the way, did you ever send my response to Gorps?
I did. He was not pleased with your definition, so I was going to discuss this with the judges, which makes me sad that Chief isn't going to stick around because I was hoping Chief would be able to help parse through this. Because basically, you guys are both sort of quoting the UN definition of hate speech in your prompts or in your. But for some reason, yours worded differently, and so again, I'm not sure how to parse that out.
Because I looked up the legal definition of what they consider to be hate speech, whereas he was using their informal definition.
He was using more colloquial. Yeah, that checks out. Okay. So then in that case, yeah, I feel like y'all gonna have to just debate that one out.
That's kind of what I figured was gonna happen.
Yep.
When I came into it, so I'm unsurprised by this.
That's going to be up to the judge who presents it. Who presents
You're
it
both
best.
wrong.
Speaking of which, I wanted to let you know, Grid, how this works. So you and Chief. So I'm not going to besmirch any of your judges, sir. But generally, I only invite people to judge who are able to judge based on the merits of the rhetoric as opposed to their personal positioning on the subject. I'm sure you understand, and I'm sure I know you're capable of it. Once again, same thing with Chief, same thing with but then also so that I always have two in-person judges. And then I don't know if you noticed in the chat, but I actually drop a straw poll link that's free to any audience members who want to watch or who are in the audience and watching. They can click that and be able to put in their vote. And then immediately after the debate, I create a second poll. And what we're looking for is not a popularity contest, but rather a persuasion contest. So I'm looking for whichever side is swayed the most. So if, like, let's say we've got 6-4 and 4 against, and then afterwards we've got 8-4 and 2 against, huzzah, 4 wins. You know what I'm saying? So that way we've got at least one that's quasi biased by the audience's level of persuasion or the audience impact. So, and then, like I said, you guys just after each debate, we're going to open it up to you guys first, give it a couple of minutes for you guys to explain, first of all, who you awarded it to, and give a little bit of information as to why. And then after that, we do the audience vote, and then we'll move on. Every other time we do it as a 3v3. And I'm actually thinking, everybody, that I'm going to start doing a 1v1, a 2v2, and a 3v3 based on which Saturday it is. Like the first Saturday is going to be 1v1, second Saturday 2v2, so on and so forth. But in those ones, we generally will also. There's a little bit more to the voting, because we also have the judges choose who the MVP of the debate was, regardless of the winning side. Because sometimes if you're in a team match, there's been times where, like, Ancom brings the fucking fire, but he was on a team with somebody, I'm looking at you, Game Boy, who like bends the knee and concedes the debate in the first fucking prompt. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure you knew, because I have heard it from like 6 different people.
Debate?
He did, but that's okay.
That's the problem I have.
I
with
sold
the
like
prompt.
3. It's not like a surprise.
I'm a little unprepared for this debate, but luckily I'm going against Game Boy, so it's all right.
Yeah, well, and see,
you said that already. You don't.
I like
need to
how you
repeat all
were more
these things.
prepared for the non-debate at the start when you were fucking
right. He did. He was. He
here.
had references and shit for the judge, but not for his debater.
Way to prep.
All right. So
wait. When was this?
Oh, you missed it. It was before you came in. As soon as Lonzo jumped in, he immediately threw hands with Chief. So.
Oh yeah, I was there. No, I was just muted. I was playing Skate.
Oh yeah, that's what
you
I was
were
watching.
hardly playing Skate. That
Yeah,
you were
he was failing pretty hard.
It's been a while. It's been like a day. I'm trying to get back into it.
It's been a day, and you're failing that hard, Game Boy.
He is.
I just think
Okay,
that's
why
not
is
your
everyone
style of
judging
game.
not only my debates but my skate
You
skills?
put it
I will
out there
do
on
it
the camera.
in the middle.
Yeah.
I thought I was
Because
gonna do great,
debate
and then
skills-
I didn't.
The debate skills have been so subpar that we have now defaulted to going after your gaming skills. We need you to step up in one of these categories.
Again, for what it's
I
worth.
remember when
one.
people would compliment my music taste. Now it's just, your skate skills suck. Your debate sucks. I haven't seen your face ever, but you're ugly. Like, I can smell you through the screen. Like, what is all of this? Like,
I mean, with all this animosity coming your way, you might as well just change your background image to King Von and do what needs to be done.
hell yeah. I'm going to treat him like I treat, what's his name? Spelt Wrong. I'm going to, like, treat Lonzo like I treat Spelt Wrong. And just absolutely just, you're dumb. You're an idiot. Just all the words that trigger him.
For what it's worth, so that you can catch up on that one a little bit, Grid. We had a gentleman who was, I use that term very loosely, who was participating in debates with me, and I was very excited to have him participating because he was new to debate, but he was very passionate. But he has a tendency to consume copious amounts of alcohol throughout the course of the debate. So his performance at the beginning was really solid. By the end of it, he's slurring and dropping slurs, and like it's just not pretty. So anyway, he's since basically, I'm pretty sure he has voodoo dolls of every single one of our faces, and he has gone public with his hatred for everything about what we do here, which is debate.
You saying that he's slurring is so funny to me, since all I've heard about him is how much he thinks like fairly tame words are slurs. So that's,
yes, well, and first of all, when I say slur, I mean it's hard like this. So
that kind of slurring. Okay.
But I was also being a smartass and doing a little double entendre there with the slur reference. So thank you for catching it, even if I had to use Crayola for it. Anyway,
in his words, he said, "I'm his favorite out of the group here. And I was the only good person."
No, of course. No, that checks out. Well, and I think he still likes Let's Chief too, because Let's Chief was always nice to him. So
what?
And again, I have nothing against the dude. I wish him nothing but the best, and I sincerely. And if he ever wants to come back and play with us again, even despite the mean shit he said about me, I'm still okay with it, because the point of this is for all of us to be able to keep getting better at debate and to be able to keep getting better at expressing our views and opinions and helping to persuade the audience. That's what the fuck we're here for. And on that note, I guess Gorps ain't gonna fucking make it, so I'm gonna go ahead and just give up and get this party started.
He and I were the second debate anyway, so we'll give him until the end of
he said the debate
the
starts
first
at
debate.
8:30.
Well,
that
he's
says
an
on,
idiot.
like his stream title.
That's fine.
I'll let him know.
That's cool. Yeah, no, it's fine. I already messaged him as well, so it's no.
Probably meant his started at 8:30,
Yeah,
and
that's what
then
that's what
we're
he's talking
fucking
about.
over here
Yes.
doing some Mean Girls High School bullshit, and so it's 20 after, and so his debate's going to be more at 9 o'clock now.
Because we were patiently waiting for him to show up with the rest of the people. So.
Incompetent.
Was it really Mean Girls? Are you sure? Because that feels a little attacky, but maybe you're right.
No,
I was very clear that I want the best for the dude. So he was just not happy with me.
Lisi, is this a better
Let
wallpaper?
it die.
I am happy to let it die.
Or King
It's
Von?
not.
Is
It's not King
better?
Von.
I don't know.
King
I've
Von
always
was
been more of
more
a Chief Keef
serial
guy.
killer.
Yeah, but
I don't really respect King
Chief
Von, to be
Keef
honest.
was like my hero
This ain't
in
about
like middle
respect.
school. So I don't know.
It's not going to change the outcome of this debate. That's all I'm going to tell you now.
King
More
Von,
the cool Keith.
Chief Keef could make Crazy Story. King Von could not make Love Sosa. That's all I'm saying.
Those are like the two most popular songs of theirs. There's way better things you could have listed, though.
Okay, well, I wasn't about to make something because Radish already doesn't know what we're talking about.
What does Radish listen to? Radish, listen, name like what type of music do you listen to, man?
All of it.
All of it.
Kenny
Yes, sir.
Loggins.
Does that when you say all of it, do you just mean? Never mind.
No, if you really want me to be more
Paul
specific,
Anka.
I happily will. But we got to get into this. Yeah, I could probably sing along with a couple of Paul Anka songs.
I think I just got to up your comment in the chat.
Oh, fucking welcome in, Gorps. Glad you could make it, bro. Anyway, no, to the best way that I would describe it is I like anything that defies norms or pushes boundaries. I'm not bound by any genre, but what I do despise, no matter what genre, is anything that follows a recipe. So if I feel like you're just doing the things that you need to do the thing, fuck off. But any band or musician who can make it their own and do something that's a little bit different, you've got my undivided attention. So with that said,
What about The Recipe by Kendrick Lamar?
Bro,
So
are you serious?
I was about to say, I actually don't know a lot of newer musicians, not because I'm a boomer, but more because it, like, for instance, mumble rap makes me want to tear my fucking eyes out.
What would you
I feel
describe
like
as mumble rap?
No Future?
Anything future.
If you rhyme the word riff 5 times in a fucking row, I hate your face. Like, if the only word that you can rhyme with itself is itself, you have no skill. No, I do not know. Oh, wait, no, somebody did show me Lil Uzi, and he's a Playboy
Cardi has some bangers. I'm playing Playboy Cardi right now.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. You want to know the truth, man? And I'm going to say some really outlandish shit here.
Is it that
Once
you like
upon a
Tekashi
time,
6ix9ine?
Once upon a no, fuck him. Once upon a
6ix9ine
time,
has some good
there
music.
were boundaries. There was difficulty to get into the music industry. Just because you have access nowadays doesn't mean you fucking should. And so there's a lot of people who just push music out there who have no fucking business doing so. But then randomly, because of that access, you'll get somebody like Ren, right? I don't know if I'm sure you know who Ren is. Ren is fucking amazing, right?
Ren is dope.
Who? No, yeah, Ren is amazing. And we would not have him were it not for things like YouTube. So again, you're going to get a whole lot more garbage that makes it to the mainstream attention, but you're also going to get some diamonds that fucking show through. So anyway, so I listen to all types of music, though, to be honest with you. Everything from country to rap to rock to I fucking rock some musicals. I was a theater kid. So yeah, sometimes I'll just put on Phantom of the Opera. So yeah, I'll listen to Paul Anka, asshole. Fuck off.
I think that McDonald guy, that McDonald rapper, is the best one out there.
I think.
All right,
I
so
think
inside your heart.
I think
So-
somebody.
Inside your mind, goddammit.
now that we got all the warm-ups out and you got the radish all spicy already, we go ahead and get this started. So I have put the debate. Welcome in there, Alice. Appreciate you. So I'm going to put this in the chat one more time. Everybody who has not voted, go ahead and vote again. I sent out some invites. Gorps, I don't know if you got the invites for the group chat share thing. If you're not interested, that's fine.
Now.
Yep, word. And I did send one to you as well, Grid. I don't know if you saw it or not.
Yeah, I got it.
But okay, cool. Because it's not showing you in the party. So let me make sure.
I see you guys. Oh wait,
Maybe
not
I'm wrong.
anymore. That's weird.
Yeah, that's like I said. For some reason, it was saying that you did not want to play with us.
That's weird.
And now I can't
Grid's
even
too
find
good for
it.
us. Grid's just too good
He
for
is.
us.
You know, I can't blame him though. I wouldn't want to party with us either. And now, yeah, like I said, I'm having troubles fucking finding it. Cause
That's
why
odd.
not? Boom. And the only reason that it's kind of
no part
important.
of any club that would have me as a member.
Speaking of parties, did you know Diddy just got 4 years in prison?
I did. And by that you mean just 4 years,
Too
right?
long.
That was what you meant to say. Did he got just 4 years?
Did he though?
All right.
That's really weird because it was fine and now it's not. That's weird.
Yep. So it's cool. I'll send you another one.
Sure.
So the only reason that it's useful is because it makes it so that whenever I send out the link for the vote, your chat can vote for it as well.
I don't have anybody in my chat.
And
I
we
don't
can all see
I don't
how
stream the
retarded each
clips
other's
very
chats
often,
are.
so
Gotcha. There you go. I sent it again. Well, at least we can get a little bit of shared attention here. So,
In the chat, Nair, nothing much is going to change. Diddy's still going to be piping down dudes.
Whoa, he's only like what 5'10"? I don't know about that in prison.
yeah, no, but I'm sure he's going to have some money cred. So, yeah, Scribbles, we're doing debates. We're doing, I mean, political debates. Everything's politics, right? But these are going to be hopefully a little bit more fun. So stick around, and you can vote as well for the winner, which would be super useful. We like everybody here. Last time I'm going to drop it in there, and then I'm going to go ahead and start us. So the first debate we're going to do tonight is there, before we continue, I know Lutz Chief is on a timeline. Is there anybody else who needs to get out of here ASAP? No? All right, cool.
Any
Well, then we're
hard
gonna
outs?
Yeah, any hard outs. That's right. Then in that case,
Just
we're going to
hard
go
on.
ahead and hard in, hard on, hard out. All right, we're going to go ahead and start with, hey, appreciate you there, Gorps. That was very sweet of you, buddy. We're going to go ahead and start with the Admiral Grufus and Lethe debate, which are we are endowed by our creator with certain inalienable rights. You can see up here on the top, that is going to be our prompt. So everybody out there remembers, I'm sure every single one of y'all who has debated here has either debated here or I know you've watched a few Grufus. I don't even think you've spoken yet. Grufus, are you there? Can you hear us?
I've spoken a few times.
Okay, there you
Sadly,
go.
he has.
Wasn't there a modification to the prompt?
It was we were agreed to a interpretation of the prompt, but we didn't change the prompt itself.
Correct. So I just have to say, Grufus, I'm very shocked to hear your voice. I've seen you in Gorps's chat countless times. I actually thought you were Gorps's dad, to be honest. So finding out that
He's younger
you're not,
than me.
I'm younger than Gorp.
I hear that now.
So we're dealing with a paradox?
Exactly, or a
He's saying,
paradox.
he's saying only thing you have is your father.
All right, so let's see. So Grufus, do you have the ability to put any sort of a camera on? I don't care. It doesn't have to be. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how to do it on OBS right now.
Okay, so what you
I'm
on the bottom right corner, it's going to see somebody else walking through it. Do it quick. Just
Go to
because it puts you in the right
OBS,
placement.
All right.
Hit start virtual camera, and when it says sources, you can put any image or anything like that on. I know you wanted to
Okay.
put the snake on, so
Yeah, I was
if
gonna
you
put
hit
no
the
step on
plus,
snack.
and then like just
I
hit the
approve.
snake, or if you want to put text, there's also the text option.
I clicked start virtual camera and something's coming up.
And you need to hit camera on Discord as well for it to even pop up. And
Correct.
if you go to the arrow, it will say camera, and you can select OBS as the source for the camera.
Everything he just said. OBS Virtual Cam is what you're going to set up as your camera.
All right. Voice.
Sorry, I wish I would have said this a little earlier so you could have gotten it locked in a little faster. I'm sorry, that was my bad.
I
dropped the ball.
messaged him about it, but I didn't say it soon enough because I was
Again,
still
just
trying
to be
figure out
clear,
if
it
that's
makes
what
it so that all of our affirmatives are on the top row, all of our judges and moderators in the middle row, and all of our negatives are on the bottom row. So that's the.
Hey, Radish.
Yes, sir.
Which works.
Can you
which
check
makes
the stream
more
together
sense
and
during
make
a
sure
team.
that? Can you make sure that the shared chat function is enabled because my chat's not seeing it, and it says the host
not
is the one
enabled
that
right
can
now.
do it.
I blame I spelt this wrong just because.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But be nice. Yeah, no, that's my bad. Start sharing chat. Welcome
Be
in
best,
all
chat.
the
Be
chatters.
best.
There you go. All right.
That didn't work.
So that fixed it. And now I'm going to put this in one last time. I'm very, very sorry, but I'm glad now that I know that this is happening, for fuck's sake. So you guys can all see that link I just dropped in there. Go ahead and click that link. It costs you nothing. Put in your vote for where you stand on this prompt. There's going to be one of these at the beginning and at the end of each debate that we're doing tonight. We're doing 3 debates. They're all going to be pretty short form. I say pretty short form. They're going to be 30 minutes or less. But what we're going to do is we're going to compare the beginning of the debates votes with the after the debates votes, and that is going to count the whichever team sways the most percentage wise is going to be the audience vote. So that way it's not just a popularity contest, because sometimes these debaters are debating prompts they don't even believe in. That's how debate works. Sometimes you're going to have to steel man a position you don't understand. And for those of you who are new to debate, or debate is kind of unfamiliar to you, the benefit of that and the beauty for that is that it shows that you understand the opposition, right? Because it's very difficult for you to be able to truly articulate an argument if you don't truly understand the opposition. So being able to argue their best points demonstrates your understanding of their position. Even if you disagree with it, you at least understand where they're coming from. And it's always been valuable, but I think that today's world, that's ultra valuable. So anyways, once again, I'm going to go ahead and, yep.
I'm trying to do it. I have the virtual camera working, but Discord's not showing it.
Okay, yep. So in Discord, go ahead.
What you do
Somebody walk me through
is, if you right-click on the camera icon in Discord, then there should be a little thing that says camera with a little pop-out menu, which will
Did
give
that
you a
work?
list
Nice.
of... Oh, there you go. You got
God
it.
damn it! It went back. It's fucking flipped. God damn it!
No, it's right. No, it's right.
It's
It's
only
right.
flipped for you. It's
Yep.
flipped
Okay,
for
okay.
you only. It is right for everyone else.
Okay.
Just like the timer above my head in your screen is correct, but on me it looks backwards.
Okay.
So
Is my name correct or is it backwards?
your name is
It's
beautiful,
correct.
sir.
No,
It's
yours
backwards.
is correct.
It's absolutely.
All
It's
right.
backwards right now, Gorp.
Fuck yeah, we got it. All right, let's fucking go, people. We're gonna cut it in right at 8:30 then. All right, everybody, welcome in. Hopefully we've got all of our votes. I'm not going to share what the votes are right now. We're going to compare them at the end of the debate, but I want to go through real quick one more time. Our judges to the far left of me is going to be Grid One Motorsports. You can find him over at Unreasonable Man. He streams both on Twitch and primarily on YouTube. So give him a click on that. Let's Chief here to my immediate left. She used to stream, but he doesn't anymore. You can just kind of yell at him anytime in my Discord channel. He enjoys it. He likes the abuse. Our debaters today across the top in the affirmative, we have in the top left corner, Groofus is going to be debating our bottom center, Lethe Water Kai. Our top center, Ancom Psycom, is going to be debating our bottom left corner, Gorps Inc. And our top right corner, a stairwell, apparently, is going to be debating our bottom right corner, Lonzo Kennedy. So each of them is going to have a different prompt. The prompt above my head is going to be our first prompt for the night. And as I said, that's going to be Admiral Groofus up there in the No Step on Sneck, and the Lethe Water Kai in the bottom row. So without any further ado, because we've had way too much do already, we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock, everybody. And is everybody ready to get this party started? Groofus, you good?
Yep.
Lethe, you good? Judges, we're good? Let's fucking go. All right, then. 3 minutes is on the clock. So something else we're going to do a little bit differently, and this is actually because of Grid. Grid reminded me of the way this is really supposed to go. We're not going to flip a coin anymore. The affirmative is going to go first. So with that said, we've also made another small augment to the timer, which is we don't need 5 minutes closing because people are just fucking monologuing too long. So I'm cutting that down to a 3-minute close for each of you. I know it's only 2 minutes off, but still, any time we can. So, welcome in everybody. Welcome in Rook. Welcome in Myopic Times. Oh no, I guess you're over there in Lethe, but that's okay. Welcome in nonetheless. And we're going to go ahead and go. Rufus, 3 minutes is on the clock. Let's hear your opening for We Are Endowed by Our Creator with Certain Inalienable Rights.
Whether you call them human rights, property rights, or universal rights, rights are inherent to every individual by virtue of their existence as rational beings. To claim otherwise is to fall into a logical trap that undermines not only freedom, but the very act of arguing itself. If rights are not inherent, they must be granted by the state. This leads to an extreme conclusion. If the government alone defines your rights, it can dictate every aspect of your life. A state that grants rights can just as easily revoke them, leaving you with no moral claim over your body, your labor, or your freedom. For example, like how Trump is currently attacking activists with ICE currently. But this view doesn't just threaten liberty, it is logically incoherent. When someone claims rights come from the state, they engage in rational discourse, implicitly asserting their right to speak and reason. This act presupposes self-ownership, the control over one's body and mind necessary to form and express ideas. To deny inherent rights is to contradict the very act of arguing, as it suggests a state could legitimately silence you, nullifying your ability to make the claim in the first place. It is a performative contradiction. You rely on the freedom to argue while denying that same freedom is inherent to others. The contradiction extends to the state itself. When the government enacts laws or defends their authority, they engage in argumentation, claiming the right to justify their actions. Yet, if rights are state granted, this implies only state agents have the right to argue, while ordinary individuals do not. If the act of reasoning presupposes self-ownership for some, it must do so for all, as no logical distinction can exclude one person without collapsing into arbitrariness. Rights are not gifts from bureaucrats, they are rooted in an undeniable reality of human agency. Every person, by engaging in thought, action, discourse, affirms their inherent right to life and liberty. That's it.
And that's it. All right, cool. Left with a minute on the clock. Great job.
I forgot it was 3 minutes. I thought it was 2, so I timed it for 2 minutes.
No worries. That's all right. I'm sure that the judges appreciate it. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock. Lethe, this is your 2 minutes to do with as you please, although it is intended for cross-examination. So are you ready for your cross-examination then?
Yes.
All right. Why is it not fucking changing? Because my numlock's off? What the fuck? 2? Why? Oh my God. What the literal fuck? Dude.
We're doing it live.
We're fucking doing it live. I'm pushing the goddamn 2. Okay, so
just think of
I guess
that
my
fail at
keyboard
life.
has shit the bed. Oh my God, this is so obnoxious.
You can use your phone and put it. Hold
The
up.
real
on the
winner
screen.
tonight is the keyboard.
No,
Yeah,
it's
about
not
to
the
go through the
keyboard because
goddamn
he's
window.
You've defeated the
I was
host.
about to say he's about to he's about to abuse the living shit out of his keyboard.
Oh,
Hey, you can win and still catch one at the end of the day.
okay, so I don't understand. This is so goddamn stupid. So what we're gonna do? So for some reason, it's locked in my chat. Is somebody smarter than me able to tell me why my fucking numbers are only getting printed in my chat box instead of in my right now beach fuck off?
Did you click on the thing that's not the chat box?
Yes, multiple times. So I'm going to try clicking down here. There we go. Now will it work? Nope, it's still only typing in the motherfucking numbers in there. What the literal fuck?
Close the tab
Okay.
that has your chat. and then
You guys hear
reopen
me
a
now?
different tab with it.
Yes.
We could hear you the
Yes.
whole top guy. Your chat could not.
No, my chat could not. So I was seeing if because I haven't used OBS since I moved. So it's the first time I hooked up everything today. First appearance in months.
Ha! Thank you, Gorps. You're the best. All right, everybody. We got it. We got it figured out. Fuck me.
Said no one
2 minutes.
ever. No, I'm kidding.
Two minutes on the clock.
Wow.
Sorry. Thank you all for your patience. 2 minutes on the clock. You ready for your cross-X, Leafy?
So the very idea that the state or any entity can take your rights away means you were not born with rights, that rights are endowed upon you by whatever entity wants to protect your rights. Just like slaves were taken to another country where other people had rights they were not afforded. They did not have rights because no one was willing to enforce their rights. Eventually, people had to come along being willing to enforce those rights. So if this is the case that we absolutely were clearly not born with rights and have to have them endowed by an entity, you already defeated your own argument, and I don't think we even have anything to talk about. I'm done.
Okay. That was your cross-examination. You've now got 3 minutes on the clock for your opening. I'm gathering you're just going to go ahead and skip it, but I'm still going to put the 3 minutes on the clock for you to skip. So, Lethe, are you ready for your 3-minute opening?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
So, us being born under this rock, evolutionarily speaking, we've dealt with a societal structure. The societal structure has deemed what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable. And these things change and vary over time. So to expect that any particular right is going to be something that is granted immediately at birth, it completely negates survival of the fittest. What we're trying to do as a society is not live under survival of the fittest, to allow people to have as much freedom and as much grace as possible. And like in my particular way of thinking, which is usually whatever promotes human flourishing, I would like to hope we're getting closer to that, but that's not really the way this thing works, because we have, an entire party that doesn't believe in human flourishing, because as soon as you're born, they don't really give a crap about you anymore. So, that's just pretty much how it works, but definitely not inalienable, definitely no creator. So I'm glad that was removed from the prompt interpretation, because there is no creator to enforce these things. And if God ever cared, a bunch of kids wouldn't be dying with cancer. So I'm going to go ahead and call it at that.
Right. And 2 minutes is on the clock for you now, Admiral Grufus. If you'd like to use it for cross-examination, go ahead.
So you said you were during your actually I'll just instead of using it for my cross, I'll respond to Lethe's cross, which is you're confusing an is or an ought statement. There were people who didn't respect or uphold their rights, but they still have them based on the fact that they are alive. Just because, if I had to say this correctly, you still have the. I'm sorry, I'm not very good on my feet. 2, 3, 4. You have the right to.
Take your time. Take your time.
If you confusing isn't ought statements because might does not make reality, but it might does not make right, but it does make reality, which is why people's rights aren't respected. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, and you want to forfeit the rest of the time then?
Yeah.
All right, 10-4. Not a problem. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put the 10 minutes on the clock, although it's almost like we've already started our cross conversation. So this is going to be 10 minutes open for you guys to just go ahead and discuss this openly. Also, while this is happening, to the two judges, just as a reminder, if while you're having this or while you're listening to this, any questions come up in your minds that you want me to ask, message me in Discord. And at the end of the 10 minutes, I will ask the two debaters any questions that you think got missed in this crosstalk. So, and if there are none, that's fine as well. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and start that 10 o'clock and go.
So, like off rip, if you say rights are is ought statement, that definitely doesn't make any sense, because if you ought to have rights, but you don't have rights, you apparently don't have rights. So if you were born and you want to eat, thinking that, you know, being able to eat and have food is a right you should have, and somebody comes along and says, "Now this baby ain't getting food," you don't have that right, apparently.
You have the right to go out and gather food. You have the right to consume the product of your labor. You do not have the right to force someone else to feed you. That's the difference between I'm making a difference between positive and negative rights. Or that's what I
Yes,
was
I'm saying
attempting to
as
do.
a baby, you can't go out and get your own food.
Yes.
So we are not born with rights. So what you're saying is we earn rights by our labor, and we are entitled to the fruits of our labor. Is that the argument you're making?
Yes. You are allowed to. You have the ability to, the right to do stuff. You have the right to. You have the right to do anything so long as it does not initiate conflict upon another person.
And who enforces against the non-aggression principle?
Either through either it could be through mutual aid societies, it could be through fraternities, it could be through a rights defense agency, depending. Obviously, I'm a full ANCAP. Game Boy and Gorp aren't.
Oh no! As soon as you started talking, I could hear the non-aggression principle oozing from your
Yeah,
words.
yeah, no,
Perfectly
yeah.
fine. So again, this is why Encapistan is kind of goofy. Like, at the end of the day, you have no entitlement to anything else or any organization beyond your own labor. If you think that somebody can't come and take your labor from you, that's just a misconception. This is why we have a government that's set up to enforce the laws. If you don't want to deal with a government and pay taxes to a government to protect your rights, you more than likely won't have them when somebody else decides that their labor is taking your labor.
So you're arguing, in fact, that people.
If the job that I choose to have in life is to take other people's labor away from them, then that is my labor and I'm entitled to it.
Yeah, it's a logical contradiction to argue against, to argue for violence, though. That's what I'm.
Who said anything about violence?
Well, but you were saying it's okay if someone decides that it's okay to steal from someone, to take someone else's labor away from them. That is initiating conflict. That is inherently violence.
If I walk onto somebody's property, which they have no rights to, because we've already established that there is no right to property in this instance, and pick up an item that I think I want and start walking away with it, it would be violence on the other person's end to stop me from walking away with it.
You're the one who's initiating the conflict, or it's the person who's trespassing is initiating the conflict.
Trespassing on what?
The person's property.
Why is it their property if I don't recognize that they own that property? Because there's no rights in this instance. Nobody's reinforcing it. How do I know that that's their property?
Because it's in ANCAP, you have to homestead the land, so it's pretty obvious if something is natural or not. You don't get. It's not just like the government who can say all this wilderness is mine because my authority says so. You actually have to build a house. You actually have to transform the land in some way, shape, or form.
So we're going by dibs, and everybody's supposed to respect that and not have any governing body or anything that's solidifying this?
No, you can absolutely have what ANCAPs would call a proper government instead of the state, which would be funded either through some sort of voluntary subscription service, or would be funded through, or maybe it would be perhaps funded through some sort of mutual aid. And said organization would enforce those rights. you would still have communities, you still have societies. You just wouldn't have a state forcibly taxing someone else's labor to pay for something that someone may or may not actually want to associate or to pay for.
And what if this particular agency also wants to help me take your stuff?
Then you also have the right to assuming that there's also there would be multiple of them, of course, and you can, and no corporation, no other mutual society would want to associate with someone who is willing to violate rights, who is willing to engage in violence to as a means to an end. You would be allowed to you would very much be allowed to defend your property through whichever means you have and whichever means you can buy.
Okay, so with that being the case, if all of these groups agree with me more than they agree with you and want me to take your stuff, are you going to open fire on all of them?
Yes.
Works for me.
If everyone is violating someone's rights, yes, someone is violating someone else. If a group of people are violating someone else's rights, then yes, the person is in the right to shoot at all of them. Assuming it's proportional. I want to say assuming it's proportional. Just stepping on someone's property doesn't, you don't get to shoot someone because they're just stepping on your property. But proportionally, if they're threatening your life in some way or actively threatening your property or labor, you would be able to.
So far, you haven't expressed to me why there's any reason why anyone should be accepting that this is your property.
Because you put your own labor into it, and you're the one who put your labor into it. You are the one who put labor into it. You have and it is a logical contradiction to argue for violence, because if you arguing for violence inherently means you don't. Arguing for violence means you presuppose that you don't respect rights, and therefore you forfeit your rights. This is why I need to.
Explain that one more time.
If you arguing against rights, means if you argue against someone else's rights and call for violence, that is a logical contradiction, because you presuppose that you have the ability to, for example, you have the ability to speak and to reason. If you have the ability to speak and reason, you have at least the ability. You have the right to your own body, and you have the right to whatever your body performs, whatever labor your body performs.
This literally just sounds like idealism. There's nothing enforcing this, and I don't see why this should even be respected in the case that we aren't willing to set up a governing body to enforce it. So you're hoping that naturally people will respect your labor and your autonomy as a human being, which historically goes against the way humanity has functioned since the dawn of our existence. We create societies to enforce the rights of the people in our societies, then other societies will show up and fight against those rights that you're talking about. So under your system, we would never have any sort of rights going forward.
You would be allowed to. I mean, there would also be groups of people. It wouldn't just be individual people on their own. There would be groups of people, like-minded people who are defending each other.
All right.
You wouldn't have.
So that is time. I let you finish that thought there. I didn't want to jump in on you, but we are done with the 10-minute open. I'm not sure if the judges have any questions. If you do, let me know. Again, just send me the direct chat. But while we're waiting to hear from them, unless the reason that I'm not having you guys just ask the questions yourself is so that it doesn't seem like it biases the debaters. They don't want to. I don't want them to know which judge or what the judge's thoughts are. So that said, I'm gonna put the 3 minutes on the no, we're doing 3 minutes close. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to, because I feel like we got through most of the thoughts here, so y'all are just going to be summarizing. I'm going to move that to a 2-minute close. I hope that you guys are okay with that. So we did, who went first? Admiral Grufus went first.
Yeah.
So Grufus, are you ready for a 2-minute close?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and sum it up for us, buddy.
Rights, human property, or universal are not granted by governments, contracts, or cultural norms, but inherent in our nature as rational, self-owning beings. When we debate, as we do now, we presuppose self-ownership, the right to control our bodies and minds. This is my opponent, by arguing, affirms this truth, yet they claim rights aren't inherent. This is a performative contradiction. To deny self-ownership is to undermine the very act of reasoning, making discourse impossible. Inherent rights, grounded in the NAP and the logic of human action, are universal and inalienable. My opponent's position, whatever form it takes, cannot escape this logical necessity. Inherent rights are the bedrock of human dignity. They are not privileges granted by states, contracts, or cultures. Every person who acts. Yeah, that I'm just gonna see the rest of my time because I had modular. I had stuff I was going to include, but I assumed we were gonna have 5 minutes. So
Sorry. Again, I happy to concede it. I wish I would have heard more of that in the 10 minutes personally.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So all right. Well then, in that case, 2 minutes on the top for you, Lethe.
I had
go ahead.
I had 2 pages of closing prepared. So. It's fine.
You know what?
Whatever.
I kind of want to hear it then. So you know what? I'm going to keep it going, buddy. Just read us your closing. Let's go with that.
It was because it was modular. So it was modular. So it was.
Give us the module. Come on with it.
The entire thing.
Whatever you thought was going to fit in your close. You give me the close you were prepared for. I assume this is okay with the judges.
Oh, absolutely.
I want to hear. I want to hear what you got. Let me hear it.
My opponent has raised practical concerns like how disputes are resolved or vulnerable groups are protected by the state. Inherent rights don't require a state; they enable voluntary solutions. Private arbitration, mutual agreements rooted in self-ownership and non-aggression resolve conflicts without coercion. For valuable individuals like children, rights remain inherent by their human nature and potential for agency, not their current ability to argue. Argumentation ethics, which I'm sure you got. Argumentation ethics applies universally. Every person's existence presupposes their claim to life. My opponent's reliance on state intervention assumes centralized power is necessary, but this risks the very oppression inherent rights prevent. Decentralized voluntary systems respect the individual sovereignty while addressing practical needs, proving that inherent rights are not just logical but actionable, unlike state-dependent models prone to abuse. Yeah, that's probably the.
Good enough. So I appreciate
that was probably the module.
All right, Lethe, are you ready? I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes since I actually let him go for about another minute. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and start.
I mean, at the end of the day, I saw, I had some stuff that I worked for, and then someone came and took it from me, even though I held up the NAP. They didn't agree with it. So apparently the rights that I thought I had weren't there. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to this? Rights are privileges and entitlements afforded to you by the state or by a governing body for the most part. Because again, if they aren't going to be enforced, then is it really a right? It's a right until somebody takes it from you, which is why they are definitely not inalienable. I don't really need 2 minutes to explain more than that.
All right, there you go. No worries. So that one actually went a little bit differently than I expected it to, but that's all right. It was still fun to listen to. So I'm going to go ahead and give the judges a second to articulate. And I'm also going to go ahead and drop in the second link here so that everybody can vote again based on your current share, copy, boom. So you guys can go ahead and vote based on your current opinion. Oh, God damn it. I'm going to fuck up my typing again. Oh, you know what? I'll do it over here. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. I'm getting there, kids. There we go. I'm going to drop that in there for everybody. So go ahead and go click on that link and vote for where you position now after that very persuasive debate. So I'm going to go ahead and go this to, I'm going to open it up with Mr. Chief, if that's all right. Give you the first opportunity to speak. Where did you score this, Chief?
I gave the win to Alethea on this one.
Okay. And based on any feedback?
Yeah, it felt like the argument was tried to be made that, you know, the inherent and inalienable rights were kind of just like baked in by existing, and that was logical. But I feel like it was just asserted that it was logical, and rather than like any sort of foundation built upon to like demonstrate why that was the case. It was just more asserted, in my opinion.
Okay. And now over to you, Mr. Grid. How did you score this debate?
Well, I scored it for Lethe. Do we get feedback or input or anything like that?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, like say any feedback.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
here's the thing. I believe this was his first public debate. Is that
Sure.
correct, Rufus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so again, we're all here to try and get better. So
right.
Yep.
Right.
So any feedback, offer it, please.
Yeah, so that's along the lines of how my show works too. So
yes.
So Admiral, what's the last part?
Rufus.
Rufus. All right, got it. Okay. So it never comes off really well in a debate when it sounds like you're reading.
Sure.
No matter if you wrote it yourself or anything like that, it never like comes out really well. So, and understanding this is your first debate, I'm gonna try and give you a lot of condense a lot of information into just some very quick points. When you take a debate like something over rights, the first question you have to ask yourself is, do you have any rights that are not guaranteed over the barrel of a gun? And you don't. So if you're going to do that, to take the affirmative that you do have rights, you have to step away from or be exceedingly convincing of the idea behind the NAP and behind the idea of insurance companies would enforce things that all of these things that the ANCAPs believe. Lethe had nothing to do here but say you have no rights not enforced over the barrel of a gun. You just don't. And that's all he had to do. That's all he had to say. And you had the burden, which is weird because you're the affirmative, and he should have had to work harder than you, but he didn't. So I would say maybe the next time, even though your belief system being an ANCAP gives you X argument that you guys all understand, when you're talking to other people that are a wider audience, you have to push in terms that most people can understand and relate to. But really, your delivery was you've really got to not sound like you're reading. You really got to sound really good at and have some confidence. They're just words. So, say them, as they say, with a full chest, and make sure that whatever it is that you're saying, you believe in. Like if I were going to debate that we do have rights, then they're inalienable, right? Then I would have to go into a religious or Christian or some other aspect, which is a tough argument to make. But if I did make it, I would be like, this is the way it is. And Lethe would have to knock down that wall. And he wouldn't be able to do that with just by saying, you don't have any rights, not guaranteed over the barrel of a gun, because I say, well, no, I've God on my side. What do you have? You got nothing. And you didn't do that, but you should have. Or maybe you shouldn't have because you're an ANCAP. I don't know. Lethe, you didn't have anything to do here except say, you don't have any rights, not guaranteed over the barrel of a gun. The threat of violence, without the threat of violence, you have no rights. Lethe knew that. That's why he took the debate, I'm sure. And he's a smart fellow. You should learn from him. So.
It's just even in like an hour, there's no way I could have try to explain how argumentation ethics or any ANCAP theory applies to this. It's
right. I get it. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a bad topic for an ANCAP to get into.
Maybe Scott could. I certainly fucking can't. Maybe Liquid Zulu could. I can't.
Yeah, Scott's a friend of mine. Love that guy. He's going to be in Nashville with us. We're looking for a debate for him, or someone to debate him while he's there. But yeah, Lethe, I got to be honest, man.
Yeah,
that's dirty pool, man. Take that.
I cool face to the whole thing. I apologize.
That's literally like taking that prompt against an ANCAP is just like shooting. I mean, you just can't. Especially
so for what it's worth, he doesn't know. Just so you know how I do this, Grid. I have about 25. I have about 25 debaters that I send out the list of prompts for that week, and I say, where do you stand on it? And then I take whoever responded, and I try to look for, first of all, people who are on opposite sides, and I try to make interesting. So this was Grufus's first time. So to be honest with you, I put him up against Lethe because Lethe's super nice, and so I know regardless, I did, but he's also really good. So basically, he can match energy.
Sure.
So if I had never heard Grufus work before, so if he came out all dickish and you know what I mean, like being an asshole, Lethe can match that. Lethe can but then on the other hand, if somebody's still new or whatever, struggling, then Lethe's gonna, you know what I mean, like he's gonna match the energy. So that was the reason for that debate.
Rufus, buddy, I'm trying to help you here, man. I'm not trying to hurt you. I don't want to hurt your feelings.
I'm very used to criticism.
And again, like I said, we're here to get better. All of us are open to fucking criticism. So hopefully I can keep you for at least one or two more, Chief. I know you got to dip out, buddy, but again, I like having all nine of us. Thank you, because you're the best. So I actually am going to go ahead and roll straight into the next one before he has a chance to change.
Matt, respect to my opponent, I respect you taking on that very difficult hurdle to hop over. So.
Oh, and real quick, I actually want to say also, I got to shout out to the chat. Audience voted, and it was actually we went from a 50-50 split to a 66-33. So basically, so Lethe actually did get the win from the audience, but it was only by it was a small margin of shift. So yeah, only about a 20% shift. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and go straight.
You better grab whoever volunteered next to Judge, because I do have to dip. So
God, I hate your face,
Thanks
man.
again, gang.
I appreciate you too, man. Yeah.
Radish,
It's
can I
okay.
ask a question?
Yes.
So those whole opinion polls that we have, I may have voted against Gorp for the sake of him being Gorp and not the fact that I agree with ANCOM. Would that affect the debate anyway?
No, because if Gorps changes your mind and makes you like him enough to vote for him, then he did the job.
Possibility.
Why do I always catch strays?
Because you're.
Did you not see when I first joined? I was getting insulted about my nose and stuff, and them saying it was off center. I don't know why
your nose
had to say
You
that.
deserved it.
Your nose looks stupid. The fuck?
So Rampage Paul is itching to get in here, and he says he can step in and judge if you'd like him to.
Do you know this person?
I do know Paul, and I think most people around here know Paul.
Do you vouch for this person?
Yeah,
do vouch
I
for
also
Paul.
know Paul, and I will also vouch for him. He's a good guy.
All right, then. Yep, absolutely. So Paul,
My
real quick,
And I will also
and-
accept him as a
someone
judge,
gonna-
even though
I was
I'm
gonna
pretty
say-
sure he will disagree with me.
Again, but he knows debate, and he knows he's a contributor. All right,
I
absolutely.
also know he's
Steve,
5'2", and Italian.
is he gonna have that Napoleon energy, man?
So just Italian.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sit. Well, actually, I guess we can do it in here.
It's also
We do it
worth
over
noting
here.
that Napoleon's height was misreported due to unit differences of the time.
And comes
in
defending
our
a
modern
dictator.
measurement, in our modern measurement, he's about 5'7", which is roughly average.
But
This
isn't
is
that
his
the height that this guy said he was?
dictator.
And 5'7" being average makes me feel bad about people. So
he was above average height for his
average.
time.
Okay.
Average for the time.
Here's average height
the
for
average
the
has
time.
increased in the last. The average has increased a fair bit over the last.
What is it
150
now?
years.
I
What is it
feel
now?
like
5'9"?
It's
Vikings are
closer to
currently being
5'10",
attacked,
I
and that is
believe.
fucked up.
all right, so just so you know, there, Rampage, you got Lethe's nod, so I'm going to give you full privileges just off the bat. Just go. You should be able to jump all the way in here into the hot box, my friend. And I do appreciate you putting your name to the same as your chat. I'm going to put a Boom J Boom, and then it's Rampage. Sorry, it makes it so that you'll be in the correct place. Oh wait, all of that is capitalized. My bad.
I didn't know a
You're
parentheses was called a boom.
aggressively Rampage. Yeah, now you know, bro.
I've never heard it called a boom except by this boomer.
Good God, that was mean.
And
Rampage,
I
can you
call
just say
you a
few things
boomer
about
only because
yourself?
you called a parenthesis a boom.
I'm also 5'10", 5'11", if you actually measure me when I wake up in the morning, to be clear here. Also,
does that work?
I'm not I'm
That
not
centimeters you're talking. I'm sorry. All right, so you sound
I mean,
great.
510 centimeters is fucking tall as shit. So if he's 5'10" centimeters, goddamn.
No,
be
5'10", 5.1. Yeah, okay, fuck off. I hate math. I hate your face.
Only
I'm
tall
gonna
in
go
Europe.
now.
We don't
All
use
right,
those.
so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go back to it. So we've got a new judge. So judge, just so you know, the way this works, I know you. I don't believe you might have watched that last one from start to finish. We got it. The format's timed or whatever, and I'm actually gonna just. I felt like 10 minutes. We're still trying to dial in the 1v1 times. We usually do 3v3s, but I'm going to start mixing it up back and forth. So I'm trying to get the right amount of times here. Did you? I'm going to kick it to you. Do you feel like that was too much time there, Grid?
I mean, to be fair,
Yeah,
I think that I like.
You know what?
I mean, the opening is a
You liked
little
it?
bit long. The openings are a little bit long. I think. But you are
So generally the way.
Yeah.
The way that it works is they go back and forth with cross examinations. So it's more interesting because you get to cross examine the last speaker before you go, and then the next speaker cross examines you. And so it's a better flow. But yeah, I think maybe the cross examination is not necessary. You agree?
I think it's
the
topic
1v1s?
dependent, to be honest with you, because the last this last one, I would agree that it wasn't necessary.
Yeah. So,
but
I'm just going to arbitrarily take out the cross examination from the 1v1s. We'll see if it's missing and we don't like
Wait,
it
is
and
that
we want to put
yours
it back.
too?
I thought
Oh
it
no,
was
you want that cross section?
useful.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
never mind.
I'm just
Never mind.
curious so
Nope,
I
nope,
can
nope.
prepare.
We're not
I'm
going to
cool
change it.
either way.
Nope,
I'm
because
cool either
I
way.
kind of fucked over Groofus with his prepped clothes. So I'm not going to change anything up. People came in prepared for this, but for next time, we're going to make some adjustments to the time. Every time we try and do better, kids. Every time we try to learn. So in that case, one more time, I'm going to drop that into the chat so that everybody can vote. We are going to have you vote right now. And then after the debate, we're going to have you vote again to see who persuaded you. Our next debate is going to be on the prompt above my head. Hate speech advocates violence and should itself be considered violence. Now, for the audience sake, as well as for the judges, in the previous debate, the two debaters were able to argue on an interpretation of the prompt in advance. They kind of bounced it through me to make sure that they were sort of on the same page. This debate, however, the two debaters were not on the same page on the prompt, so this is going to be interesting. We're going to have ANCOM SciComm in the top center there, right above our new judge, and then bottom left corner is going to be Gorps Inc. on the negative position for that prompt. So lock your votes in. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock. The AF is going to go first, so that's ANCOM's opportunity to open. And are you ready, ANCOM?
I am indeed.
Get it, boys.
All right, you're ready too, and judges were both ready?
Yep.
All right, guys.
Roll with it.
3 minutes on the clock, ANCOM. Go ahead.
All right. So the negative put forward a definition from the UN regarding the definition of hate speech, which was any kind of communication in speech, writing, or behavior that attacks or uses pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or group on the basis of who they are. In other words, based on their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other identity factor. There is, however, another definition also provided by the UN in their International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, in which they describe it as any advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitute incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. Now, I think both of these definitions have their benefits and their problems, but I think if we took the best of those, taking into account the greater inclusivity of the former definition with the idea from the latter that it must constitute incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. I think that gets us to a good functional definition of the term hate speech. As far as the term violence goes, also defined by the World Health Organization as the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself, another person, a group, or community that either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. So I think it is clear from the combination of these two definitions, when you're looking at how hate speech can be directly impactful on another person, that a severe enough series of statements or, in fact, verbal abuse, which could be constituted hate speech based on whatever quality it happens to be attacking, is absolutely violent in that it threatens and oftentimes produces actual psychological harm. Now, I feel my opponent's likely going to bring up physical harm as the proper definition of violence, but to that I would suggest that there are many different kinds of harm, many different ways that violence can be enacted against another person, and I think a broader understanding of this concept is required to truly understand this particular question and this particular prompt. And that is my opening statement.
Very good. Brought it in with 20 to spare. Now we're going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock for you, Gorps, for you to be able to do your cross-examination. You ready to go, bud?
Yep.
All right. Go ahead.
So, Ancom, do you think that so it seems like you're sticking on like emotional harms mostly, right? Is that accurate?
I mean, I'm going with psychological or physical harm, so any of these can be considered violence. I mean,
okay, so
I'm
how
also
does speech
including
do physical harm?
I never claimed that it did.
You just said that you're talking about that as well.
I'm talking about physical harm in terms of violence, sure, but I never claimed that speech directly did physical harm. That was not part of my opening statement in any way.
Okay, so should violent speech be punished in a similar way to like assault? Like physical
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
What's the point?
What's the point of what?
Calling it violence.
I mean, there are lots of forms of violence that we don't punish by law. So you would need to specify why we should, what is the criteria on which some violence is punished and other violence is not?
I would say that we punish most violence, but separate from that,
I would disagrey heavily. I think there is quite a lot of violence. There's both voluntary violence in the various forms of sporting events that we have across this country, which are perfectly legal, and then there are other forms of violence in
okay,
which
shut up.
the
I didn't ask a
state
question. I have an actual question for you. Is all
Okay.
hate speech violent, or is only some hate speech violent?
I think all hate speech has the potential for violence.
So not all
But I
hate
can't
speech is
say
violent.
it. Not all hate speech is violent, not necessarily, no.
So hate speech itself is not violent. It is certain types
Hate
of
s-
speech that are violent.
I mean, hate speech itself can be violent. It has the potentiality for violence. To give this a black or white definition is to ignore the complexity and nuance involved.
Your side ignores
Time.
that.
Well,
Anyway,
that's time. Go ahead and put in three minutes on the clock for you, Gorps. Time to go for your opening. You ready?
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
I was going to start with definitions similarly to what ANCOM did. So I'll just remind everybody, hate speech as defined by the UN is any kind of communication in speech, writing, or behavior that attacks or uses pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person, a group on the basis of identity, which is pretty straightforward. I think this fits with, how we use the term in society. The other term that my opponent defined was not actually a definition of hate speech. I was provided with the source for this term, and I looked into it, and it was simply the UN saying things that should be illegal rather than a definition of hate speech. But, slight fucking discrepancy there. Moving on. Hate speech itself may cause emotional pain or psychological stress. That is something that can happen, but unless it's backed by actual force or a credible threat as defined by the World Health Organization, who cites the intentional use of physical force or power to do violence, right, is necessary. So unless it's backed by actual force or a credible threat, it doesn't meet the bar of violence. Saying something offensive or hateful is not the same as punching someone or threatening their life or denying them access to food, shelter, and safety. Words alone don't break bones. They don't deprive someone of shelter. They don't use force. If we start calling every mean or hateful comment violence, then we're stretching the definition so far that it loses its meaning. And here's the problem with that. Once you blur the line between speech and violence, you open the door to censorship. Suddenly, anything that makes someone uncomfortable could be labeled violent, a harsh opinion, a controversial joke, a political rant, all gone. It's not protecting people by labeling hate speech as violent. It's shutting down free speech, and in a democracy, free speech matters, even when it's ugly. We already have laws for speech that does cross the line into violence. If someone threatens you, harasses you, or incites violence, that's not protected. It's already illegal, and it's already considered violence in its own right. But general hate speech is protected because we believe in the power of open dialogue. We believe that the best way to fight bad ideas is with better ones, not by banning them. In fact, merely by being in this debate, ANCOM agreed with that premise. So yeah, hate speech sucks. It's stupid. It's not violence. It's not force. It's not power in the way that the World Health Organization defines power. That distinction is incredibly important. Labeling all hate speech as violent would only create a system wherein dissenting opinions, or even just like a bad breakup if some mean words are said, are criminalized and shut down. Thank you. I cede my 20 seconds.
All right, there you go. 2 minutes going to be on the clock for you to use if you would like to. ANCOM, ready for cross-examination?
Let's do it.
Cool.
So in your opening, you mentioned again the definition of violence as use of physical force or power. Can you tell me how the UN defined power in their document on this subject?
No, I use the World Health Organization violence definition that you provided, being the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against a person or group that it's likely to result in injury.
Yes. So this came from a document in the World Health Organization called the World Report on Violence and Health. And in this document, they indicate that they included the word power because it's not just physical force that they consider to be violence. They also included things like power relations or power relationships, threats and intimidation. Those are all forms of power, if not direct
threats and
physical
intimidation
force.
are already violence in their own right. That is not lumped into the definition of hate speech by the UN. Well, it's separate. It's not the only thing in this definition of hate speech.
Okay, but you agree that that the definition, even the other or the first definition I went over, does condemn things like intimidation and intimidation and discrimination.
Yeah, intimidation is violence, and it is illegal and already not a form of free speech.
Okay, so the question then is, when I said that I don't necessarily think all violence should be made illegal, and then you brought up censorship, which was not a point that I made, that was a weird redirect that had nothing to do with my
That was
argument.
my opening.
Why
that
was
wasn't
that brought
about
up?
your argument. That was my opening, because when
I
you
mean,
start
I'm going to go
calling
ahead and
things
open your
wait,
5 minutes cross. Go ahead and just keep going.
when you start calling things violent, inherently that is going to lead to more action being done to combat violence. What is a way that happens? And when it comes to speech, that is going to be censorship.
Okay, but
unless you just want rampant
I'm
violence
not
around
actually-
society with no fucking response, that's weird.
I think, like I said, I think there's a lot of violence that gets done all the time that we don't do anything to punish. Like, we have literal use of force used against people, against protesters that we're seeing all the time that doesn't get punished because the state happens to be the one doing it and they're fine with it. So I
There
don't
are also
understand
plenty
this
of use of
idea
force
that, like,
cases that do get punished. Just because a system is biased does not mean that it's allowed under the system.
I mean, that is an argument made entirely on whether or not the system actually enforces its own rules against itself, and I think we can see pretty clearly the majority of the time it does not. So effective allowance, clearly it is allowed.
Clearly it's allowed, yet there's a cop in a couple cities away from me that's currently serving 20 years for excessive use of force. So
Sure, and I can probably find 200 cops within a 100-mile radius of that guy who have done severe unwarranted violence that nothing has been, not even like charges being brought against them,
yeah, and
much less any sort of acquittal.
in a similar way, rape is illegal, but rape is rarely ever prosecuted. Just because it's not commonly prosecuted does not make it not illegal, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, legality doesn't always have an impact on what we actually do when these cases come up. Just because something is against the law doesn't mean that we actually do anything about it. We've been seeing a president break the law, violate the Constitution on a near constant basis over the last 9 months, and little to none is done about it because the people who actually have the power to hold him accountable for those actions simply don't do that. So you're making an argument based on what should be done. I'm making an argument based on what actually is done.
My argument is actually that if we call this violence, which it is not violence in the first place, but if we call this violence, if we call somebody saying a slur violence, or somebody calling for the president to be taken out of office violence, if we call these things violence, the state will use it to their own benefit. That's where the censorship comes in. No matter who it is, whether it's Trump calling Antifa terrorists because words are violent, or whether it's Democrats saying that Trump needs to be put on a stake because his words are violent. Again, he has done more than just words. But, like, these things are going to be used by the state to benefit the party in power.
Yeah, what the state will do with some particular definition doesn't really matter how I choose to define something. I call things
let's get
as
to that
I see them.
definition. As I just said, I don't think words are violent. So let's get to talking about that. If I say I don't like trans people, is that violent?
Okay? What? saying that you don't like trans people without any further context in the current political environment that we find ourselves in, yeah, I would say there's a little bit of violent rhetoric in that. Now, does it get to the level of
how am I being violent? Wait, no. How am I
anything-
being violent? That meets the hate speech definition by the UN. How am I being violent?
By
Describe
saying
that
that
to me.
you don't like trans people?
No, but me saying I don't like trans people. How am I being violent? Describe that, because you're saying hate speech is violence. So this is hate speech. How is it violent?
You are saying this in an environment where trans people are already heavily marginalized, heavily attacked, and by saying you don't like trans people, you are, I grant you a very, very small amount, informing and supplying that additional fuel to the already existing fire that exists against trans people. So
Okay,
you
so because
are
other
providing
people
additional
don't like,
rhetoric,
wait,
additional...
no. Because other people don't like trans people, I can't say that I don't. How about this? Let me change
I never
the
said
change
wait,
the
wait,
equation
no,
for
hold
you.
on, hold on. I never
I don't
said
like
that
white
you
people.
couldn't say
How
it.
is that violent?
That one isn't.
Oh, but that's hate speech.
No, it's not.
Really?
There's no power
It's using
behind it.
it's using
There-
a pejorative
there's
or
no
discriminatory language with
behind
reference
it.
to a group on the basis of the race. How is that not? How? How is that not hate speech? And how is that not violent? Or how is that violence?
It's not violence because there's no power behind the statement.
Correct, but
there's
it
no
is hate
power
speech.
relationship.
Correct,
No,
but it is.
I don't think it is.
How does it not fit the definition? It is.
Because there's no
speech
existing
that attacks
discrimination
or
against white
uses-
people.
Because there does not need to be existing discrimination against white people by the UN definition that is provided that we have both seen. There does not need to be existing discrimination against a group for hate speech to be used against them.
There's no incitement to discrimination. You're not saying that you want anything to
The
be
definition
done
does
to
not
white
require
people.
incitement. The definition is any kind of communication in speech, writing, or behavior that attacks or uses pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their identity. Your definition of violence does require incitement at times, but not the definition of hate speech.
I mean, this is why I provided multiple definitions of
Yeah, the
hate
definition you
speech.
provided just defined hate speech as violence, effectively. That's all your definition provided.
Advocacy of national, religious, or racial or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. If that's not a
How do you
definition of hate
define
speech, then I
incitement,
don't
bro?
know what is.
Because it is broader than that. When people talk about hate speech, right? We're talking about fucking anybody on Twitch, chatters, you guys. When people talk about hate speech, it's not just incitement to violence. It is never just what they're talking about. If that was the case, I've never heard Charlie Kirk do hate speech. At the end of the day, hate
you've
speech is a
never
broader
used-
concept. It is hateful speech. It is broader than
I mean,
just
I've
incitement to violence.
heard Charlie Kirk incite multiple acts of violence against various groups. That is a ridiculous claim.
Do you think that flag burning incites a riot?
No.
But Trump says that it does. So that is flag burning incitement? What are you calling incitement?
No.
Anything can be called incitement if you just say it is.
To provoke or urge on, what part of burning a flag provokes or urges a riot?
The government thinks it does.
I don't give a
That's
shit what the
incitement.
government thinks.
That's incitement.
Because I look at the
it gets people hyped
actual
up. It gets people hyped
practicality
up
of
to
what's
say, "Fuck
happening.
the government." At the end of the day, what I'm saying is that incitement can mean fucking anything if you ask the right person. Incitement is bullshit. At the end of the day, hate speech-
words,
hate speech
any of
itself-
these words can make
hate
anything
speech
if you
itself is hateful fucking conduct. It's hateful speech, right? What I provided you with, I hate white people. That is hateful speech.
Actually, you
on the
said you
basis
don't
of
like
identity.
white people. You didn't say hate.
Sorry, I'll change my example to I hate white people. Jesus Christ. This is hateful speech against a specific identity group. That is hate speech. Come on.
I did indicate that not all hate speech was violent, so yes, I will grant saying I hate white people is hate speech. It's not particularly violent, but sure.
Okay, and your claim does not allow for you to have that that nuance. Your claim is that hate speech is violent. That is your side to this debate. Is hate speech is violent.
Except my claim, if you roll back the tape, was that not all hate speech is inherently violent. It has the potentiality for violence.
And not all people are violent. They all have the potentiality to be violent. That means fucking nothing.
Yes.
Your side of this debate that you chose is hate speech is violent. And you yourself are admitting that, well, that hate speech is not violent.
Yes, because I was asked to give a yes or no answer to something, and I'm bringing in more nuance to the discussion during the actual discussion. But sure, you're pegging me to a very specific interpretation of it.
I'm debating the topic. You're trying to change it.
Hold on there, Gorps. So I just want to say that conversation showed me that no, 10 minutes is not too long. I almost would be like to hear some more, but I'm going to go ahead and cut it off right there because people do have bedtimes. So that said, great job from both of you guys. Judges, if either of you guys have any questions that you think got missed or need to be asked, now is an excellent time for you to just DM me in Discord what they are. That way I can ask the debaters directly instead of you guys having to do it, and they don't get to watch your reactions and be able to change on the fly or whatever. But that said, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys each, I'm going to put the 5 minutes on the clock for your closings. Do not feel obligated to use the whole thing. However, it is there if you do want it. We're going to go in the same order that we went opening. That means that Ancom, you're going to give me up to 5 minutes for a closing. Are you ready to go, sir?
Yep.
All right, 5 minutes go.
During our debate, you saw my opponent continually misrepresent my argument and bring up straw men against something I never actually argued, tying me to a simplistic prompt that I provided nuance on in my opening, and yet completely ignored that. I made it fairly clear that hate speech has the potential to do harm, specifically psychological harm, to people, and even can do so en masse. And by that measure, it makes sense that hate speech, which creates that harm, is violent. And that's not even adding to the fact that hate speech contributes to social and psychological ideas by actors who then go out and do actual violence. They don't have to be directly incited. Many times, it's just being exposed to the rhetoric that ends up creating that violence. So I don't see how my opponent doesn't understand the idea that hate speech can, in fact, be violent, and therefore we should be more careful about what we say. I'm not saying we should censor anything. That's ridiculous. It's too much of a continuum problem. You can't decide where precisely hate speech begins and the freedom should be taken away. But there is an understanding that being more careful about what we say about who we can harm is a useful idea for people to understand and for people to learn about in their everyday interactions with others. And I will end my closing with that.
Very good. And we're going to go ahead and kick it over to Gorps. You ready for your 5 minutes closing, sir?
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
I'll start by addressing my opponent's final points there. He claimed that his point was not addressed. I argued the prompt. He wanted to change that because he was not arguing the prompt. He was not even arguing for his own side of the prompt. The prompt is, essentially, hate speech is violence. He himself admitted that not all hate speech is violent. And then he tried to change his argument just to suit it. But at the end of the day, he wasn't arguing for his own side. To the point about speech itself having the possibility of being violent, the violence definition that we agreed on requires an intentional usage of power or force to do some form of harm. He never actually stood by or showed that, me saying I hate white people is an intentional use of power or force. Well, at the end of the day, that is hate speech. Again, not all hate speech is violent. And then he decided to bring in that being exposed to the rhetoric creates violence. The rhetoric being that of, a society which has hate speech, right? But he gave away the hook there. Being exposed to the rhetoric creates violence. So the rhetoric itself is not the violence. It is somebody doing violence that is truly the violence. To bring this all back, at the end of the day, hate speech, the broad category of hate speech, is not violence. Is there some things that could be characterized as hate speech that is violent? Yes, of course. These are things that are broadly already illegal. This is harassment. This is stalking, I suppose, could fit here. But this is harassment. This is abuse. This is stuff like that is already illegal, that is already considered violence in its own right. The broader category of hate speech is not wholeheartedly violent. Thank you. I see the rest of my time.
All right, good stuff. Now, first things first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put the thank you for that, Rook. I'm going to go ahead and put the next poll. This is the closing poll. I want everybody out there who can see that. Click it. It costs you nothing. Give me a vote. See where you stand on the positioning now. We do have a question from a judge, and I'm going to go ahead and put 1 minute on the clock for each of the debaters. This is mostly for the judge's decision, but this can also weigh in for the voters out there in chat. So I'm going to go to the affirmative first. ANCOM. Judge has asked for you to please define violence, and also, is hate necessary component of violence? Go ahead whenever you're ready.
I mean, the provided definition of violence that we gave throughout the debate is as good as any I was able to find. Intentional use of physical force or power threatened or actual against oneself, another person, against a group or community that either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. As far as whether or not hate is required for violence, no, absolutely not. Violence can be committed under any number of circumstances, of which hate is but one.
All right, good stuff. Gorp, same question. How do you personally define violence? Was it define violence? And then, is hate a necessary component for violence? Go ahead when you're ready.
I mean, me and my opponent both agreed on the definition. I think that it's important to note that the intentional use of physical force or power is a pretty important part of that violence. But at the end of the day, hate does not need to be involved at all for violence. You can have violence in self-defense. You can have violence in a million different forms. It's not necessary. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, good stuff. All right, so without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and open it up. You know what? I'm going to give it to, I gave it to the other guy first this time. I'm going to let Grid go first.
Okay. Grid?
Grid. That's
man.
the judge. That is correct.
Yeah,
I'll. Where did you put it, and then also kind of sort of why and feedback.
So I actually gave this to Gorp, and it was really, really close. And Cap or and Con
and Com.
That was such an insult. That was so mean.
Sorry.
It happens all the time. I'm used to it.
All right. All right. Well, anyway, your arguments were good, but you did concede the point, and he was really good about just saying, "Yeah, but," right? Like he would acknowledge that this thing, and he would go, "Yeah, but." And when he used the, what if I just say I don't like trans people? Is that hate speech? Well, it's obviously not hate speech, but you defined it as hate speech. and he trapped you there. He did it on purpose. I watched him do it. It was just beautiful the way he executed it. So just saying I don't like something cannot ever be hate speech. Otherwise, you have no freedom of opinion. You have no agency. We've removed that from you. So there's, maybe, in the UN that might work because, they don't have freedom of speech. But here we're talking something different.
Actually, they actually do. But anyways, it's not a big
well,
deal.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to the UN, but
right.
Well,
again,
here that wouldn't work because because I can say I don't like whatever, and nobody can say anything about it. So, and that's kind of where you lost me. But you made some good arguments. I really don't have any other feedback for you. You did really, really well. You as a matter of fact, I kind of dinged him a little bit because it was very obvious that I could watch his eyes tracking as he was reading part of his opening and closing. So I kind of dinged him a little bit on that. You were very much better off the cuffs. So it was really close, but I got to give it to Gorps. So
I will say my opening was not prepared. I was calling back to notes I made about what he said.
There you go. All right, now Rampage. You go by Rampage, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, Paul.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No.
But overall, regardless, it doesn't matter. But overall, I do think that Ancom. I'm not gonna. How do I want to say this? Ancom, I love you. You know I love you, buddy.
I know you do. Just give it to me straight. I'm autistic. I'm not going to take anything personally.
Okay, so this is really what it comes down to is that there was both sides, that actually did. For instance, when it talked about like hate speech coming down to violence, and then he Gorps is what you go by, correct?
Yeah, Gorps.
Yes. And he basically said like, well, your side does it. He said that during your opening, for instance, where it just basically comes down to that. But overall, I do think that I have to give this to Gorps as well, because you did kind of admit mid-debate that hate speech at the end of the day doesn't really completely go to violence. And that's really just where I have to say about it all, is that you did a great job overall. Honestly, you did. But you did kind of just like give him the, hey, you know what? I'm not arguing this point because of that anymore. And you beat him in the debate. You did, but you kind of lost on the actual topic of the debate. My personal opinion.
Fair enough. Thank you for the feedback.
So regardless of who won that one, I have to just put it out there. That was an absolute blast, and I fucking enjoyed the hell out of it. And I'm pretty sure that the audience did too, because the chat was going nuts the whole goddamn time. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and look over there and see where we were at on that. So the opening vote was, let's see, 66 on no and 33 on yes. And let's go back. And for the closing, we have 54 for the yes and 45 for the no. So the no actually went up on this as well. So with that
audience,
said, I guess,
what the fuck?
Yeah. So all of y'all,
audience,
heard you because I
Wait, the
the first one you
gave
said
it
66 no, 33 yes. Did I just mishear?
Maybe I was wrong.
The audience went with Ancom there?
Yeah, the audience did, because he was right.
Yeah.
Corpse is the Empire.
Well,
no.
So there was actually one more vote just came in that tied it up to a 50-50, which seems kind of cheap. But I'm gonna when we called it at that, I had given him plenty of time. So we're gonna say that it didn't really matter. But the end definitely Okay, let's go back because you're right.
I just want to make sure I know the numbers. So the original vote was 66 or 2/3 no, 1/3 yes, correct?
Correct. 66, 33. No, backwards.
And then the
66 no, 33 yes.
Ancom is God.
That's what I said. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yes.
2/3 no, 1/3 yes. And I was the yes. So and
then
wait,
it went up to
50-50.
So yes went one. You're right. Audience, you persuaded the audience. And thank you. I
want to make sure I get that 1 point, even though I lost the debate.
Nope.
It's worth it.
You persuaded the
At
audience.
one point, as far as ego.
Good
No,
shit. No, absolutely.
it's because we all voted
Yeah, good
against
shit,
Gorp.
Ancom. Good
Yeah,
shit,
no,
Ancom.
actually, it's because y'all hate me. Fuck you.
I heard
No,
him
I
speak.
don't
and I had
even
to
know
vote
you.
for
I
the
don't even know you.
opposition.
I love you,
Personally,
dude.
His
Personally,
voice
I don't know
annoys
why
me.
people. I don't know why people hate groups. I think he was a
Thank
very
you.
good debater there. You definitely caught me on a weak point, and there were a couple I floundered in a way where I had thought of a couple of other arguments that I meant to bring into this that just in the moment completely slipped my mind because you did send me flailing a little bit. So I will give you props on that.
And
Yeah,
I'll give you
Alderaan.
I'll give you a tip. Every single debate I do, I get a gotcha.
Ancom.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Where'd you get this
Ancom,
mic?
your mic was all fucked up there.
Yeah,
where'd
your
you
mic
get
was
this?
kind of tripping balls there.
Sounded like it was an official.
Okay, I don't know if that's any better.
Well,
Yeah, it is
it's
now.
just funny because it's just funny because Ancom, I feel like overall you did beat Jorbs there, honestly, like when it comes down to like logic and everything. But like Jorbs, whatever. Jorbs is like a Slay the Spire guy, whatever. It doesn't matter. I like Slay the Spire. But anyways, but like in general, I feel like you were fighting against your side's premise the entire time because I don't think you do believe that.
Yeah, the
hate
problem
speech
is that
violence, right? You know,
the problem is I believe the basic idea of the premise, but the way it was worded is more extreme than I agree with, and I wish I had thought to see if I could adjust the prompt slightly to be closer to what I actually believe. This was the case. One thing I can't do is I have a very hard time arguing for any point I don't actually believe. And so I try very hard not to do that because I just know that that is a level of intellectual dishonesty I just can't tolerate in myself. So yeah,
this
it
guy,
was a tricky
talks
one.
with his heart. He talks with his heart. Just remember
that's why I actually do the organization the way that I do is I try my best to find arguments that people believe passionately this way. I don't want to have there's a couple of debaters in my pool that will take and Game Boy's taking positions that
Hey, I was about to say better than me, man. Better than me. I'm taking a debate that I don't believe in at all.
There's about 5 or 6 debaters that I can call on if I need a prompt argued that'll be like, oh, I can. But most people, I don't try to push people to do that. So
Radish,
please.
Yes, sir.
Summon your inner Alex Jones.
I will argue.
Whoa, Lucy, what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
Summon your inner Alex Jones, please. Just do it once.
Yeah, there
God,
you go.
no. God, no. No,
Or
I
you say
refuse.
Hang on, people. Let me hear what Gorps is saying. Go ahead.
I will argue a point that I wholeheartedly do not believe in if you put me up against Rufus.
All right, I will absolutely give that
Fuck you, Gorp.
I will facilitate that.
That's half
I have to be honest.
Grufus.
Yeah,
Grufus. If you ever want to do an ANCAP v ANCOM debate on Horseradish, let me know. I'm happy to have that.
I will find a prompt for y'all.
Horseradish.
I have to be honest, guys.
I will say,
if you can't argue both sides of the topic, you probably don't know the topic very well.
I just don't want to be publicly.
I don't
making
disagree.
an
I
opinion.
don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, by the way, but I think that 99% of people that say that they can debate both sides also can't debate both sides, even though they say that they can. So
sure, 99% of people lie.
I also think that's like, you know,
Do me a favor.
I have debated both sides, so I can proudly say that.
Do me a favor. I want anybody in who says that they can debate both sides. Debate both sides of the argument on the legal age of consent should be lowered to 13. I want go ahead and show me argue both sides.
You're gonna try and lay out the wash trap. Come on, man.
Really quick.
I wouldn't do it.
I watched Nico try and make that argument. He failed.
Hold on. I mean, you can go down. You can go down with like a religious argument. Overall, we're saying that like it was like a. Well, you could say like, hey,
but we're not doing that right now. Just so you know, we're not doing that.
I'm not going to actually do it. I don't know the actual arguments.
We've got another debate here, and one of our judges does have a hard out.
Obviously, would say obviously,
for sure. So again, we're not doing that debate. So we'll come back. There's an open panel after we're done with the debates where we can talk about anything we want to. To answer your question though.
be careful debating that particular topic.
No,
on
we
Twitch,
won't do
just
that particularly.
FYI.
Don't worry. No, I
Your
know. I
shit's
have
still
no
fucked
interest
up.
in having that
Your
argument.
shit's still
But no,
fucked up,
what
by
I
the
was
way,
going to
Sam,
say
on your
is,
mic.
yeah, your mic is still. It's like you're talking too close. I think you're talking too loud. Is what it is. I think that it's
That's
doing the
probably
like.
I
Yeah,
moved
it's
it away
tripping
from
it
my
out.
mouth. Is that better now?
Yeah,
It is
better.
whenever.
It is
Yeah,
better.
you're
Yeah,
not
it is
peeking
better.
out. So Lonzo, to answer your question, I have many times on stream literally debated myself. I will go back and forth on a topic. I used to do that for like tips. So, or I would also give me a prompt that is TOS and I'll steel man it for you for 5 minutes. So again, I
You sure
understand
that's
not
not
everybody can,
schizophrenia? Debating yourself?
Oh, bro, that's literally, there is no silent moment in my fucking head. Every argument is constantly rolling nonstop.
He
That's
might be
why I do
crazy.
what I do.
Just met him, but he might be crazy, boys.
He should
It's not a might be, bro.
committed.
There are
Just
letters
kidding.
that I can put out before my name that that prove your point. But again, so yeah, so back to it. We're gonna go ahead and debate. I'm gonna drop the chat one more time in that comes after different words. So I'm gonna put the chat one more time. Everybody out there, go ahead and click that name or that link right there. It costs you absolutely nothing to vote, unlike the real world. Go ahead and click that and tell us where you stand on this prompt before we start. We're about to have two debaters go at it on facts don't care about your feelings. This conversation came up. Two debaters, that's right. And the fact of the matter is there's a good chance this is going to be the spiciest, most bad faith fucking debate of the night. So that said, I'm sorry for you judges in advance. Now, this came up in a conversation.
Really quick.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry,
Yes, sir.
really quick. Just because
No, what's up?
I'm new to everything.
Yes, you are.
How much longer are we thinking here? Like another
5
hour,
hours.
2
5
hours,
hours.
5 hours.
If you need to go,
Another
Leafy can
day.
slide right into
No,
the
I
judge.
don't need to go. I'm just mentally preparing myself. That's all.
So I'm
this is
going
a
into
5-hour
midnight.
arena.
I'm going to midnight PST, but that after the next
Okay,
debate.
that's fine.
If you let me finish though, after this next debate, I open up the panel to anybody out in the chat who's been either vetted or vouched for, and everybody can kind of come in and be able to say whatever they think didn't get said, because something that I don't want to happen unintentionally is for a bad point to come out looking like it's a good point just because there was a bad person representing that position. Does that make sense?
remember.
So basically,
Yeah.
people can pour in afterwards and yell at each other and fucking go nuts about anything. And that's the after party conversation can go wherever it wants within TOS for fuck's sake. But that said, it goes till midnight, but the next debate is going to be about 30 minutes. And then if the judges need to go, they're welcome. And I appreciate you sticking around, Grid. I know we're going a little bit late for you, buddy.
Yeah, it's all right. I just
He
have to
says
answer
3
my
on.
wife. I mean, you know.
I hear you. I do
I have
understand.
I got a wife too. Don't worry about it. We just
Yeah.
let her sleep.
Fortunately, I am the leader in my household, so you know it is.
There
what
you
it is.
go. All
Sam,
right.
you gotta put them in their place sometimes.
I would say me
Oh
too,
my
but she
God.
might be listening. You know what I'm saying?
So back in the chat, you guys go ahead and click that if you're ready. My next debate is going to be facts don't care about your feelings. This came up in a conversation with another streamer out in the chat, Odd Rook. And of course, we've all heard this particular prompt come from certain content creators, and it's just an interesting thing that it seems like some people may have changed their mind about since they first started saying it. So I want to hear people argue it out and see if there's anything to this. So we've got Lonzo Kennedy down here right beneath me. Ooh, we actually have people lined up this time. Lonzo Kennedy on the negative, down below me, and we've got Game Boy 64 up above me. That's the rails up there. Who is going to be debating the affirmative, feeling that facts don't care about your feelings. 3 minutes is on the clock for you there, Game Boy. Are you ready to go, sir?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me all
Go
right?
ahead. We can indeed. Go ahead.
I know both the judges. I don't know. But me and Lonzo both said we didn't really prepare much before this, but I did Google some definitions. The first thing I'd like to make clear is I'm not making a Ben Shapiro argument, for God's sakes. I'm not saying anything about the trans stuff. I will concede that how a person is feeling, like emotionally, does affect the facts regarding their emotions. That's like if I'm sad and you say, well, haha, your emotions, like the facts of your emotions are affected by your emotions. Like, of course, me being sad is a fact because I'm sad. That's not a contradiction with my claim. But my concern is what are facts and are they dependent on how a person's feeling? I think facts correspond or mirror reality, and I think feelings are separate from like your sensations, your touch, your or your experience. Like, do I witness this? Is that a fact? If I do not witness certain information around a subject, that doesn't change that subject and the truth behind it. If I don't see a cat, that doesn't mean the cat doesn't exist. What the fact is that cat is black. Me hearing that the cat is blue does not change what the cat is. Lonzo, during this debate, has to not only prove that the material world, like the facts of the material world, are affected by human emotion, but not only that, but the individual's knowledge or experience of that does not affect it. Just because like your sensory touch, you feeling sad because the cat's black, you feeling angry because Lethe is balding, does not mean that Lethe isn't balding. It just means that you feel sad over it. That's the important distinction I'll have to make, is a material truth. This is real, this is the nature of that thing, and the epistemic truth of here is what we witness, here is how we feel about the thing. And I think that is an important distinction, because when we say facts don't care about your feelings, we're talking about the material facts regarding that situation, the facts around the world, how they correspond with reality. If I make a statement, that is a truthful statement because it mirrors reality, and not how I feel about it or how my feelings could affect it. That is not me witnessing it. That's not like quantum physics or anything like that. And it's not my knowledge of that thing. It is just how it exists in material reality. That is what a fact is. And I'll concede the rest of my time.
Good stuff. Going to put 2 minutes on the clock there, Lonzo. If you have any questions for Game Boy, are you ready to go for the Cross X, sir?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Now, Game Boy, my first question here is: Do you perceive this to be a question that is? I mean, because you said that you've already defined it, kind of, but doesn't it seem more like a philosophical question than it is an actual statement itself?
I think you can have both. A statement that is philosophical is still a statement, and it's still philosophical.
No. You can't have both. This is a statement that is quite literally in its definition. If you take it out of philosophy, it is directly one meaning. There's no complexity. This wouldn't even be a debate. Now, the thing that I'm saying this for, the thing I'm saying this for is because when you look at this question and you think about it for a second, facts do not care about feelings. Now, when something is to be defined as caring about it, it needs to affect it in some way. Feelings do affect facts. You can't deny that. Now, actually, do you deny that? Do you believe that feelings? You do? Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a quick statement here. If you take, this is a quote from a person, if you take a dog, let's say the rules require that that a duck is a tax write-off, and you take a dog, and the rules say that a duck is a thing with a beak and a tail, and you put a beak on a dog, paint it orange, and you give it to them for a tax write-off, does that make it a duck?
No.
Well,
the point?
You're going to hear. Technically, it does, because the facts of it is that's the requirement of it. However, those facts were designed by how we feel should be the requirements for it to be a fact. The definition and the thing that
thinking, your feeling are the emotions you perceive when you witness something.
No, because definitionally, we both know that is not the case. The person who made that statement,
I looked up the
definition. The person who made up the statement, statement about that making it a duck was the person who did the Enron scandal.
All right, and that's time. So I'm going to go ahead and give it 3 minutes on the clock, Lonzo. You can roll this straight into your opening and go ahead.
All right. Facts and feelings, emotions are seen as separate, but they're completely tied together. In debate, facts and emotions are two of the most vital things to a debate. You can use factual information to back emotional appeal for people, but the reality is that in a debate, the most important thing is to appeal to the person's emotions who you are trying to the people's emotions, not the person you're debating, but obviously the people who are listening. The reason I say this is because the statement that facts do not care about feelings is an absurd statement to make. You cannot make a statement about not caring about something when you're not on the high ground of the thing that you're not caring about. Facts come second to feelings. You can't say that they don't care about the thing that actually has more effect than them. For example, if the facts were more important than feelings, then we wouldn't have the current administration, nor would we even have a Republican Party in the first place, since they're built entirely off of emotional appeal. You can't state that facts do not care about the thing that is more important than it. Okay, now, next thing I say to that is that you need emotional appeal, or not even emotional appeal, but you need emotions to design what the facts are in the first place. You can say that facts are definitional and there's a science behind it or whatever. You can say that all you want, but as I gave the example earlier about making a dog into a duck because it's a use for tax write-off, can show how the facts and the definitions that we give can be designed by what we perceive, and what we perceive is our emotion and how we feel. Facts come second. There's no other way to look at that. Now, if we're sitting here debating on some type of scientific theory or whatever about how, we're not doing a theory of relativity or whatever, we're not arguing about that. We're arguing about what the facts, as in debate, in political discourse, and that is where the facts come from. You don't get the decision on if illegal immigrants are a threat to the country and they're dangerous and they're coming here taking jobs from an actual factual study that somebody did. Let's be honest. It comes from emotions. And if you say it enough times, as we've said it over the past 40, 50 years now, it becomes a factual statement to most people. That is where these come from. And the people who created this statement in the first place, facts don't care about your feelings, were people who created the facts by repeating the same things over and over again. That's how we made this. That's it.
And that's time. All right, very good. I'm going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on there for you to go ahead and directed cross-examine. Are you ready for that, Game Boy? All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So you made, there's a distinction between three kind of facts that you kind of laid out. You first said, well, they created social facts of Ben Shapiro made the facts when he said this and spread these ideas. And you also said, well, facts to me don't matter as much. But don't you think that there's a third option of facts how they are, in reality? Like I said, mirroring what reality is. If the duck is white, then the duck is white, and that's a truthful statement, and it's a factual statement. Because of what? Not because of what society says.
What does that do with political discourse?
That it's not about political discourse.
No, but that is directly what this whole entire statement.
Look at
it's
the
not.
prompt.
That's not where the statement came from. This prompt didn't come from political discourse. That's not the intentional focus of this entire statement.
I just said what the prompt is.
No. You're sitting here trying to make you're trying to make an actual dictionary definition, example here, and I'm trying to tell you that this is a philosophical argument. About? No, this is a philosophical argument. Let's be honest here, and let you be honest with yourself here. This is a philosophical argument. It is not about what you consider it to be. I mean, it is about what you consider it to be. It is not about what the textbook definition or dictionary says it is. Do not sit here and pretend
that that's the case. Those are both in the same thing. If you don't have the definitions, you can't make that's the premises that lead up to a conclusion.
So then tell me, the people who created this whole statement, or the people who started using this as their phrase, facts don't care about feelings, what was their intention behind that?
That's not the debate.
Okay, so then that's not what the debate is about. So then what are we addressing this for?
The debate is about, do facts care about your feelings?
If we're listen, man, if we're addressing this from a literal definitional standpoint of facts, if facts care about feelings, then technically the obvious answer to that would be no, because facts physically can't do that. Then you conceded
the point.
But we're making a philosophical question. Your question wouldn't make sense for a debate. It wouldn't be a actual debate if that was the question, because you're asking.
There are people who debate this.
No way, you don't. This is a definitional thing. That doesn't make sense.
I'm going to go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock. Y'all just go ahead and we'll roll right into it.
That wouldn't be a debate topic. Do you understand what we are saying right now? That would not be a debate topic.
I have read the prompt, and that's what I agree to.
The argument that they made back then with Ben Shapiro of them was used as an.
Did I not make clear in my first statement that I didn't want to make an argument
exactly?
Based off of what
you
Ben
made
Shapiro
that clear
said?
Because you knew that would be an impossible thing to argue against. But that's because that's just. What's the word for it? That's not in good faith, and you know it's not, because you know what the meaning of this entire phrase is. It's philosophical. You know that. If you're going to sit here and argue the definition, then you know that is not in good faith.
Can you take a step back and say, okay?
When I'm saying that, I mean that you should be interpreting it the way that they were using it. It did not mean in a literal sense that facts do not care about feelings. It meant that they held facts to a higher degree than feelings or emotional appeal, which wasn't even true, because that was not the way that they debated if you listen to anything that they say. So clearly they themselves value emotions points over factual information while saying that that wasn't the case. But you're trying to debate
even have
that
to make
facts
an
somehow are
argument
second.
against this
I mean,
because you
facts
already
are somehow
conceded
primary
my
to it, but
point.
that's no, I did not. I'm trying to make the point of what the argument is even centered around, and you're trying to make the debate into something of a definition. We're not going to whip out a fucking dictionary and have this debate. Are you serious right now? Do you understand that this
I
whole...
was trying to okay, go on to what you're saying.
We both know what facts are. We can't make an argument around if facts care about feelings.
You've also
that doesn't
said,
make
well,
sense.
they made it into facts. Well, what does that mean? How can they make it into a factual statement?
I was saying that through emotional appeal and through the repeated argument of different talking points that they had, they made the general consensus, things that people looked at and said that that is a fact, such as, like, I'll put this, things that you could get the general consensus on and ask them this, majority of people would just believe to be true is the facts. Let's be honest here. The things that they say are facts are that, not the definitional truth of what a fact is, because they have never used those. Now, the fact that you're trying to argue the position that facts, as in literal facts, things that are scientifically proven to be not caring about emotions, makes this very disingenuous, because you know that that wouldn't be a fucking argument. Like what? Like we're arguing bullshit.
It has been an argument in the past. It's just not
To
been
who?
an argument.
To who? They've been arguing if facts are
Foucault,
facts.
postmodernist, like, and I don't agree with that philosophically.
Can we get back to? We have to at least set a goddamn parameter to this, because this won't make any sense. You have to understand that point.
Okay, and you didn't set a parameter in your
My
opening
parameter is that this is
statement.
a philosophical question that should be asked off of what their intention of saying facts and feelings were, and that's what I'm trying to set right now, man.
And
So
I think that's beyond the prompt and onto the original context of the sentence, which if I stoop to that level, that is going away from the prompt, and that would be selling the debate over something that is not relevant to the prompt at all. Like, whenever you hear, do facts care about feelings, and take that away from the context of Ben Shapiro and the conservatives, is that statement true in of itself? And that's what I'm having the debate on. And if I say, well, no, okay, let's look at what they meant, then I would be arguing for something completely different that is entirely in defense of them and not the statement itself, what facts are, what the feelings affect the facts. And you have brought up twice now, okay, well, this is facts for us, facts for me as a person. And here's emotional appeal that goes into that.
No, not for me as a person, for the general consensus. That's what my point is, that the people who were making that statement were ones who were trying to reinforce their biased opinions on everybody as a considerable fact. No.
Okay, but you've agreed that general consensus is not a literal fact in of itself, right?
Yes, but that is the facts that we are discussing right now,
So
and not the literal textbook definition.
No. I've defined facts in my opening thing as something
what
derived.
Your definition is. I'm trying to tell you what my parameters were and why I stepped into this debate and what I looked at this as, not what you consider it to be. If you wanted to sit here and argue about what the textbook definition of what facts were, you can go fucking talk to ANCOM. I'm not here to do that. I'm trying to tell you that this is a debate about their use of facts, what their definition
Why
of
would
facts
I
was.
care about their use?
I don't give a fuck what you care about. That is the point of this debate, man. That is the point.
No one said that.
We're 15 minutes in, and we haven't set that foundation yet.
Because that was never brought up in any of the prompts or anything that we've talked about before. If that's what you wanted to debate on, you should have messaged me or something.
Because this isn't. Go ahead.
So we're actually going to go ahead and I think we can stop it there because I'm afraid if we keep going, you guys are going to be talking past each other. So that said, I'm going to go ahead and leave that 5 minutes on the clock for each of you guys to do your closing. You don't need to use the whole thing. But whenever you're ready, that's Game Boy first. Game Boy, you ready for your close?
Sure.
All right. Cheers. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was kind of rage bait. I'm going to be honest. I didn't mean it to turn out that way. But to my point, I think that whenever I looked at the prompt, and I think this is the reason we didn't really have much of a debate, I was looking at it deprived of its context. In spite of Ben Shapiro and all of that, I know, I'm getting there. And So whenever I looked at facts, I wasn't looking at general consensus. I wasn't looking at how do you appeal to a certain individual. I was looking at facts as concrete things. And I've heard people make the arguments, though I wasn't familiar with it well enough to, and I didn't research it at all, of facts aren't things, they're what we as a general population agree upon. So whenever Lonzo conceded that point and said, well, facts are things and not just general consensus, although we reach it through certain means, like through emotional appeal and all that, like as if those were possibilities, I felt that was conceding my point very quickly, as facts don't care about your feelings because they are concrete things. Your feelings are how you approach those facts in reality and how a public approaches those facts. And I don't know how Lonzo expected me to approach that. I don't know if he was thinking that if I held a political belief on certain things, that political belief is first and foremost true if the general public has certain feelings towards that thing. But I tried to avoid actually going into that rabbit hole because I felt like it was very surface level. Here's what the prompt meant, and here's how it would be interpreted in spite of Ben Shapiro, which I would like the judges and the general population to see if that was the correct approach, because really it is just how would you approach this prompt in a debate if you were given it. But I'll let Lonzo continue his point and see what he actually meant by that. I'll concede the rest of my time.
Cheers. And by the way, judges, if either of you has something that you want to ask, remember, just go ahead and hit me up, direct message me. I'm going to go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock for you, Lonzo. Again, you don't feel obligated to use the whole thing, but go ahead and give it to us. Put a bow on it. Go ahead.
My mic, hold up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I would just like to say that I was basically so I was actually hoping I would go first so that I could have made my definition clear from the very start, which kind of worried me when I realized that Game Boy was going first, and I was like, oh, he's gonna just go in there and say some his shit. So my point was hoping that we could sit here and debate this on a their level of meaning, you know, how these people who are using this in debate to basically go after mostly college students and stuff like that, but like the Charlie Kirk type of thing. They're like Ben Shapiro, you know. Well, I don't know if he's Charlie Kirk used it, but specifically like the thing of like stating scientific facts or this and that when they weren't really backed by science, but like a couple of discoveries, whatever. And it was really a thing of, if I say this enough, I can get the general consensus to be this, such as trans people or some type of like mental illness and stuff like that. Things that aren't scientifically true, but are just things that if you say enough, the general public will agree on. Now, my point was that those were the facts that they were talking about. My point was that those facts are not, that those facts were entirely built off of emotional appeal, meaning that the first step to creating that fact is emotional appeal, but also that other facts that we see is like things that we generally look at, things that are very important to us in our day-to-day lives. A lot of the times are built off of what we believe and what we see, what we think, and it's not scientific method, but like generally the consensus on something, even if it's not completely true. I mean, if you don't believe me, we're using tons of stuff that was definitely not better for us even 60, 50 years ago, that the general consensus was that it was. And I'm not going to sit here and go through the fucking list because I mean, there's a lot of things, but it's not true that facts and emotions are completely separate. They're not. Facts don't trump all emotional appeal. They don't somehow just out. They're just emotions are done in a situation. No, facts are part of it. And if anything, they're a lesser part to a degree, because facts don't ever appeal to people most of the time. But they can be affected by emotions. Some people, mostly libertarians, want to say that that's not true. They want to believe that facts, and if you say the right thing, it will always be correct, as in to the general public. It will always be correct because it's a fact, because it's a true statement. But it's not. That's not how it works. I mean, personally, I don't agree with that, but that's the way that I see it. And that's the way that most people see it. So I don't know. I mean, like, because I get that what I'm saying here is general. What I'm saying here isn't exact. But the problem is that everybody's thinking that what I'm trying to say is literally definitionally facts. It's not, because they themselves were not doing that. And if you're going to sit here and look at the people who were not using that statement in good faith, and then tell me that I should then use that statement in good faith in itself, is just dumb. You're making an unfair argument. And if you're not going to perceive it that way, then you're not going to win these debates in the first place. So, yeah, that's it. Fuck it.
All right. Good stuff. Left 2 minutes on the table there. That's okay. So it looks like we did not have any questions coming in from the judges this time. So I will assume that means that that you guys have both made your decisions. Oh, you look like you actually did have a question there, Rampage. At least that's what your hand gestures seem to indicate, but you didn't message me. So hit me with a DM or did you DM me through Twitch or something?
I DM'd the wrong person. I apologize.
No worries. Go ahead. That's fine. Go ahead and hit me with the question now. And we'll go ahead and throw that out there. But with that said, I'm going to go ahead and drop the.
Can't insult the judge.
I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for the second vote. This is the post vote. Everybody go ahead and click that one right there. Go vote for where you stand on this prompt after listening to these two interlocutors give you their all. And I'm going to go ahead and look over here at. Still waiting on that DM. I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock.
Can I just
Yeah, sure. There you go. That's absolutely.
Because people know.
Yeah,
already.
Yep. You done burnt the fucking bridge. Let's go. Go ahead. Ask the question.
Well, not really burning the bridge, but like
ask
overall,
the question.
Lonzo, really quick. Do you believe that overall that that feelings should prevail over facts, regardless of like the general the feelings
historically that's never turned out well for my people,
and regardless of the situation? Like, do you truly believe that regardless of the situation in general, regardless of the facts, that feelings should prevail? I guess is the question.
There you go.
I would have to be a fucking idiot to say yes to that. No, I do believe that the factual information should prevail. I do believe in some situations that feeling should, because in some situations it would have been far better effect. However, again, historically, feelings prevailing over factual information has not turned out well for me or for anybody.
Sure, I understand the.
Actually, nope. That's it. That's it. We're the judges aren't debating the debaters. But I'm gonna ask you to ask the same question to Game Boy. I'm gonna put that 1 minute on the clock again. If you could put that question out there one more time so we can remember it.
Game Boy, overall, do you believe that regardless of the facts, that feelings should prevail over facts?
Go ahead, Game Boy.
Well, first, this prompt was not a should it be this way, should it be that way. It is a facts don't care about your feelings. But I think generally speaking, it's best to do both, because oftentimes, even if facts work this way or work that way, the emotions of the people affect how those systems, like if we're talking about politics and you say objectively this system's the best, you are talking about ideals, and eventually you're going to have to consider, okay, you can't move the system without certain people's emotions. But if we're simply talking about like the cat's black or Lethe's bald, then of course don't worry about his emotions on that one.
All right, good stuff. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put that back in the chat one last time for the audience to vote. Everybody out there, one more time, if you're just tuning in, click that little link. It costs you nothing. Go ahead and vote. Tell us where you stand on the subject after listening to the debate. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one to Rampage for the first. Judge, do you have a decision, and are you ready to drop it on us?
I feel like it's like the exact same thing that I have to feel last time with like Ancom. I feel like I have to give this to Alonso. I feel like overall, regardless of what I believe in, he just out debated Game Boy the entire time. Personally, even though I completely disagree with what he's saying.
Yep, I completely understood. Do you have any specifics, like any specific points or moments where he moved the needle for you?
Well, just like overall, I just feel like Game Boy just did a bad job of showing why facts do overturn feelings. So
got it.
That's all.
Okay, right on. And now we're gonna go ahead and kick it over to Grid. Mike's all yours, sir. Do you have a decision, and why?
Yeah. I actually went with Game Boy, and it's the exact opposite. First of all, Game Boy had the affirmative. He really didn't have to prove anything. He made his case. He stated the facts, and that was the end of it. It was on Lonzo, I think, to break that down. And all I really heard from Lonzo was a bunch of word salad about facts and feelings, which didn't really counter anything that Game Boy said. It was other than that, I don't really have any. I mean, that's it. I mean, both guys had made good arguments. Both guys had good energy. They matched energy, all of that. I do think that I almost docked Game Boy for some points because he seemed to get really frustrated with Lonzo not accepting the fact that he'd already defined it and there was no point in redefining it. But overall, I think he did a fine job. So that's where I'm at.
All right.
Low-key, I almost slipped up there. I was about to like add hom or something like, I
almost knocked you for that one because you almost.
I was gonna insult his hairline because I already told him I was, but then I was realizing these are two judges I don't know, and they wouldn't understand it's a joke.
Yeah, not knowing.
I have fantastic hair. If you're talking about me.
No. He was talking about Lonzo. Okay. Well, you know what? Fun times out of the 3 debates. This time it comes down to the audience's vote. So we've got a tie between the judges. We're going to go ahead and give everybody a couple more seconds here to lock in their votes. But we're going to go ahead and review the opening. Somebody else help me with the math here because I do suck at math. So the beforehand was capped at 75% was for, 12% was against. Somebody else keep track of that for me. 75 for, 12 against. Ancom, you'll remember this shit. I won't. Let's go back and hopefully everybody's got their votes in. One more time. Click it. And this time in the closing, we had very little movement. We had 7. Somebody got a last minute blip in there, but that's okay.
Whoever voted last second,
62% to 37% for the affirmative, 62% for the yes, and 37% for the no. That means that yes went down and no went up, right? Ancom, is that correct?
Oh, it's probably like 30.
Yes, that is correct. Yes was 75, no was 25 now. Okay, so we got an after vote.
They're still voting in, but it was at 66.
Yeah,
and it's still
I'm not
above.
gonna. Yeah, It was 6. The end was. I'm going with the 8 vote, 62.5 versus 37.5, which means the no actually went up. So if the criteria is based on the changing of minds, then the no side actually got another vote after the debate. Therefore, at least one mind was changed.
There you go. So it looks like it goes to the nose. That's Lonzo. Lonzo wins it with 2-1 split decision. Great job, Lonzo.
Chat, are you retarded?
This was terrible. Like
I will say
3
that
people
I
voted just to troll.
I totally voted to troll
Gorp.
I totally voted to
Gorps. I have a question, Gorps. Overall, when it comes down to that conversation, why do you think Lonzo doesn't deserve that win there?
Because Lonzo wasn't arguing the prompt. I don't believe.
I feel like he was arguing the prompt. I'm sorry.
To me, that was my whole thing. Was he was arguing the intentions of the original phrase, and that like really hurt me because my entire intention was historically all these debates have just been devoid of context, get the actual thing, and I was like really confused when he went that direction.
Everybody wants to hold me on this. I have a question. Could any of y'all actually debate? So you want me to lose guaranteed? Then can any of y'all sit here and debate it negative against the prop?
Yes, I can. You made a pretty good argument.
Like for instance, like I
didn't answer that question.
I couldn't hear what he said. What did you say? I'm sorry.
He was asking if anybody could argue against the idea that facts don't care about your feelings. So in other words, arguing for the fact that facts are altered by your feelings. Interpreting bias is number one. So that was the argument I expected from you. Well, no, because even in science, we know about bias and how bias can influence the facts or the way that the facts are derived. So yes, the facts are going to stay the facts, but there's absolutely evidence that feelings of the people who are looking at those facts are going to change what those facts are going to be interpreted as.
Can I say that this is exactly why he would have gotten this debate if he was going against Ancomp and not me? Because I don't understand any of what you just said, but I know he does.
Okay.
You're not making my point strong, Lonzo. Okay.
My whole thing.
Did you just say that Game Boy would have gotten this debate against me, with me debating that facts do in fact care about feelings? Because I can make that argument.
Than me.
Yes.
I'm saying you're better
I
than
could
me
make
at
the
that on a
argument
face
that
value.
facts don't
Okay.
care about your facts care about your feelings by simply going with what half of what you were saying. You said, like, okay, the majority of the time facts are only made out of general consensus, and really as a society all we really care about is general consensus when it comes to a thing. What we perceive as colors, what we perceive as shapes, and everything like that are based off of our language. It's based off of our collective experience and all this stuff. So whenever you say a flag's red, white, and blue, well, that's just what we've collectively agreed are facts. So it's totally not based off of objective reality, because objective reality doesn't even have the description of red or of blue.
See that? Yeah, I would have gone with you can't even demonstrate there is an objective reality, therefore all facts are in fact derived by our observations of them, and our feelings absolutely impact our observations.
And the truth is you actually, hold on, Lonzo, because you actually hit, there was both of y'all, there was a point where both of y'all were significantly in the lead in my judgment, because you almost got there when you were talking about the fact that people are influenced by what is perceived as facts. So if you state something as a fact enough times, people will take it as a fact, and then it becomes a belief. And belief is just another word for feelings, right? You feel like this is true. It is therefore a belief, right? So again, if you'd have really stuck on that and drilled home about the fact that people are influenced by facts regardless of their accuracy, right?
Yeah.
And what somebody labels as a fact matters. So
To be frank,
real quick, before hang on,
it would still be a stupid argument.
Hold on for me, Gorps, real quick, because I want to say a huge shout out to Grid. I know that he does have to, and so I just want to say, first of all, I'm opening it up. Anybody out there who, if you're already part of the Discord, or if somebody in here knows you and they say you're an all right cat, I will let you in with the play. Anybody who wants to jump in here, come on in to talk. And Grid, at any time after this, you're welcome to hang out as long as you want to, sir. But thank you very, very much for hanging out with us tonight.
Yeah,
and doing
I do have to jump off. I want to say thanks everybody for having me over. You're welcome to come to my show on Friday nights. We have changed it slightly in that we sometimes will take just people that kind of are in the chat or whatever and want to come up. But normally, what we've been trying to do is we've been trying to get somewhere between 7 and 10 contestants pre-planned, not or gathered, right? And then the way that we do the topics is I have a topic list. I match up people that I think will make a great debate, and we just pick a topic that they can disagree on, so that we don't have necessarily people trying to argue things that they don't believe in, especially if they're kind of a weaker debater. But we also have, and I think we're going to bring it back. We had where the chat could actually pay to force you to take the opposite position. Now, remember, this is all cold. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a blast. Go ahead. You were saying they're all cold, impromptu.
Yeah, they're all cold. I don't release I will give the topic range about midweek. Usually, I'll say we're going to debate. Like this week, it was sex and violence, right? So all the topics more or less debated had something to do with one of those two subject matters. And then I don't know what we're going to do this coming week. I'll figure it out probably Monday, and I'll post it Monday night or Tuesday. But it's a lot of fun.
For what it's worth, I'm going to be there that night. So somebody come along, and maybe you'll get to debate me if you want.
Yeah.
So that'll be a hoot, because y'all don't get to actually throw hands with me much. So.
Great. One thing I dislike about your format is it does feel like both of your judges are
heavily biased.
I have 3 judges.
Are pretty far on the right wing. Yeah. Okay. All of the judges I've seen personally,
Tyler Judge is
all
good.
seem to be pretty far on the right wing side of things. So like,
So Anson Knowles is.
We're talking tonight. We're talking
Yeah.
tonight.
Let me. I can explain the judges
they're
a
on
little
grids,
bit.
on grids
I'm a
debates.
left winger. I'm a left
Hang
winger.
on, he's not talking about you,
Yeah.
Rampage. We're talking about
Yeah,
grid.
please
show. Sorry,
explain
go
the
ahead.
dude with the
Yeah, go ahead,
moonshine
Grid.
jar that always votes against me.
No,
Yeah,
basically,
the dude
I'm
who
just
calls me
asking if you
names
had-
and insults.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If you had a more lefty, at least center judge, I would be more
We have
inclined to participate. I think.
Yeah. So we have Tyler, and he's a centrist, and he claims to be a leftist, but we're moving. in the right
Tyler is an average debate enjoyer.
usual.
He's literally
Yes.
he has described himself to me as a right wing authoritarian.
Tyler's a center
Well, he
right
must have
guy,
been joking
for sure.
because he said he's still going.
Well,
as
you have to
left.
watch out. Well, hey,
Bro,
really quick.
well,
you have
hold
to-
on,
you have
guys.
to
I
watch
can't
out.
answer the.
Let the man answer. Yeah, let the man answer the
if you're
question.
talking, So, Anson Knowles, who's one of the normal judges, he is. I hate to say apolitical, but because he claims to be the furthest right of any of us because he's a monarchist, which sounds insane, but he whatever. But he doesn't actually care anything about the political aspects of it. He has a formula that he uses to determine the winner of the debates. And he's actually
Is he
been
the one that judges that
right-wing
based
enough?
on like the masculinity of the argumentation, or is that?
Yeah,
something
last night, no shit. It was the power move. The power move of the argument, because it was, the topic was violence. And so he's like, whoever made the power move of the debate, that's who got the most points. Now you could still get the most points and lose because, he does award smaller points for other things, but and then Cleaner has a system where he's looking at the amount of aggression, or pushback. So if you and I are having a debate and you just sit there and just basically let me run over you, then you don't score very many points in that area. He also they all have formulas that they use, and it's ridiculous how deep they go into this. And they'll score you by points. And like Tyler will say, well, you got 7 points and he got 5 points, so you win and he loses.
I'm going to say that I've had an actual discussion with one of your judges, Tyler. If that's the general level of thinking that I should expect from the rest of these judges, then I could probably get a better debate inside of a kindergarten classroom. Now, I personally do like the shit talk judges.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to come try.
Overreact right now.
You're
Is
welcome.
that what
to
you're
come
trying to
try.
tell me right
I'll
now? Is
set
that
you
your
up.
feelings are gonna out-create
Real
your
quick,
facts, Lonzo?
before we do that, Grid was on his way out.
Yeah,
So
I
again,
do
for
have to go.
everybody-
I've been on.
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
online
Just
a
so
long
you guys
time
know.
today, so
Yep. Once again,
have a
appreciate
description?
the hell out of you. Yep.
yeah, we'll
And,
see you
everybody
guys
give him a
later,
follow.
and have a good rest of your evening.
We will
Thanks for
see you
voting
next
for me.
Friday, sir.
Have
Have
a
a great
good one.
night.
See ya.
So again, everybody.
Leftist, always the victims. Guys, I got to go to bed. Yeah. What do we got going on here? It was a different change of pace. I agree with you that they seem like they don't want any animosity towards each other. I think the one guy got really mad when I said that all he did was say a bunch of word salad. But that's what he did. That's what he did. Sorry about it. At any rate, guys, I got to go. I got to get out of here. This is literally like the worst Saturday night show I've had in a while, but it's fine. I mean, numbers-wise, it was a good show, but it was numbers-wise, it was terrible. I'll be back Monday afternoon. We'll do the day shift, and we'll get into the news. We'll get into world events. We'll talk some money. We'll do all of that stuff, and we'll probably we do have a debate show on Wednesday night coming. So we'll have our discussion panel Wednesday night, and that yeah, we'll be out of here. So anyway, you guys have a great rest of your night. Go play over at Sarah's or something, and I'll see you guys later. See you.